Hello and welcome to the final day of competition here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon 2025 edition. This is our open competition. We've had 1.5 days of racing here and it all comes down to today. 2 rounds of qualifiers left for all our pilots, and then we are into our top 32 double elimination brackets.
Yeah, this is the crux, the pinnacle, the summit of the whole competition over 6 whole days. Yeah, and this morning it's 2 more qualifying rounds for everyone. For some, it's just a bit of warm-up, and for others, it's their desperate last attempt to bump into that top 32 to make it to the eliminations.
Yeah, the competition has been fierce and furious here under the big top. The big blue top here, thanks to ADF Drone Racing. Now our TQ overnight ImmersionRC only 0.1 seconds, 0.1 of a second away. BMS Thomas in second, with Davey FPV in 3, rounding out our top 3 pilots. But what we want to pay attention to here is the bottom of our 32. Our top 32 who will make it through to elimination finals.
Yeah.
This is their last chance dance. 2 packs, 2 qualifying runs to make it and break it. Nugget sitting in 31st. We have Red Dog in 32nd, 9 DTR in 33, and Nacho in 34. Those are all
there's
in
4 in a row that are all sitting in 71 second marks.
0.2 seconds on average between each of those 4 pilots.
It is absolutely not safe for anyone.
Anyone could take it. Okay, we have our pilots gridded up and ready to race in our first of our qualifiers this morning. We have from Outer Heaven Fizz, from the Army team Mac Daddy, from the Army team the Maximal Goose, from Canberra Davey FPV, and from our Army Cadet team Ida and Dicko. Pilots goggles down, thumbs up. Let's go racing.
Stand by for 5 seconds. I just see a little thing I gotta fix. And I'm good. Here we go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
So Davey FPV there, activating launch control to get off out of the blocks and into clean air straight away. He's currently 1.3 seconds, over 3 laps away from BMS Thomas, who's currently sitting in 2nd place. Davey FPV now rounds around for his first lap of the day.
FPV 1 lap in 14.11. Fizz 1 lap in 15.72. Mac Daddy 1 lap in 17.54.
Fizz in position number 9 on our leaderboard. Mac Daddy in 14th as Maximal Goose crashes
Davey
out.
FPV 2
Ida
laps in
36. Here's a chance,
27.82.
sitting in that bubble bracket.
Fizz 2 laps in 31.04.
Davey FPV now on
Ida
lap
1 lap
number
in
3 at 13.7.
33.96.
Can he build from here? What does lap number 3 consist of?
Davey
That is
FPV
another
3 laps in
13.8 for Davey
41.65.
FPV. Now he's going even harder into
Fizz
the
3
dive gate
laps
over
in
the top, into that corkscrew section in the
40.92.
back right of the track. Coming around now through that spiral section, which has gotten a little bit better with that flag being moved. Davey FPV calls time with 3 13-second laps across the board.
3 laps in 45.97
there for him. He's opening
Ida 2 laps in
salvo here in qualifying
61.76.
today as Mac Day turns his video off and calls time. Maximal Goose working around with a PB individual lap. 209 seconds for his time around the track.
In 46.16.
24.21.
Maximal Goose 2 laps in
his previous best.
74.69.
Oh no, colliding with something there and coming down goes Maximal Goose. Ida coming around KJR corner.
Ida 3
3
laps in
down. He's in
89.29.
36. 0.04 seconds is all he needs to start moving up the leaderboard. He's our lone pilot in the air, young Ida from the Army Cadet Drone Racing team here. Our pilots, if you're in the grandstand, situated in our C2 Robotics pilot pits area, safely secured inside our tent. As Ida works through the track, this is the back left, this is KJR corner.
Ida 3 laps in
Pacific start finish gate.
85.62.
Consistency across the board for Ida, 33, then a 27, pair of 27s and a 30.3. Into that dive gate, over the top of the guide wires. Getting a little bit difficult to see with the sun setting, the sun position here this morning at Avalon. The clouds coming and going, the sun moving over our tent, changing and shifting the shadows, making
Eider
the
3 laps
conditions
in
ever changing here
83.58.
inside the tent.
30 seconds remaining.
So Eider, 20 seconds left on the clock into that dive gate. Battery now starting to get a little low, but he's going to push. He wants to commit and finish this final 6th lap through the slalom, which has slightly improved for our pilots. As our faster pilots
remaining.
get through it, we'll need to see, although as I say that, Mac Daddy gives me a bit of a look to say it's not gotten any better for
3
him.
laps in
Eider calling time on his
82.76.
lap. Beating the
Finish
buzzer.
your lap and then land.
Crashing there in front of our crowd. Goggles are up,
Race
score
over.
time on it, race is over, track is clear.
Next up, round 31, time trial 2.
So in this one, from the Army Cadet team, we have Rogels. From the Air Force team, the Delegator. From the Air Force team, his teammate, Wingnut, all the way from Canberra, racing from Canberra Multi-Rotor Racing Club, Houdini, and local pilot from Melbourne Multi-Rotor Racing Club, Third Eye. Pilots now making their way back into the C2 Robotics pilot pits area. What they do is they conduct their pre-flight checks with flying FPV drone racing. First person view requires a camera that transmits video directly to the goggles the pilots are wearing on their heads. This allows them to feel as if they are in the aircraft themselves, piloting it through this difficult course with speed and precision. So pilots checking, they have good video, checking, they have control of their drones, they can send commands, they can spin their motors freely, ensuring they can get off and racing as fast as they can. Now we do have the ever-present, ever-ominous red button here with us, which indicates that we are less than a minute away from getting started. Rogel's there, happy. Final checks for Rogels. Goggles down, give me a thumbs up when you're ready there, Rogels. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Houdini 1.86.
So our highest seed in this heat, that of Third Eye, the local pilot from Melbourne. Next up is Delegator in 27th and Houdini sitting right on the bubble in position number 30. Wingnut yet to get 3 laps, and that will be his goal for today. Nice and
Houdini
easy, nice and calm flying from the Wingnut to get through this very difficult, complex, fast-flowing track. Rogels looks to have not been able to get off the blocks. Wingnut there hitting the deck. Houdini working through, getting what he would call, oh no, Houdini as we curse of the commentator there. Puts it into the net.
In 41.99.
May not be able to get out of that one. He's trying, he risks burning up components, trying to spin his motors out of the net. Wingnut there calling time on his run. An unfortunate crash on lap number 1 for him. Delegator working away now with a
Third Eye 3 laps in
62.46. Lap 1 down for Delegator. Third Eye working away on lap number 4 now.
2 laps in 68.38.
Getting that consistent speed in that sub 20 second bracket for him. Houdini's back up though, able to somehow get out of that net. Maybe a bit of assistance from the pilots in the pitting area.
Third Eye 3 laps in 61.22.
Houdini now looking to
Delegator 1
rebuild.
lap in 24.14.
There it is, a 1999 for Houdini. Sub 20 seconds, but
88.37.
getting all kinds of topsy-turvy on the exit of our front straight. Third eye now, coming around for lap number 5.
Third eye 3 laps in 61.01. Delegator 2 laps in 45.34.
I won't say it, but the year he was born, maybe. It gives me a little nod to confirm that. I didn't know he was that old.
60 seconds remaining.
Houdini still in the air, Delegated in the air. Oh, Dean, getting all kinds
Delegator
of
3 laps
as
in
the Dello.
64.77.
Fastest individual lap for him so far at 19:43. He sits in position number 27 on the leaderboard. Delegated now coming through that awkward spiral section on the track. Coming through now, KJR corners, Houdini, the magician, calls time on his run. 25 seconds left on the clock for Delegator. 19:43 individual fastest, a 22:28. Can this be the one that moves him up into the leaderboard, ensuring he is locked in for our top 32 finals later today?
10 seconds remaining. Finish your lap and then land.
Delegator colliding. Oh, that got even worse as Delegator collided with the ground, entering into the corkscrew obstacle to the back right of our track as you see it in the grandstands, then bouncing off one of the metal poles, and looks like something's given out as he comes through that spiral section. Track is clear.
Race over.
Pilots, go collect your drones.
Next up, round 31, time trial 3.
So our race director, Tim, just conducting a quick review of Delegator's laps, and that's what we need to do here. So our race directing headquarters here, obviously we manage the timing system, which is based on the transmission signal receive strength of the drones that fly through it. And that's how we are able to record laps. But we also are feeding in all the video feed
Delegator
from all the pilots
3 laps
to
in
ensure that we can verify
150.84.
that all pilots
Please land.
complete all obstacles correctly and that laps are valid. Now that very same video feed you will see in the screens around you, around the grounds, so you can see exactly what the pilots see as they are flying through the course. Just waiting for Boo Dumbo. We've still got a Rogals out on the track. It's okay, we're waiting for Rogals. Boo Dumbo's making his way back. Take your seats, Boo Dumbo, goggles on. In fact, I'll let Delegator know that Princess FPV, one of the pilots from the British military drone racing team, is up and watching this racing right now. He called out that you missed an obstacle. So the competitors form our international military pilots who our team ADF will be racing against later this year, watching very closely with intent on the competition. Okay, pilots, let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
We are off. Time trial number 3
Nug
of this morning.
2.35.
Our highest seed in this one is that of veteran team pilot Nug, sitting right on the bubble in position number 32. So Nug working away on lap number 1. Skyline 88 from the Air Force team, a little bit topsy-turvy.
Nug 1 lap in
Stuck in the dirt as lap number 1 is down and dusted. But Nug building through that pile triple spiral. Bit of traffic there, almost colliding with another drone. Getting out of it now into that corkscrew in the back right of the section as you see it in the grandstand. Skyline 88 in the ground. Yepesini from the cadet team still in the air. Shadow FPV from Army Drone Racing coming into the dive gate in the center of the track now. Croz from the Air Force.
2 laps in 65.67.
Budumbo from the cadets as well.
Yapasini 1 lap in 63.42.
Working away on lap number 3 is Budumbo.
Cross 1 lap in 73.96.
Nug working away now on lap number 3, coming through that spiral section. This is the final gate on the track for him on the far left corner of the track. KJ corner.
Nug 3 laps in 86.27.
He sits 3.97 seconds, so almost 4 seconds over 3 laps away from position number 31.
Shadow FPV 2 laps in 91.28.
So more to gain for Nug to really lock in a position in our top 32. Our pilots will only have 2 rounds of qualifying this morning,
71.94,
in which they can improve their leaderboard times before we go to heads-up racing.
60
racing
seconds
4
remaining.
Positions.
Budumbo 3 laps in 118.81.
Each of these drones, custom built by the pilots that are flying them, consist of a carbon fiber frame and electronic components such as a flight controller, the brain of the drone, an electronic speed controller, which is the power drive, the power train of the drone, receiving power and directing
Shadow FPV 3
instructions
laps in
and power to the motors to spin
139.4.
up and
30
down,
seconds
enable
remaining.
to maneuver the drone in 3D space. The drone will also have a video system on board with a camera mounted with a fixed angle that pilots will then transmit that video directly to their eyeballs via the goggles they are wearing on their
10
head.
seconds remaining.
The video may not look crystal clear, but there's a reason for that. Latency is a concern. The transmission of the video signal from the drone to the pilot's eyeballs is less than 4 milliseconds in duration, so allowing the pilot to move as quickly as possible around our track. Tim there with a few little quirks in the system. Yapasini's still in the air and flying. This race is still active. She's working away.
Yapasini finished 3 laps in 202.42.
Okay, race is over. Track is clear.
Race over. Next up, round 31 time trial 4.
So pilots here in this competition represented from all around Australia. The top 72 pilots in the country descending here to the Avalon Airshow in order to compete in this competition under the big top. Pilots have travelled from Brisbane, from Perth, Western Australia, from Adelaide, Sydney, Canberra. We have pilots from our Defence Forces, I believe travelling as far as the Northern Territory for some of them to get here. Clubs represented from all around the country. Out of Heaven in Sydney, Panorama in Bathurst, Canberra Multi-Rotor, Melbourne Multi-Rotor, Eastside FPV in Melbourne. We have Adelaide FPVR, West Coast Multi-Rotor, Rotocross as well over in Perth. And not to forget, we have our cadet teams, Army, Navy, Air Force, and our veteran teams as well. Just waiting. So we have in this one from the Army team, Louis and Mish. Shadow there making his way from the track just in time as the little countdown finishes. Mish there locking up the tent for us. Once he's ready, goggles down for all pilots and we will get underway. I'll wait for a thumbs up from Mish. Let's get started.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Hole shot Mish 1.7.
So we are off and racing. Our highest seed in this one is Mish, sitting in 10th at the moment. He most certainly is the fastest pilot on the Army drone racing team. And not
Mish
far behind him
in
on the speed stakes is
16.12.
Louis, his partner in crime. We also have
Mad
Parakeet
Dog
from the
lap in
cadets and Mad Dog from the
18.24.
Air Force cadets.
Louis
No
one
Yui
lap
Wet
in
Wet today. He was from Melbourne
21.03.
Multi-Rotor. Slaughterhouse as well from the cadets flying around this track as well. And Parakeet
Mish
there
2 laps in
calling time,
31.29.
crashing out. Though a bit of a smile on his face nonetheless. Louis looks to have gotten out of the net there. Back up and racing. He's working away on lap number 2, sitting in position number 28
2 laps in
precariously, hoping to stay
41.41.
inside our top
Mish 3
32.
laps in 46.85.
Four
Louis
drones
2
in
laps
the
in
air. Oh, a bit of a bounce and a
46.64.
kick back up to get through that start-finish
Slaughterhouse
gate.
1 lap in
That looks to be Slaughterhouse
50.84.
stuck in the start-finish gate, trying to get back up. Does so.
Slaughterhouse 2 laps in 58.12.
Mad Dog as well with a few little
Mish
issues as
3
he comes
laps
out of
in
that spiral section. Mish though,
46.34.
picture of perfection.
Mad Dog 3
15s
laps
across
in
the board for laps 2, 3 and
65.44.
4 for him.
Louis 3 laps in 68.58.
Louis still in the air, working through lap number 4 now, sitting in that 21-second bracket, that sandwiched between. Sorry, he has a 25-second lap sandwiched between a pair of 21s. Can he string together 3 in a row in that 21-second bracket? If he can,
Louis
I would
3
expect
laps
him
in
to start moving up the leaderboard
67.63.
very soon. Slaughterhouse still in the air from the Army Cadets. He hails all the way from Canberra as well. Expect to see him racing ahead of his local club very soon after going through the Cadet Boot Camp program earlier this year for drone racing. Louis down on his lid, but Slaughterhouse back up as well. Now through the start-finish gate, Slaughterhouse 2 laps down, a 50, a 58. We
60
know
seconds
he
remaining.
is capable of faster with his
Louis 3 laps in
personal best over 3 laps
71.62.
being 117 seconds. Now our pilots here in our qualifying, we have two rounds of qualifying this morning before we go to heads-up racing, which will consist of 4 laps. First past the post is what they want to do. Our pilots here have 3 minutes to fly as many laps as they wish, but to be placed on the leaderboard, we will only take their fastest 3 consecutive
30 seconds
laps.
remaining.
So 1 fast lap's good, 2 fast laps good, but you need to string 3 of them in a row to have a good shot at the leaderboard. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Ten seconds remaining.
Slaughterhouse trying to get back up, but I think it may be done for him.
Finish your lap
The
and
goggles
then
are up.
land.
He's called time on it. The race is
Race
over.
over.
The track is clear. Go and collect those drones.
Next up, round 31, time trial 5.
In this one, we have Red Dog from the Army Cadet team, teammates with Sub 20 and Viper 360. From Canberra Multi-Rotor, Nacho. From the Navy Drone Racing Association, Crash Bias. And from the Veteran Drone Racing team, our military champion just 2 days ago, Squid FPV. So pilots there for that last round, making their way back from the track, surveying the damage of their drones. A few having issues colliding and crashing out, others being able to get through cleanly on the track. So pilots now conducting their pre-flight checks, ensuring they have video, ensuring that their drones arm safely. Making their way back now into our C2 Robotics pilot pits. We thank them for their support of ADF Drone Racing. Radio pilots, the tent is secured, the goggles are down, thumbs up across the board, we're going to go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot squid 1.89.
Let's go Squid, the highest rated seed in this one. Haley in position 7. 2 packs to do it, to move up the leaderboard if he can.
Squid
will he
lap
push
in
or will he use this as warm-up for finals coming up? Red Dog currently sitting in 33rd. That is going to be the one. Can she push into the top 33 and make it her way into the finals? Crash Bias crashing out for now, but he's
Red
back up
Dog
in the
1
air.
lap in 27.02.
To not
Squid
have
2
got
laps
in
in
the air on this one,
31.12.
and sub 20 now in position number 11. One of the faster cadets here through the KJR corner he goes.
Laps in
17.32 for him. He's 3.62 seconds over 3
Squid
laps,
3
so
laps in
3.3 per lap
45.8.
away
Nacho 1 lap in
from position number 10,
44.92.
our top 10 here. But it's 32. That
Crash
is the
Bias
number.
1 lap in
Squid into the dive gate,
53.17.
taking a second look at it.
Sub
Crash
23
Bias on lap
laps
number
in
2. Nacho on lap number
55.06.
2. Nacho also sitting in position number
Red Dog 2 laps
35.
in
Red Dog
61.48.
1.5 seconds over 3 away from position number 32.
Nacho
Into the
2
dive gate
laps in
goes Red Dog.
71.12.
Sub 20 now for lap number
Sub
4.
23 laps in
17.36.
52.45.
17 seconds for
3
sub
laps in
20 as Crash Bias scores
60.71.
time on his run there. The goggles go up. Not sure what happened. Squid, the goggles go up and the thumbs go up. He's happy with that run. 2.14s
Red Dog
for
3
him.
laps in 88.53.
Sub 20 in the dirt. He may call
Nacho
time
3
on
laps in
that one as well. Into the
96.39.
dive goes Red Dog. Lap number 4 for her. Showing us what she's capable of. 27s with a 34 sandwich between them. Nacho on lap number
Red
4.
Dog 3 laps in
25s and
83.67.
26s. Both Red Dog.
60 seconds
22.16 from Red Dog. Fastest individual
Nacho 3
there.
laps in 76.17.
As we go live and large with Nacho on lap number 5 through the Q Pilot pylon, triple spiral into our dive gate. Into that back right corner of the section as you see it from the grandstands. That is the corkscrew. This here is the spirals as the Nacho collides with one of our KJR flags. He gets back up though,
30
and up and
seconds
racing through that
remaining.
spiral section now. Over the top of a guide wire, through that last gate into KJR corner.
Red Dog 3 laps in
20 seconds left on the
90.02.
clock. Nacho,
Nacho
sitting
3
in
laps in
35th.
81.8.
0.43 of a second away from moving up the leaderboard.
10 seconds remaining.
As he starts to get egged on by the pilots here in the pits, into that last gate. Oh, looking fast now. Here comes Nacho, 23.88, showing us what he's capable of.
Finish your lap and then
flip
land.
there. Show off.
Certainly.
You could have done a 7th lap there, Nacho. You were literally on the ding. Like the trackside would have let you go a 7th on that one. Yep. Results are going in.
Race over.
Moving now, we're in Group 2 now, so we're ploughing through it at a rapid record pace, but that's probably coming as no surprise to the pilots now after being
Next up, round 31 time
institutionalized
trial 6.
trial by fire of the physical red button, which is really a glorified hurry-up mechanism.
And locking the gate. Once they close the gate and lock it, we don't let any more pilots out on the field, so we're pretty ruthless about cutting off pilots if they're not ready. And they're putting their quad on the block now, so if you're up, pilots will come out. They've got batteries. We don't plug in our batteries anywhere except on the field. The pilots will put their props on in the pits over here on the left. They'll charge up their batteries. When they're ready, they'll come over here to the starting blocks, which is in front of the audience. They'll then plug in. Yeah, so each pilot will put their drone down on the starting block you can see in front of you. They'll plug in their battery, they'll put their goggle on, make sure that they can receive their video transmission off their drone. They'll do an arm, make sure the props spin. You want to make sure they spin. Then they'll be ready and they'll come back in and we'll shut the gate. All right, we've shut the gate.
Angus, you're being summoned to the plant tent. Angus, you're being summoned to the plant tent. You meant to spot for Ruby, and she's... Angus Porter, yeah, she's pretty adamant that it must be you as well, so... Consider yourself summoned as much as the red button urgency denotes. Do we have a tilted this morning? We do, and we have a McLovin.
Got 4 pilots.
There's no McLovin. Unfortunate. Just give me 10 more seconds before I hit start, just to do a bit of round admin.
Yeah,
McLovin, if McLovin does race in his last round, he needs to come tell me, because he's now presently removed from the next round, so he will not appear unless he tells me that he's made it back and repaired a drone. Got video for everyone but Tilted, so Tilted, turn on. And McQueen, you're here now? Yep,
5 pilots. We see video. Yep, we can see video here of 5 pilots.
We're good to go.
Although Bear's adjusting his goggle. But he's
Stand
giving us
by.
the go ahead.
Stand by.
No,
Are you ready,
stand
Bear?
by. Stand
Okay.
by.
Here we go.
We've pressed go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
So that's the sound of the
Whole
start
shot bin
buzzer.
chicken
We've got 180
2.18.
seconds. They want to try to do at least 3 laps. We're racing for the fastest consecutive 3 laps. So the drone pilots will take off from the block. And all the 5th pilot just took off then, you would have just seen. Sometimes they can have some problems taking off, but all 5 pilots are in the air,
Ben
which is great.
chicken 1 lap in 20.45.
So they'll take off from the starting block. They'll then go straight
Tilted
ahead into
1
this
lap
first
in
gate. We call that the start-finish
23.34.
gate. And as the name
Hopper
suggests, that
FPV 1
starts
lap
the
in
timer.
26.25.
They'll then need to complete the track. You'll see some cones laid out. You'll need to know the track and follow the track. Certain
Bear
gates
1
you'll
lap
have to
in
go through a certain direction.
22.85.
If you go through the other way or go around the gate, you need to come around and go
Airplane
back
jelly
through the
2
gate.
laps
You
in
just can't go wherever else.
42.95.
So if you miss a
Tilted
gate,
2
you've got to come
laps
back
in
and turn around, and that'll cost you
45.28.
time.
Ben chicken
Some
2
of our
laps
top
in
pilots are within a few seconds of
52.08.
each other. I know I'm battling a local DJ, if you're here. We're 0.6 of a second from each other. So we measure in fractions of seconds. Most
Airplane
pilots will be
jelly
worried
3
about
laps in
0.5,
63.74.
0.05 of a second
Bear 2
sometimes.
laps in
That's how fast this is.
54.57.
So as I go through that
Tilted 3
start-finish
laps
gate,
in
we have a timer
72.38.
that will sense the drone go through it,
Tilted
and then
3
sends
laps
that
in
sense down to the computer, to the
54.56.
control room here.
Ben chicken
Feeds
3
it to a
laps in
computer, and we measure the
81.31.
time, how long he took. That's why we're able to measure it so accurately. So as each pilot goes through that start-finish gate,
Bear 3 laps in
and do 3 of those through the
76.2.
start-finish gates, that's 3 laps, and their time for that total time. So the fastest at the moment now is Tilted. He's on his 5th lap. He's
Ben
currently
chicken
placed in
3 laps
16th
in
rank.
81.45.
24th, sorry. Sorry, that was a false read. 24th. Got room to move up, that means. Yeah, so he's currently on a personal best of 60 seconds.
60 seconds
So it
remaining.
takes him 60 seconds to do
Tilted
his 3
3
laps.
laps in 94.4.
With each lap about 23,
Ben chicken
21,
3 laps in
27. So within each lap,
71.29.
within about a second or 2 of the previous. So most of us have been flying for a few days now, the cadets especially. They were here earlier in the week. We've changed the track a bit differently because that looks like our last pilot's back up again. We've still got 37 seconds left. Bin chicken. It's quite an interesting call sign.
30 seconds
All
remaining.
our pilots have call signs.
Ben chicken 3 laps in 69.5.
It's just only 6 laps there. He can do as many laps as he can while his battery lasts. So he can just keep going while the race timer goes. He's still got 18 seconds. If he goes through the finish gate, he can do another one. Most pilots will only get about 3 or 4 laps out of a battery. Then
10
it kind of runs
seconds
out.
remaining.
The slower ones, like myself, will probably can do as many laps till the battery runs out. And we want our fastest 3. So if the first one's not so great, the 4th or 5th lap sometimes
Finish
can be
your
better.
lap. Race over.
The track is clear. That means we'll allow people onto the field and unlock the gate. The pilots that have just flown will go out and
Next
collect their
up, round
drones,
31
hopefully
time
from the
trial
landing
7.
area, which is in the middle of the arena or the track. They'll then unplug their drones and walk back, unplugged. Then the new set of pilots will come up on the starting block. They'll have a set of goggles, a controller, the drone, maybe 2 drones. So the reason why they take 2 drones out to the block is if one of the drones doesn't work, if there's a fault or something's not working, they'll just use the other one because we don't have time to troubleshoot and get things working because we're on a pretty rapid pace here today, and especially with the spectator crowd. The turnover's quite vicious, and we're being harsh on our pilots if they're not ready, and we're just cutting them off and flying just to keep the maximum flight time and drones in the air for the most amount of minutes in the day. Just to keep you guys don't want to see us paracycling our drones and trying to get them ready. So we're pretty quick at making sure the next pilots are ready. They'll go in, plug the drones on, make sure the props spin, make sure that they can see the drone in the goggle. You'll see them put the goggle on, they can see the video. And then they're ready, they'll come and sit down. Most pilots prefer to sit. I stand. I think I'm the only pilot standing that I've seen. Once the pilots are all ready, we'll then lock the gate. So I'll lock the gate, that means no more pilots and no one's allowed on the track. Just to make sure no one's the other side of the net. Once the pilots are all ready, 3, 4, 5. I think we have 6 here, Timmy. So the pilots will give us a thumbs up. We say 6 thumbs up. Yep, Timmy, we're good to go.
Okay, I'm pressing start. Thank you.
Go.
I'm trying to just do some result validation in the background between
Arm your
rounds,
quads.
just to make sure that I can probably
Starting
be more
on the tone
prepared
in
come
less than
finals.
5.
So, over to you, Simon.
Whole shot McQueen
Thanks, Timmy.
2.05.
I see 4 pilots buzzing around. I see white posts just took off from the starting block. He'll fire off through that black army gate. We call that the start-finish gate. That starts his time. We'll go around the track. Probably the
Drop
most
1
difficult
lap in
obstacle is the middle one.
16.64.
We call that the drop gate. You've got to go up
There
really
yet 1
high
lap
and
in
go down
20.61.
through it towards
McQueen
the
1
ground,
lap
and you've got to
in
try, obviously, not
22.24.
hit the ground. It's,
White
we've
Foes
got
1 lap
down.
in
We've still got 5 pilots
24.44.
in the air, which is great.
Prop 2
Prop
laps in
FPV screaming away. He's
32.94.
currently placed 8th,
Papa Bear 1 lap in
and it takes him 44
33.98.
seconds to do 8 laps.
There yet 2 laps in
So you can see some pilots can
40.51.
do 2 or 3 laps in
McQueen
the
2
time it
laps in
takes others to do 1.
41.74. Prop 3 laps in
The fast pilots will probably
48.61.
finish their race almost before I've done my first lap sometimes. Yeah,
Papa
so
Bear
Prop
2
FPV
laps in
screaming away here on a
57.18.
16, 16,
There
15,
yet
so
3
very
laps in
consecutive times within about a second of
59.77.
each lap. The pilots have flown this a few times.
Papa
We do a
Bear
lot of
3 laps in
qualifying, and the finals will be later on today.
66.99.
So we'll get a lot
White
of
Foes 2
timings so
laps
we can
in
rank,
65.38.
and then later on towards we'll have a knockout.
McQueen 3 laps in
So do a lot of qualifying,
55.92.
look at their top times
There
on those
yet 3
3
laps in
consecutive fastest
58.8.
laps. So at the moment there's, I think White Foss is in the net, but he's managed to get out somehow. I don't know. White Foss is going to have to do a
McQueen
masterclass
3
in
laps
getting
in
out of the net,
54.78.
and he's up and in the
There
air.
yet 3 laps in 57.99.
I think that's the first time I've seen a pilot get themselves out of the net. We've had pilots
Bear
in the
3
net
laps
just
in
before, and we've had someone knock
102.0.
them in. Be careful not to go too close to the net because the drones can fly into the net. We have the net here for your protection.
White Foes 3 laps in 107.98.
Normally we're not allowed to fly drones at an airport.
60
Do not fly
seconds
your
remaining.
drone within 5 kilometers
McQueen
from an
3
airport.
laps in 61.0.
But the reason why we're allowed to fly drones here today is because we're in a controlled airspace. Because we're under the big top, we've got a roof. So this is a controlled airspace, and that's why we're allowed to fly, or we are specifically
Papa
with
Bear
permission
3
at an
laps
airport.
in 98.45.
Don't fly over people or people's houses.
White Foes 3
That's
laps
pretty much
in
the only rules, and maybe have a spotter.
103.41.
So if you're by yourself, sometimes all you can see, because this is FPV racing, which stands
30
for
seconds
first
remaining.
person visual, which means you've got a goggle on, and all you can see is the camera of your drone. So if someone walks out on the field and you don't see them because they've come out of nowhere, that's why we need people around on a race day or have a spotter.
White
Always
Foes 3
good.
laps in 90.02.
We're just down to 2 pilots.
10 seconds remaining.
White Foss is screaming around
Papa
here.
Bear 3 laps
Sounds like
in
full speed.
97.6.
Just clip the drop gate
Papa
there in the
Bear
middle of the
3
round. He's
laps
going
in
down the back over the bunting.
67.84.
And through the corkscrew, those two, you've got to go
Finish
through one
your
and
lap
then
and
up,
then
over,
land.
and back around and through the same direction the other way. Call that a corkscrew. Then a bit of a chicane.
White Foes finished 3 laps in
And he just passed the
70.23.
finish gate,
Please
which marks
land.
his time. So all pilots will land. I think Papa Bear's just coming into the... finishing his lap. Yes, all our pilots...
Papa Bear finished 3 laps in 103.24.
So
Please
Papa Bear's
land.
just finished. He's going to come into the landing zone, which is in the middle. Thank you, pilots. The track is clear.
Race
Please
over.
collect your drones. The next set of pilots, hopefully they're ready. They'll come in up to the starting block. They'll plug in their drone, make
Next
sure it's
up,
ready to
round
go.
31
and they'll come and
time
sit
trial
down.
8.
We'll take off very shortly. We're pretty quick turning over races today for you guys. Keep the drones in the air as long as possible. Normally on a race day, it's a bit more relaxed than this. We won't be running as many races as this as quickly. If you're into FPV drone racing, most big cities have a club. I'm from Canberra. There's a lot of us from Canberra. Sydney and Melbourne. I think Melbourne have 2 good clubs. Most of us are on Facebook, so we normally meet about once a month. We don't have our own track. We have a field we normally set in. So we'll have a little trailer with all the gates. So you can see all the gates, they all collapse, and they'll go in a little trailer, and we pull that along to a park. We'll then set up these gates. So every race day is a different track, so we can have this track designed. This track was designed today by Davey FPV. He's probably our fastest pilot in Canberra. We're just going to, all the pilots are ready, and we're going to just lock the gate. Pilots? Paging shutter speed. So we're able to fly a maximum of 8 pilots at any one time. We transmit the video on the the 5.8 gigahertz channel, which is the old analog TV. So because we don't use analog TV anymore, we've now all got digital. That spectrum's been freed up. And that's where we operate in. Sometimes the new Wi-Fi, it's in that 5.8 gig. And each of that spectrum, we divide that up into 8 channels. Each pilot will be assigned a channel. We call them race channels, 1 to 8. So you will be assigned, say, race channel 3. You'll set your drone to transmit on race channel 3. Then you'll set your goggle to receive on race channel 3. So anyone with a goggle or a receiver, if you've got an old analog TV, you could probably tune into these drones and receive. It's like an old TV.
Next
Maybe not the
up, round 15
HDZero,
time trial 5.
because they're kind of a bit digital, but definitely my goggle is very analog. I think most people are moving away now from analog. And we're just counting down the last pilot. He's just making sure that his drone props spin and it gets video. We're just going to lock the gate. Just to make sure that no one gets out on the field. We don't want anyone running out on the field, so we're locking the gate. And then once we're ready, we'll ask all the drone. We have 4
Next
pilots
up, round
here for
31
thumbs up.
time trial 9.
I think we have four ready pilots here. We have 3 videos.
Next up, round 31 time trial 8.
All right, everyone ready? Finished my admin. I'm ready to start the race. Let's go, everyone.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And you'll
Whole
see
shot
one of the
9
drones there,
DTR
9
1.92.
TDR. You'll see the drone lift up there a bit before it took off. We call that launch mode. So if you want to go really fast, because we were talking about fractions of seconds earlier, you can put in what's called launch mode, and the drone will like lift up and get the right angle so that when you take off, it'll take off a little bit quicker than lifting off and then getting your angle and then accelerating. So it's almost just like ready to just punch it. You're ready to attack that first gate. So you'll take off the block, you'll go forward into this black gate, the army one. We call that the start-finish gate. And that starts the lap timer. You'll then need to go through the course. So we'll follow a drone. He went through the gate there, around the bunting, over these flags, through that bottom gate. We'll go around that twice, we'll loop it, and then go down through the drop gate in the middle. Looks like he clipped it. He's going to have to go back around, which he did. Then go back over that top flag, and then through the corkscrew, one way, then the other. Have to loop over. Now we'll do a bit of a chicane through another gate, around that Air Force flag, over the top of that bunting, down through that gate, around these flags, back around here, and through the start-finish gate.
Shutter speed 2 laps in 43.87.
So you want to do at least 3 of those, because we're timed and ranked on our fastest consecutive 3 laps. There's a drone just there near the netting, so just be careful. He might try to, if a red shirt could just
Shutter
give it a
speed
kick
3 laps
with
in
your foot or something,
63.82.
if we can kick it back off the net, red shirt. If spectators just be clear of that, allow red shirt to, if we can kick it back in, pilots if they crash, if they're able to get the drone back up in the air, maybe disarm until he's
Shutter
disarm.
speed 3 laps in
Too tangled up. The
61.99.
netting's pretty bad. It's like a fish. If you go into that net,
Visper 3 laps in
because the rotors are spinning, the props are
106.09.
spinning, they've got tangled up in the net like a
60
tuna
seconds
in a
remaining.
fish net. So unfortunately, that's one of the bad things about being in a confined space.
Shutter speed 3 laps in
Is that
53.98.
we're under a big top and behind netting. So if normally we do have netting up, so we'll have sunshade when we set up in the oval, and we'll have some netting behind our pilots. So all pilots are finished. Thank you.
Race over.
Yes. Thank you, pilots. Track is clear. Yep, go collect your drones. Yeah, unlock the gate.
Next up, round 31, time trial 9.
Track's clear, so go get your drones. Next set of pilots, if you can come up to the starting block and plug your drones in. The other pilots will go collect their drone, and you'll see old mate there in front of you unwind his drone from the net. Unplug your battery first. So we'll unplug our batteries, then walk back with them unplugged. We don't want to plug our batteries anywhere except like on the starting block, and then unplug them when we pick them up, or just before. We've got a little bit of safety, like the netting, only plugging in on the field, making sure the track's clear, locking up the gate. So the next set of pilots will come in, they'll plug in their drones, make sure they can receive their video, their props are spinning, and then when they're ready to take off, the drone will fly. We've still got some pilots on the track, still probably just retrieving their drones or making sure it works. Probably the most damage you can do is probably bend a prop. The prop can sometimes bend back if it's not too bad, but you can damage the drone and break parts. So the drones are custom spec, everything. We've got another pilot wait, maybe not plug in just yet until he comes back. Tim's doing a review, so mate, don't plug in yet, pilots.
Yeah, so our race director Timmy here, conducting a review to ensure the integrity of the competition. Obviously, we have discussed the video feed coming straight here into the race headquarters, brought to you by FPV Bits. Like and subscribe on YouTube. That's something I want to make sure you know. If you can't stay here all day, make sure you jump on YouTube. You can keep in touch with all the racing action that is happening here on the track.
Yeah, you could subscribe to Timmy's channel right now and watch this on your mobile phone. So if you go away later on, you can keep track of your favorite pilot.
And if you're a young kid out there watching this racing right now, and you want to get involved, there are clubs are all around Australia. But also, if you want to get started, the best way is to get yourself a controller and jump on one of the many simulators that are out there. Now, if you head over to the Mantis FPV tent, proud sponsors of ADF Drone Racing, they do have kits ready to go to get you started in the world of drone racing. A simulator license and a controller ready to get into the sport, and we hope to see you competing in 2027 at the next Avalon International Airshow.
Yeah, if you want to try the simulator or have a chat to someone, you can see what it looks like through the goggle. There is a screen
Pilots,
here.
plug in pilots, ready to rock and roll.
There's also a computer simulator down near the Air Force if you want to have a look on a computer and see what it's like. It's good to learn how to fly because you crash a lot, obviously. So you want to do it on the simulator. Once you can control and you've got throttle control and you can hover, then you can start go through gates on the simulator. Then Yeah, so if you want to have a try, over there's a couple of computers. You don't need a very big graphics processor these days. An okay gaming, low-end gaming rig will probably do flight simulators. Liftoff's my favorite, Velocidrone.
So in this race now, the pilots plugging up. This is a big one. Our TQ ImmersionRC for plugging in. Pilot from Melbourne Multi-Rotor and Eastside FPV here. We also have BMS Thomas currently second on our leaderboard. He has won this event multiple times over many years. There isn't a competition around Australia that BMS Thomas hasn't won at least once, if not more, multiple times. This is their last chance in qualifying now for ImmersionRC to solidify his spot as our top qualifier, and for BMS Thomas to make his tilt to challenge him for that spot.
Yeah, if you definitely want to see fast racing drones, BMS Thomas is one to watch. This will be a very fast moving drone, this one.
These two pilots are the fastest in the world.
Fastest in the world?
Yes, certainly. Two-time world champion BMS Thomas, ImmersionRC Racing with DCL and a number of foreign competitions, both part of Team Australia's FAI World Cup team last year in China. You want to watch this one.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
We are off and racing in ImmersionRC and BMS Thomas holding. BMS Thomas holding and waiting for clear track. ImmersionRC taking the choice to go out hard first to get clear air on the track. BMS Thomas with his goggles off, waiting and watching how these pilots are going, and ImmersionRC not giving anything away as the psychology of drone racing is on show here between our two top pilots. ImmersionRC just taking it easy, getting through his laps, getting laps down. Digski from Melbourne as well. He's in position number 6 on our leaderboard as he collides with the dive gate down in the middle of the track. Iceberg in position number 21 and Ravenous from the Cadets in 51st. ImmersionRC cruising 17s and 18s.
ImmersionRC 3 laps in 52.91.
Not giving anything away as BMS Thomas's goggles go down.
Ravenous 1 lap in 56.69.
His drone is armed and he is off for his final qualifying run here in the Thunderdome. Now as ImmersionRC starts to pick up the pace as BMS Thomas now starts on the track. Getting laps down through the spirals. KJR corner for BMS Thomas. 14:48 lap 1 for him. ImmersionRC just cruising, taking it easy, getting laps down. It is all about laps, more data, more time on the track is what they want.
BMS Thomas 2 laps in 28.26.
Through the spiral, into the dive goes BMS Thomas, into that corkscrew, into the corkscrew goes ImmersionRC. BMS Thomas making a pass.
3 laps in 49.26.
ImmersionRC now through the slalom. I think he's just following and stalking him here on the track. BMS Thomas with a pair of 13s. In fact, mirror images 1378s for laps 2 and 3. Here we go now. This is where he builds. Laps 4, 5 and 6 could be the ones for BMS Thomas to make his top qualifier tilt. Does he want it or is he content to take second place? Now he pushes now. KJR corner 12:49 to go with a 12:65 through the corkscrew he goes now, pushing hard into that corkscrew, into the spiral, up he goes over the top. Final gate, KJR corner, 12:41 for BMS Thomas now through our Q-pile and triple Spyro. ImmersionRC now moves to second. BMS Thomas takes top qualifier with his final 3 laps. 37:56 to 37:85. Not a single personal best individual 1 lap, but BMS Thomas there.
10 seconds remaining.
BMS Thomas there taking top qualifier.
Race over.
In
Finish
almost
your lap
surprising circumstances because his fastest laps. 0.29. BMS Thomas with his last pack takes top qualifier. He wasn't going for it. He wasn't trying. He was putting down fast, hard laps of what he thought would be race pace. getting prepared for eliminations. In fact, me and BMS Thomas here looking at each other, surprised because we weren't expecting that. He wasn't expecting it. I didn't see it either. That, congratulations, smooth, efficient flying.
Yeah, I think it was just because it was sort of start of a new day, just reset, try and be smooth, and I guess it's that old saying of slowly smooth, smooth is fast. I guess also it shows there's a lot more time in the track if you don't let the mental side of it get to you. So I think the next thing will be interesting now that we know that there's way more in it. See what Gabe, Davey, and the others can produce too.
Yeah, well, Gabe now done as well. You've both done your 2 qualifiers. It really surprised because we weren't following, we weren't expecting that. The laps didn't look like they were individual fast laps as well. But you now go into final, into eliminations in the #1 spot. Now moving into top 32, there seems to be more pace in the track. Anything could happen here. This is almost a new game.
Yeah, I think especially with the controls like this being so high, and also
We're no strangers to love.
very much
You know the rules, and so do I.
we'll see what we can deliver on the race, but it'll be an exciting event either way.
Well, I still feel surprised, but congratulations on taking top qualifier.
Thank you, I appreciate it. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised too. I didn't expect it to go that way, but we take those and we'll try to carry that momentum into the race.
Fantastic. All the best into the eliminations coming up. Congratulations, our new top qualifier, BMS Thomas. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So up now, we have HDZero from Canberra, Ironoid from Melbourne, just in time, the grandfather of ADF drone racing. Dim Sim from Brisbane, hitting stuff from Melbourne, Joycey from the Navy. They're ready. The tent is locked. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off.
Whole shot Ironoid
Ironoid
1.92.
currently in 4th position now as our leaderboard. Shockingly from that one, changing the guard. Smooth, fast flying there from BMS Thomas is the key to this track, it seems.
Ironoid 1 lap in 17.83.
Ironoid with a 17.8 lap #1 HDZero not in the air, it seems. Dim Sim waiting, warming
It's
up
Stuff
his
1 lap in
hands, getting the fingers
25.08.
ready, the thumbs stretched
Ironoid
out.
2 laps in
He's currently sitting in
30.97.
5th, Ironoid in 4th. Just in time, working away on lap #1 still as Joycey goes topsy-turvy into the dirt. Hitting stuff in the air. Lap
Ironoid
1
3 laps in
down at 25.
44.2.
He's in 23rd
Just
position.
in time 1 lap in
Ironoid at
42.42.
13.23, a 13.14.
It's
This
Unstuck 2
could see
laps
some
in
changes.
45.5.
Here comes Ironoid through the spiral. Fast, smooth, and efficient.
Ironoid 3
Oh,
laps in
0.14 seconds away
39.39.
from Davey FPV now. Ironoid, this is a PB run. He's first in the sub 40-second bracket.
It's Unstuck 3 laps in 65.0.
I
Dimsum
think
1 lap in
BMS Thomas there caught it when
18.44.
we interviewed him. There is plenty more pace in the track.
Just in time 2 laps
Just
in
in time for
74.75.
finals. And speaking of just in time, a 32.33 for him on lap #2. Working away on lap #3. Dim Sim
It's
now
Unstuck
in the
3
air.
laps
Can
in
he find the
60.94.
extra time in
Dimsum
the
2
track?
laps in 41.69.
Coming through the Q pile and triple into the dive gate. Smooth as anything goes Dim Sim. Ironoid obviously calling time there. All these top 5 pilots, top 10 pilots as well, I think
Just in time 3
surprised to
laps in
find more pace
104.03.
in the track on
It's
the
Unstuck
last
3
day of
laps
the
in
competition.
60.78.
Oh, Dim Sim caught up in the front of the dive gate.
60 seconds remaining.
No more movement on the leaderboard for him. But he will still feature heavily come eliminations. Never count him out. Just in time, getting all kinds of dirty and dusty as he hits the ground. Any spare time, just in time. Aside from repairing
Just in
drones
time,
that he
3 laps
crashes,
in
likes to fly hot air
95.6.
balloons, featuring just last week in the Canberra Balloon
30
Spectacular.
seconds remaining.
Into the dive gate he goes, giving it a little kiss on the way out. Into the corkscrew. Colliding there with a KJR flag, colliding with the guide rope, colliding with the roof. And with the roof again.
10
And
seconds
into the
remaining.
right. He just loves that roof. Over the guide wires. The final gate on the track. Oh, just missing the KKR flag there as well. And calling time
100.88.
as he
Please
collides
land.
into the Cube Pilot
Finish your lap
barrier.
and then land.
Race is over,
over.
track is clear.
Next up, round 32 time trial 1.
So up now from Sydney, we have Fizz from the Army team, Maximal Goose and Mac Daddy from the Air Force Cadets, Vispa. Well, I'm just seeing you there. You could be racing. Dicko from the Army Cadets as well. As our pilots make their way from the arena, surveying the damage from their drones.
You'll have to listen to the new soundtrack on the button. I asked for a new red. Ruby gave me a new.
Bear, let me just explain to you before this happens. Ruby requested a particular red button sound for the last day, and I was obliged. I got sent the clip, but I just haven't been able to have the time to just spend time getting an audio clip, loading it in. So Bin Chicken kindly volunteered to assist me on that, and I was very thankful for it initially. And my lesson learned here is trust but verify. And I'll let the next person to press the red button explain what happened.
I feel like this is a stitch-up.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
Oh, the rules of the button. Okay, our pilot's now gritting up, but that little tune, that little jingle indicates we're 40 seconds away from getting started now on in our racing.
It was absolutely
Pilots
not
are
staged.
ready. Pilots are ready. Let's go racing.
All right, Fizz, Mac Daddy, Maximal Goose, Davey, Ida, and Dicko. Your final qualifying round begins now. I've pressed start.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Davey
Full shot, Davey,
FPV out. He's
FPV
currently
1.46.
third on our leaderboard. Only 1.4 seconds away from now. IQ0 in second place.
Davey FPV 1 lap in
Lap
13.16.
down, lap one down, 13.16.
His
This
one
looks
lap
like
in
Davey is finding that
15.0.
extra speed that is being reported now in the morning on the track.
Mac Daddy 1 lap in 22.41.
Fizz now coming through. He's in
Davey
position number
FPV 2
9.
laps
Mac
in
Daddy in position
26.25.
14. Davey a
Fizz 2
13.08
laps in
as well.
31.01.
Would this smooth and consistent flying be what does it for him? Lap number 3
Davey
down,
FPV
a
3 laps in
13.52.
39.77.
Is this race pace, Simon? Is this the kind of pace we expect to see? Is it 13s or is it 12s that we'll be seeing come eliminations?
Davey, definitely our fastest club member in Canberra. He's currently tracking third. He's definitely
Mac Daddy
pushing
2
that,
laps in
with 13 seconds,
56.32.
13.1.0.
So lights out for Fizz, no Ida, Dicko back up in the air, and Mac Daddy in the air, and Maximal Goose calling
Dicko
time.
1 lap
so
in
only
66.73.
2 drones, but I believe Fizz might be back in the air.
I think he's trying to get back out of the
Mac
net.
Daddy
sorry,
three
the net
laps
earlier.
in
He's on the ground there.
75.1.
I think a red shirt might have got him out of the net. Thanks
Yeah.
for that red shirt.
Out of the net, so 3 drones
Fizz
now in
3
the air,
laps
that
in
belonging to Fizz, Mac
82.36.
Daddy and Dicko. Pilots need to making pass on a bit of traffic there, Dicko
They want to at least
Mac
try to
Daddy
get their
3
3
laps
laps
in
in.
floating in the
70.35.
vision of our faster pilots as they come up behind him
Dicko
to
2
make
laps in
passes. Mac Daddy
97.31.
easing up, getting all the time on the track that he can.
Fizz 3 laps
Yeah,
in
definitely if you do a
90.15.
bit of a dodgy lap, you've got the best 3 laps, so you can try and make it up on
Mac
your
Daddy
4th
3
lap.
laps in 53.78.
Yeah, 3 fastest consecutive. Often it is laps 2,
60
3, and
seconds
4 as they
remaining.
build on lap 1, but
Fizz
we
3
have
laps
seen
in
pilots come
90.1.
out with a mission on lap number 1, something we saw Davey FPV, who's in this one too,
Mac
quite
Daddy 3
regularly
laps in
at last year's Drone
53.22.
Nationals to make an absolute statement. One drone now left in the air, that belonging to Dicko from the Army Cadet team as he hits the ground and disconnects his
Race
battery.
over.
That race is over. The track is clear. Go collect those drones.
Yeah, Bear, and all the excitement
Next
there.
up, round 32
I
time
missed my
trial
turn.
2.
I've got my drone here, so I'll be ready next time, hopefully. But yeah, some serious fast racing today. Yeah, I got caught up in the excitement, and then I was up, and I wasn't ready. So
Simon, you know the rules.
I play
And
by
so
the
do
rules.
I.
And
So up now we have Rogals, Delegator, Wingnut, Houdini, and Third Eye. A mix of defense cadets and our civilian public pilots. Houdini down from Canberra, Third Eye up the road here in Melbourne. Rogals from the cadets, Delegator and Wingnut both from the Royal Australian Air Force drone racing team. Now for a service that is known for their air power, they sure do lack it on the drone racing track, struggling often to get in the Air Force team.
yeah, definitely they would like to know their own rankings between the sub-forces of the
Well, that was
armies,
determined
but-
just this week, actually, Simon, in the military competition. I believe for the 5th time, the Army team took out the trophy. And in fact, it's only the Army team that's ever taken out that trophy. So the Air Force have a lot of work to do to catch up there in that regard. However, I will say our full-time service teams are now old news. Army cadets. They were ineligible to win the inter-service trophy because they are not full-time service. But, there we go.
We're no strangers to love.
We are re-rolling everyone at the moment. The red button, when the pilots press this, that means...
So 45 seconds on the clock till we get underway racing. But as I was saying, our cadets now, a real changing of the guard in the defence community drone racing scene with the cadets dominating on team points, featuring so many pilots in the military competition in the top 5, let alone the top 10. So the young guns now really starting to dominate the older and experienced full-time service members.
Yeah, definitely the younger crowd within a year or two can become quite competent and fast pilots.
Yeah, as our last of our cadets, Yapasini there, taking her seat.
We'll just lock the gate. And all our pilots will put their goggles on and they'll give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up across the board, pilots, when you're ready. Rightio, let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
We
Whole
say
shot Houdini 1.8.
thumbs up because most pilots use their thumbs to control the sticks. There's 2 sticks. One's for left to right, up and down, and then throttle control, and also yaw. So like a helicopter, you can yaw. You've got a Y-axis. And we fly in a acro mode or acrobatic.
Third eye 1 lap
Most
in
drones will have a horizontal or
20.11.
self-leveling, and when you go to the left, it self-levels. Whereas these, we fly in acrobatic, so we can do all sorts of tricks, do flips. That's why they're able to control these and go around so quick.
Yeah, Simon, like unlike a drone
Houdini
you would
1 lap
buy
in
from your local
34.78.
JB Hi-Fi that has a GPS
Third eye 2
positional
laps
hold,
in
pilots have
38.86.
control of all axis of flight at all times maneuvering these craft. So every single movement you see is controlled by the pilot. Difficult to hover. There's no auto hover. There's no auto land. These pilots need to move and control
3
the
laps in
throttle, the speed of their
57.03.
motors at all times to maneuver and pilot their craft in 3D space through this complex track with speed and precision. Houdini just getting caught up everywhere. He looks to be stuck on the edge of the net, but not sure what he
Third eye
is
3
stuck
laps
around.
in
But Third Eye, the local,
55.79.
3:18s across the board there for him. He sits, as you guessed it, in 18th position
Rogals 1
with all
lap in
those 18s across
65.75.
the board here
Wingnut
for
1
him.
lap in
2, 3, and 4, 18
83.77.
8s. Delegator from the Air Force team sits in 27th position now. Video is horrible.
3 laps
I don't know what laps we've got from him.
57.79.
We're going to have to probably visually
Wingnut 2 laps in
automatically check it. The 13.18
96.96.
from Wingnut, I think, is a misread. We will rectify that one shortly. Rogals, I believe, being flown by
Delegator 1 lap in
Yapasini.
76.04.
Yeah, there's a bit of crashing, but you
Podium
can
2
see
laps
the
in
drones can get back up. So if you're able to
109.86.
get the drone back up in the air, you
60
can
seconds
keep
remaining.
flying and
Yes.
try to get your 3 laps.
Dean back in the
Wingnut
air.
3 laps in
Houdini, the magician from Canberra,
112.55.
often leaves his tilt for finals until the very last run of the day, which is now.
Podium 3 laps in 133.27.
This could be the one from Houdini now. Building laps 4, 5, 6 can be the money ones. Into the dive gate he goes. Oh, colliding with the front edge. 35
Delegator 2
seconds
laps
on the
in
clock. It may not be for
109.27.
Houdini. Sitting in 30th.
30 seconds remaining.
I think there's a bet prompt on these cameras there. I'm
He's
not
going
sure.
to have to hope that those who fly after him do not push him out of the top 32. Wingnut caught up in a gate there. He's in 52nd. Delegator from the Air Force team
10 seconds
still
remaining.
in the air now. Deanie is
Delegator
back
3
up.
laps in
I don't know how Deanie got back up
5
there.
seconds on the clock.
I swear his prop was very bent, so it's amazing Deanie's in the air, which is great.
Finish
And
your
as
lap
the
and
drone
then land.
pilots try to go faster and faster, obviously you can make mistakes.
Podium finished 3
clip
laps
flags,
in
and obviously then lose control and tumble into the
149.18.
ground.
Please land.
Sometimes you can do some damage. Hopefully you can get back up. You'll hear loud pings as they hit steel bar. Most of our track gates are made from 3mm steel, so you don't want to hit them at full speed.
Wingnut finished 3 laps in
And so Wingnut now finishing
113.6.
up his time.
Please land.
Houdini goggles up. Yapasini goggles up. Bringing it in is Wingnut from the Air Force team. That looked to be a PB run for him, though.
Track's
Race
clear.
over.
Track is clear. Go collect your drones. Up now
Next up, round
from
32
the
time
veteran
trial
drone
3.
racing team, the highest seed in this group, in this heat, the mighty Nug Nug. Yeah, round of applause here for our pilots, ladies and gents, as they make their way into the arena. From the Air Force team, Croz.
Yay, Crows. There's a drone up here.
I think I validated all that errors, Craig, and fixed it up. I think it's real good. I think I want someone to double check it.
So it looks to be a drone on top of the net for us at the moment, on top of our tent. So pilots now making their way from the arena. Pilots gridding up. The pilots will conduct their pre-flight checks. Now this is where they will check their video to ensure that they are ready to race. That's the button.
We're no strangers to love.
Those are the rules.
You know the rules, and so do I.
We've got 2 pilots gridded up with the button pressed. 40 seconds left on the clock for the pilots to make it. I'm expecting to
we've only got
see
2
more.
pilots.
This may just be the Nug Nug and Cross show. So I'm expecting to see a Yapasini Skyline 88 and a Boo Dumbo. "20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, because we're putting on a show for you guys today, we're being pretty
10
ruthless and
seconds.
turning around. And if our pilots aren't ready, we'll
It
just
looks
have
like
to,
our pilots will miss their last chance to move up in the leaderboard.
the show must go on.
Tent is going to be closed right now. We're going to get underway.
So we'll lock the gate to make sure no one runs out on the field.
Well, mostly so a drone doesn't come in and hit our pilots as
That
well.
too,
Never
probably.
know with some of these crashes. Pilots are ready. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
So Nug Nug. From the veteran team, the highest seed
Whole
in
shot
this
Nug
heat.
Nug 2.54.
He's currently sitting in 33rd, half a second, over 3 laps away from our top 32. This is the one, if he wants to feature in finals coming up very shortly. Half a second across 3 laps. Croz in the net already. Nug Nug back up.
Got Cross in the net there.
He has the pace. He has the belief.
Nug Nug 1 lap in 29.71.
Nug Nug now, the only drone in the air, through our Q-Pilot pylon spiral into the dive gate. Smooth as butter he goes. Over the top, keeping it calm, keeping it easy. We've already seen BMS Thomas put down our fastest 3 laps of the competition, and he wasn't trying to do so. There is pace in the track.
Nug Nug 2
Should
laps
a
in
pilot be able to
52.34.
eke it out?
Yeah, it's a bit noisy, but yeah, if the drone can still fly, you can still do laps.
Nug
So
Nug 3 laps in
even though sounds
62.8.
like the prop's rubbing on something there, if he's able to fly, he can do his 3 laps. And he's only on his 3rd lap now, so he needs to make sure he does his 3 laps. We're racing for the fastest 3 consecutive laps. So if you don't do a great lap the first or second, you can kind of make it up maybe on the 4th.
So Nug Nug now going to build laps 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be the ones. If he's going to move into the top 32, you may have missed a lap on the timing, but we will review to ensure that the integrity of all laps are correct. That is the mantra of Dean's video reviews. Now Nug Nug colliding that gate, causing problems for so many pilots all weekend. A fast flowing.
I think we've got
high-
someone retrieving Cross out of the
Nug
net
3
here, so
laps
hopefully
in
Cross won't arm and we'll get him out of the net.
113.7.
He's on the grass.
60
So if Cross can
seconds
arm and
remaining.
get back up in the air, which... Ooh.
The track is fast flowing. A number of elevation changes throughout it. Pilots are loving it, but this corner here has caused so many dramas in qualifying so far.
Yeah, if you come around with a little bit too much speed, you can
Nug
definitely
Nug 3
hit the back of
laps
the
in
net.
106.7.
The key here is the positioning of the flag, as how it's turned out, is that pilots are almost coming into that spiral section, the back left of the track.
30 seconds remaining.
The back left of the track is coming into that gate blind, but
Out of-
Nugget calling time on it. We will review some laps for him.
Track's clear.
Race over.
Go collect your drones.
So 2 pilots to just race. We'll go out and collect the drones. The next set of pilots, hopefully they're all ready.
Next
they'll
up,
come
round
out,
32 time
put their
trial
drones
4.
on the starting block.
So making their way out now is from the Army drone racing team. We have Mish, Louis. From the cadet team, the Mad Dog making his way here into the arena. And we will see from the cadets a parakeet and a slaughterhouse. Now these cadets, all of them, parakeet and slaughterhouse, both starting their journeys in drone racing in the boot camp the cadet program held in January this year over in Adelaide. 5 days of intense drone racing for those cadet pilots, going from 0 to hero, learning how to build, how to fly, how to crash, how to race, how to repeat that process over and over again. Something that pilots are doing in between races, flying hard, crashing hard, rebuilding, getting their drones back up, ready in race condition to fly again and race. This is qualifying. 3 minutes for pilots to do their fastest 3 consecutive laps to place themselves on the leaderboard. The button there is hit by the young slaughterhouse.
We're no strangers to love.
Mish ready, Louis ready.
You know the rules.
Mish,
and
the
so
highest seeded
do
pilot,
I.
sitting in our top 10 here in qualifying. The tent is secured. We'll wait for Mish to take his seat. With the thumbs up from him, we will get underway. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off. Mish
Whole shot
sitting in the top
parakeet
10, waiting on the
2.6.
blocks, wanting to get clear air, hoping to avoid traffic on the track as he now starts to spin up that Q-Pilot pylon spiral into the dive gate, over the top into the back right, into the corkscrew section. He goes. Louis in position 28. Could be safe for now into our top 32, but Mish in the top 10. Will he want
Mish
to
one
push,
lap in
make a statement?
15.8.
Does he want to move inside the top 10,
Louis one
secure
lap
that
in
top 10 position to get
20.56.
optimal positioning
Mad Dog
once
one
we do
lap in
seeding for eliminations?
21.38.
Parakeet getting autopsy-turvy. Mad Dog through the dive gate. Slaughterhouse is in the dirt. Louis in and out of the corkscrew now.
Parakeet
Mish
one
down
lap
to
in
lap number 3. A pair of 15s
33.64.
for him. He's
Mish
capable
2
of
laps
more. I
in
know it. He's got it in him.
30.84.
Louis now, oh,
Mad
Mish
Dog 2
colliding,
laps
coming
in
out of the dive gate. Griffin covers,
37.55.
comes back up into that
Louis
far
2
right back
laps in
section.
40.91.
Louis now through the Q-pipe pile and spirals. He's doing a pair of 20s, sitting in position number 28.
Mish
The
3
Mad
laps in
Dog into the corkscrews.
47.78.
Slaughterhouse looking through that spiral gate that's caused so much drama. Oh, he's put it into the top of the pits.
Parakeet
on the
2
net
laps
there
in
in front of our top of our
60.5.
pilots.
Mad Dog 3 laps in
Parakeet's still in the air, working away
60.45.
on lap number 3. The personal best, 26.86 on lap number 2.
Mish 3
though,
laps in
sitting
50.84.
less than a second over 3 laps away from position number 9, but he so far is safe in our top 10. The Mad Dog in position
Louis
number
3 laps
19.
in 59.28.
Louis, big mover and shaker here. Sub 22nd
Mad
laps
Dog
from
3
Louis.
laps in
Moving 4 places now
62.16.
into position number 24. How are we going to go? Oh no, the curse of the commentator.
Parakeet 3
What
laps
could
in
have been a more
93.86.
position changes for Louis, but we've just put him off. But he moves into position number 24 now, well and truly safe and featuring in finals coming up. Only drone in the air is that of Parakeet for the Army Cadet team.
Yeah, definitely nerves of steel to be able to operate these drones. They're operating so quickly, that little bit of nervousness. The
60
commentator's
seconds
curse,
remaining.
as we say, a bit of nerves. And everyone's looking at you and talking about you can sometimes give you a little bit more nervousness.
Well, the key
Parakeet
thing
3
here with
laps
drone
in
racing is that
92.09.
a lot of sports, and this needs to be clear that this is very much a track is clear, pilots go collect your drones, that this is very
Race
much a
over.
sport. Well, you're not maybe pumping your muscles in your arms or your legs. The biggest muscle that you have in your body that is working overtime in drone racing is that of your brain.
Next up, round
You're
32
taking in
time
data
trial
in
5.
fast succession, instantly making decisions in splits of a second to be able to maneuver around a course at such pace. Your brain is working overtime here in drone racing. And
We can get some red shirts to get the drone. It's stuck in the net over there near the pilots.
yeah, we
Some
got a
red shirts
drone.
out of the net,
The
please.
correction, it is not a broom. It is a patented drone retrieval system with a telescopic handle with soft bristles that allow to ensure that the drone is not damaged when it is pushed out of whatever it is stuck. So it is not a broom. It is a patented Army-approved drone retrieval tool. Red Dog with the button, but pause. Yeah, unplug. The button is off now. There will be a delay here. Just wanted to hear that little jingle, I'm sure. Will be a slight delay while we retrieve a drone that is powered on and on top of our pilot pits, brought to you by C2 Robotics.
Careful.
So just a slight delay here as veteran team pilot Squid and Army team pilot Mish converse on the track. Squid sitting in position number 7 on our leaderboard, Mish in number 10. They will be in fierce battle come deep into our elimination finals. That's the timer, but disregard it for now. We are dealing with a drone that is stuck. We would not be able to continue until that is recovered. It is, so
Just tossed it out.
unplugged.
Unplug it. Yep.
Slaughterhouse now making his way from the arena as our pilots will now plug in, ready to race.
So you see each pilot will come out, they'll plug in their drone. When they plug in our drones on the course, they'll check their goggle. You'll see them put the goggle on, make sure they can see the video. Each drone has a video camera. Set the frequency transmitters on their drone.
We're no strangers to love.
Receive on that channel.
You know the rules, and so do I.
But we're only normally probably doing about 6.
So there's the timer. If you heard that little jingle, that indicates that we are less than a minute away from getting underway in our next drone race. Up now we have the cadet team sub 20, Red Dog, Viper 360 from Canberra and Archo, from the Navy team Crash Bias, and from our veteran drone racing team, the Squid. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole
Off
shot squid
goes the Squid in
1.62.
position number 7. He is the highest seated pilot in this qualifying heat as he makes a little bit of a kiss on the dive gate, but he will reset on lap number 1. Expect him, if he wants to move find that extra pace in the track that Thomas Bittmata
With
spoke
one lap
about.
in
2 laps 2, 3,
16.67.
4, 5 will be the ones for him. Sub 20s in the net. You can see Army pilot Louis there trying to get him out,
Red Dog
or
one
find
lap in
the drone retrieval tool to
23.29.
help push him out of it. Red Dog there, flying through the spirals,
Split
the
2
cube
laps
pilot
in
pylon spirals
30.93.
into the dive gate. She
Nacho
goes
one lap
over
in
the top into the corkscrews
24.58.
in the back right of the track. Nacho coming through on lap number 2 as well. Here comes Red Dog as
Nacho
well.
2 laps in 40.35.
Through that spirals into the final gate.
Split
This is
3
the
laps in
KJR corner now, in situ
45.46.
Pacific Start finish gate.
Red Dog,
Red
2
Dog
laps
sitting
in
in 34th at the moment, but a
45.97.
pair, a 23 and a 22 is going to help that cause. Nacho with a 15.78, his fastest
Split 3
individual
laps
lap
in
there on lap
42.89.
number 2 as he comes through the spiral. On lap number 3,
Crash
Squid
bias
calls
2
time,
laps in
14
64.02.
second
Red Dog
laps
3
across
laps in
laps 2, 3 and 4.
67.75.
Red Dog now
Nacho
personal
3
best
laps in
individual lap. She's moved into 32nd. Red Dog has done it, moving up 2 positions. This is a hot lap for Red Dog, a 21.78, lap number 3. Coming through the spiral section now, she crashes, hitting the ground. She recovers? No, she doesn't. She hits the ground. We weren't sure where she was going there. She's back
Crash
up,
bias 3
but
laps
she's
in
moved now into
89.74.
position number 32.
Nacho 3
Moving
laps
up
in
2 spots.
70.79.
She's done everything she can now. It will depend on other results. Nacho in position number 35. Crash bias, well, crashing into, I think, our dive gate there. Getting caught and stuck. So we're live now with Nacho. He's also on a personal best run. A 15.78 sandwich between a 24 and
Nacho
a
3 laps in
31.
78.38.
He's moving up 1 spot, it seems like. Nacho now through the corkscrew. In through the spirals, up over the top. Into the final gate he goes, coming around KJR corner, 30 seconds
Nacho
on the clock.
3 laps in
Nacho now
72.1. 30 seconds remaining.
on lap number 7, the only drone in the air. Coming through that dive gate, that will need some repairs. We will probably have to blame crash bias there for the crash into it. But here comes Nacho through that spiral section. All pilots now starting to find some
remaining.
extra pace in the
Nacho
track.
3
It's
laps
certainly
in
there today.
72.03.
Some slight changes, conditions, lighting, wind, everything is slightly different now, making for
Finish
a
your lap
different
and then land.
feel on the track. Nacho colliding. I think he's under a sponsor barrier there.
Yeah, I think he's under
Race
the
over.
top,
Yeah,
back
goggles
end.
are up. He's called time on it. Race is over. Track is clear. So Nacho moving up 1 spot.
Next up, round
Red Dog
32
moving up
time
2
trial
now
6.
to be in position 32, doing everything she can, and high fives there between Red Dog, the cadet pilot, and Squid from the veteran team.
So our pilots that have just flown, they'll go pick up their drones. If they've successfully landed in the middle, that's the landing zone. We want all the pilots to land there. The ones that are stuck in the net or were
So
unable
up
to
now
finish.
we have Bear, Aeroplane Jelly, Tilted, Hopper FPV, and the Bin Chicken.
Did you just announce yourself as up, Bear? Yeah, Bear is commentating and flying. Bear flies, I fly, Timmy flies, but I think he's just too hectic. He's on the controls and not today. He's probably doing some video reviews. Make sure we don't have any false timings. Very critical to make sure that we don't have any fault. Don't do it. No, we've still got people on the field, Ruby. Maybe wait. Maybe. We've still got a couple of people coming back from collecting their drones at the far end of the field. It's not really the walk of shame. We crash a lot. Hopefully get back up, but sometimes not.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
Pilots, if you're in this race, you should be putting your drone on the block. The drone pilots will come in with a battery, a drone, a controller, and a goggle. They'll put the drone on the block, plug it in. They'll then put their goggle on to make sure that they can see the drone, the video. So each drone has a little video camera and a transmitter. And it's transmitting that video and it's received on each goggle. So we can fly up to 8 pilots at the same time, but we're normally flying about 6 today consecutively at the same time. So each pilot's assigned a channel, and then you'll tune your goggle to receive that transmission of your drone. We get all the channels down here. There's a TV over there if you want to see what the drone pilots see. Everyone's pretty friendly, so if you have a talk to someone, you can put the goggle on if you want to have a look, see what it sees like to. You can, co-pilot. You can see them fly with a goggle on. It's pretty immersive. We call this FPV, which stands for First Person Visual, which means there's a goggle on, and you can see out of the drone, so it's like you're in the drone. Because these things can pull some pretty big G-forces. I think about 3 or 4 Gs. Not quite the 9 Gs of the jets, but 3 Gs is pretty intense in this. They're about 180 kilometers an hour. I think all the pilots are almost ready, Timmy. We've got four. We don't have the 5th video.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole
So
shot
feel
Ben
free to
Chicken
cheer for your
2.06.
favorite pilot. We've got a mix of Army cadets, Army, Navy, Air Force, and the veterans, and also a bunch of civilians. We've been invited here today to show you guys FPV drone racing.
Ben Chicken 1 lap in 21.86.
There's about just under 80
Bear 1 lap in
pilots have registered.
20.95.
So you'll see the rankings.
Hopper FPV 1
and
lap
everyone
in
wants to know how far up the
27.01.
leaderboard they are and how close to the first position. I'd be happy just to finish in the top 50% of this crowd. I've only been flying a few years.
Aeroplane Jelly 2 laps in
It's definitely a younger
40.41.
person's game because it requires a lot of muscle memory, and if you play a lot of computer games
Bear 2 laps in
and have a lot of time on your
44.38.
hands for flight simulator training, if you can put the hours into
Hopper
a flight
FPV 2
simulator, you can
laps in
definitely improve a lot.
52.15.
Probably the hardest thing is throttle control. These drones aren't your normal
Aeroplane
DJI
Jelly
you
3
get from
laps in
JB. They don't
60.72.
hover.
Ben
They
Chicken
don't
2 laps in
self-level.
63.01.
There's no compass or GPS. These are all manually operated in what we call acrobatic mode, which means they can flip around and do these crazy maneuvers.
Bear 3 laps
But
in
that also means they can,
74.14.
Flip over and kind of spin out of control
Ben Chicken
pretty
3
easily.
laps
Like
in
it doesn't take much.
83.17.
They'll just clip a flag and you'll notice they'll just spin out of control.
Hopper FPV 3 laps in
Hopefully they don't
87.19.
crash, or if they do land on the ground, or the netting's a bit hard to get out of, but hopefully someone just hit the net and jumped off there, so hopefully he'll rearm off the ground
Ben
and
Chicken
get
3
back up
laps in
again.
81.07.
We've got 71 seconds left of this race. Pilots want to do at least 3 laps. We're measuring the fastest 3 consecutive laps. The fast guys will probably only do about 3
Hopper
laps and their
FPV
battery's
3
flat.
laps in 87.48.
But if your battery's still got juice in it and you've got
60
56
seconds remaining.
seconds, you'll do another lap.
Ben Chicken 3 laps in
So these guys are doing about 4 or 5
59.82.
laps, and we'll count the fastest 3 of those. So these guys are tracking at about, Bin Chickens just did a PB there of 59 seconds, so it's taking him 59 seconds to get around the track 3 times. And that's ranking him at 25th position.
Hopper FPV 3 laps in 89.7. 30 seconds
I
remaining.
think all our pilots have, Hopper's landed, so all our pilots are finished, track's clear.
Race over.
When we say track's clear, that makes sure that no one's flying around there, and we'll let our pilots go out onto the field and collect their drone.
Next up, round 32,
They'll
time
unplug
trial
their drone
7.
and walk back, unplugged. The next set of pilots will come out to the starting block and they'll plug in their drones. We only plug in the drones out on the field, just for safety reasons. We don't want it firing up outside anywhere else. And we're in a controlled airspace today. Normally not allowed to fly near an airport. Don't fly your drone 5 kilometers from an airport. That's a big no-no. We're allowed to fly here today because we're under a tarp, which is a controlled airspace. So because we're in a controlled airspace, we're allowed to fly, and we've been invited here. So don't fly near an airport 5 kilometers, don't fly over people, don't fly over people's houses. That's about the only rules in Australia, pretty cool. And maybe have a spotter. So if you're by yourself, you'll only see what's in your goggle. It's an immersive experience. So because you've got a goggle on, all the pilot can see is the camera. So if someone walks out on the field, spotter will say, hey, someone's on the field, land. Most clubs race once a month. I'm from Canberra, CMRC. We'll meet once a month. We're in a little trailer set up. See our track today. Every race is a different track. We like. We're just closing the gate now and the pilots will get ready. When the pilots are ready, they'll give us a thumbs up when they put the goggles down. And we say thumbs up because most pilots use their thumbs. I'm a pincher. But I think we have 6 thumbs up, Timmy. And we press go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
We are often racing
Full
in this,
shot
which
prop
will likely be our
1.74.
last race before we move to the military working dog display. In this race, we have Prop FPV all the way from Western Australia. He's come here to compete. He's currently sitting in position number 8. Coming through the KJR corner into the start-finish gate
Prop
here.
1 lap
To
in
my left, to
17.22.
your left as well in the grandstands.
1 lap in
There, yeah, getting all
17.9.
kinds of caught up there, getting stuck. Papa Bear hanging around in the net. Aviation craft from the cadet team now coming through our Q-pylon spiral triple into the dive gate. All lights
Prop
out for
2
there,
laps
yeah,
in
potentially there. Papa Bear
31.64.
calls time on. Here's McQueen,
White
one of the
Rose
fastest
1 lap
cadets
in
I have seen in some
22.49.
years now. Coming through over the top of the
McQueen
guide
2
wire.
laps in
Prop
36.19.
FPV getting all kinds of topsy-turvy. He sits in position number 8. He recently
Aviation craft
competed
1 lap
in the
in
FAO World Cup
22.58.
over in Turkey, finishing in
Prop
7th
3
place
laps in
that event.
48.67.
Prop FPV now coming through the dive
Bear
gate
2
over
laps
the
in
top
50.3.
into the corkscrew to the back right.
McQueen
As you
3
see it
laps
in the
in
grandstands there,
53.33.
McQueen on a PB runner,
White
17.15
Rose
for
3
him.
laps in
He's sitting in
51.01.
position number 15 on our leaderboard.
Prop 3 laps in
White Foss from the
45.5.
Army team in position number 20 on the leaderboard with Prop FPV getting a 14.04, his fastest individual lap
McQueen
of the
3 laps in
competition on his 4th lap, last lap in qualifying before we see him in eliminations coming up very, very soon.
White Rose 3 laps
also on a
in
PB run. His fastest, a
74.09.
17.15, lap number 3. These pilots, as we have discussed, are finding
McQueen
more
3 laps in
speed in this track.
55.83. Papa Bear 3
Yeah,
laps
we're
in
just going to see them go faster and
88.97.
faster. They've learnt the course. They've memorised the racing lines they need to hit.
White Rose
and it's
3
just
laps
muscle
in
memory from here with that fast
71.95.
I think they're still finding where they can hit the throttle harder, where there's extra pace, where there's extra speed. I think eliminations are going to be very exciting from understanding
60
how pilots
seconds
will
remaining.
attack that competition, because we're no longer racing for time when we get to eliminations. It is for places.
McQueen
1 and 2
3 laps in
progress. 3 and 4
70.33.
will move to a redemption bracket with one more chance to stay in the competition.
Race
The
over.
track is cleared. The race is over. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our pilots in that qualifying heat.
Next up, round 32 time trial 8.
So those pilots that just raced, they'll go and collect their drones. Most of them hopefully have landed in the landing zone, which is in the middle. So once you've finished the race, you'll land in the landing zone. Some people have a switch to turn off their transmitter. The other ones will go collect their drones if they're caught up in the net or were unable to finish the race. They'll then inspect their drone for any damages they might have done. Hopefully they've just bent a prop, you can bend that back. But they might have done some more serious damage. So they might be able to head back to the pits, which is over here on our left. And a lot of people can do repairs or track repairs if they get desperate. Most pilots will have more than one drone. I'm flying about 3. Some people fly maybe 5 or 6, but most people have at least 1 or 2 drones. So that if one breaks and you don't have time to fix it, you just fly the other one. You'll also notice that most pilots will take out 2 drones to the starting block. And the reason they take out 2 is if one doesn't work, we don't have time to kind of try troubleshoot it, get it working. We're on a rapid pace here to keep maximum flying time, keep the drones in the air for you public.
Yeah,
So
so
if-
in this one we have from the Army Cadet team, a Wee Wee Choi. We have a McLovin. We also have the fastest cadets that in the military competition we had just last week, Shutter Speed. Now he represented Team Australia last year over in the Military International Drone Racing Tournament, part of that winning team. Team ADF, Team Australia winning the military competition. And I think if my data is correct, Australia has not lost that competition. So dominating military drone racing Australia since its inception. And the team are off in May to the United States to the Military International Drone Racing Tournament, hoping to retain that trophy, though I am confident, well, I am sure from what I hear around the traps that the other nations are starting to improve their pace on the track. So the top competition will be fierce and probably the toughest Team Australia has ever faced in a Military International Drone Racing Tournament. So pilots now making their way back. Video, we got. Looks like we got a drone still on 9DTR's channel. Someone with a spicy mayo is slow OSD sitting on the blocks. So someone possibly on the wrong channel on R6. I think I'm expecting McLovin.
We're just sorting out our frequencies here. Each pilot gets assigned a drone, a channel they transmit on, 1 to 8, and we can't share the same channel. So if 2 drones are transmitting on the same channel, obviously you can't receive two feeds.
The way that works, Simon, is that there's 2 types of radio links that are on the drone itself. There's a 2.4 gigahertz, so very similar to your Wi-Fi control link, which goes from the radio controller to the drone, and that uses a spread spectrum frequency hopping signal so that you can have as many control links as you can really in the air with no congestion. However, video feed, that's on a 5.8 gigahertz control video link, very similar again to your Wi-Fi, your 5.8 gigahertz you might have in your very own home. But for video, for latency, and for consistency, it needs to be on a fixed frequency, transmitting on a fixed power rating as well, and therefore pilots need to be separated across multiple channels, multiple frequencies that is, to ensure that there's no congestion in the radio airwaves. In frequency management is often a troubling, difficult thing for race directors at race clubs around Australia. So pilots, goggles down, thumbs up when you're ready. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
We are off a
Whole shot
slight
Wee Choi 2.3.
early start there. It looks like a 9DTR, but shutter speed, as we were saying, the fastest cadet here in the competition. He's our highest seed, sitting in position number 13 as he works his way through that spiral to the back left as you see it from the grandstand.
Shutter speed 1 lap in
5
18.47.
pilots in the air, which is great to see.
Yeah, certainly. Shutter speed now
McLovin
working away
1
lap
lap
number
in
2. McLovin
20.1.
onto lap number
Wee
2.
Wee
His
Choi
first
1
lap
lap
of
in
2010, the fastest for
27.3.
him. McLovin yet
9DTR
to get
1 lap in
3 laps, and I'm
26.37.
sure that will be his goal, to walk away a champion as in his own mind
McLovin 2 laps
here in
in
the competition. Wee Wee Choi
34.56.
getting topsy-turvy, a bit of
Whisper
a
1
ooh
lap
and an
in
ah for the crowd as they
36.51.
pile in to watch the racing here. 9DTR colliding, Wee Wee Choi, the goggles are up. Shutter speed as well, the goggles are up. Only 1 lap down. Oh, the smiles though. Smiles from the young kid. But a thumbs down, disappointing run, I guess, for him in some aspects, but still
9DTR 2 laps in
always a winner when you get in the air.
61.83.
Can be heart-wrenching
DTR
sometimes.
working through into the dive gate in the middle of the track. Spicy Mayo just cruising around. Got 2 laps down though. This is going to be the one. Can they get 3? Their last chance to do so. Last chance to make a tilt to the top
9DTR 3
32,
laps
and
in
Wee Wee Choi there.
85.1.
Battery looks to have collided. Looks to be at 1 volt. Left to rue what could have been, but he will be back to fight another day. Never down and out in drone racing. Get back up, bend the props, and get back in the air is what is the way to do it with a drone and in life. Spicy Mayo working
9DTR
through
3 laps
lap
in
number 3 now.
86.85. 60
Coming through that
seconds
final
remaining.
corner. Not Spicy Mayo, it's McLovin. He's got Spicy Mayo. Bit of shade thrown to the Army team pilot there in his
9DTR
OSD.
3 laps in
Round KJR corner,
62.04.
40 seconds left on the clock.
McLovin
3 laps
in
down, he moves 10 spots now into
127.03.
position number 56. McLovin from the Army Cadet team started this year at their boot camp program in January.
30 seconds
Learning
remaining.
to fly. Now, if you are a kid
9
or a
DTR
big
3
kid,
laps in 86.94.
any age, any gender, and you want to get into
McLovin
drone
3
racing, the
laps in
best way to do it could actually be here
127.39.
at the air show.
McLovin 3 laps
Head over
in
to the Mandis FPV tent.
120.12.
Favourites of ADF Drone Racing and proud sponsors. You can get
10
yourself
seconds
a
remaining.
beginner kit, a radio controller, and a license to the simulator for you to start practicing. Get all your crashing out on the simulator before you get your own real drone.
Finish your
McLovin now
lap
goes
and
through
then
the
land.
dive gate.
We've also got McLovin coming in here, just finishing up. Each pilot will try to do as many laps as they can. We're doing the fastest consecutive 3 laps. So if your first or second lap's not so great, you can kind of make it up in your 4th or 5th lap if you've got battery. The fast guys, they'll probably have to burn through their battery in the 3 laps anyway. So but we're measuring the fastest 3 consecutive laps, and we'll be ranked on that. We have about
McLovin
73
finished 3 laps
pilots
in
that have registered and flying today, so we want to find out
178.4.
where in that
Please
73 rank.
So
Race over.
Time is over. Race is over. Track is clear. Go collect your drones. We have 2 more races left in qualifying before we go
Next up, round
to
32
our
time
elimination
trial
finals
9.
in the competition.
So the pilots that were just flown, they'll go out and collect their drone, hopefully from the landing zone, which is in the middle there. Everyone will unplug their drone straight away and then come back with them. The next set of pilots that are here ready to fly, they'll go out onto the starting block.
Yeah, so we're going to have one more race up now. Now, for our crowd who are gathering, we're going to have our second last qualifier. We will then have our military working dog display. We will then move to our last qualifying race before the Australian Border Force dog display. But stay right in your seats after that, because we are going straight into elimination finals for our championship here at the Australian Airshow. Over to you, Andy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's great to see so many people here to come to drone racing. I'm a realist. I know you're here just to see the dogs, but let me take a couple of minutes just to explain what we're doing here. So this is drone racing. This is not the type of drones that you see that most of you have. These you don't go and buy from JB Hi-Fi. Those are the ones that have got stabilizers, GPS, high-quality digital cameras that you look over the fence at the neighbors. 6 months later, you put them in the drawer and you never see them again. These are Formula One fast racing. So we're just talking about a forward-facing camera, carbon fiber wings, and props, and then a big battery that depletes very quickly. These batteries will deplete in 3 minutes if you fly slow, 60 seconds if you fly fast. Watch some of these guys and you'll see fast racing.
Thank you, Andy. We are ready to rock and roll in our second last qualifier. Wait.
Wait. Pilot, stand down. There's a dog on the track. Sorry.
Yeah, so one more race and then over to our military working dogs. The dogs are keen. The crowd is keen. One more race and then the dogs can do their thing. Pilots, let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot IQ0
We are
1.7.
off now. This is where the competition gets interesting, and ladies and gentlemen, you are in for an absolute burner of a qualifier here. Our top qualifier, BMS Thomas, in his first pack of the day,
IQ
taking it
0,
easy,
one
had
lap in
taken top
14.44.
qualifying position off the pilot in the air right now,
Iceberg, one
IQ0,
lap
who
in
sits in second place.
17.61.
Can IQ0 take it back? BMS Thomas is sitting on the blocks, waiting and waiting to get clean air before he puts his laps down, but IQ0 now,
IQ0
lap
two
number
laps
2,
in
14s and 15s for
29.77.
him. He's 0.29 seconds away from being our top qualifier before
Iceberg, two
we
laps
move
in
into elimination
35.68.
finals. IQ0 now building, coming around KJR corner into the start finish gate.
IQ0
That's a
3 laps in
14.39. What does he have in
44.16?
him? Can he take it? Does he want it? Or is he content to race on a race pace heading into our elimination finals? And looks to be he's
Ravenous
slowing
1
up
lap in
slightly. Will he build
52.77?
now into this one? BMS Thomas
Iceberg
now
3 laps
taking,
in
about to take off. The video is
56.16.
on. Armed,
IQ0
launch
3
control
laps in
activated. He is
45.4.
off and racing. Our current TQ, BMS Thomas, is now in the air. IQ0 has called time. As we have Iceberg crashing out
IQ0
near
3
us,
laps in
crashing here
44.72.
into the race headquarters 10. It's all happening
BMS Thomas
on the
1
track
lap
and
in
off the track.
13.45.
Heat and speed everywhere. BMS Thomas now on lap number 2. Working through that spiral section
IQ0
over the top in the
3
final
laps
gate.
in
IQ0 just getting
45.69.
laps in now. 14s and
BMS
15s for
Thomas
him.
2 laps in
BMS Thomas at 12, 6, 7.
26.13.
That was the kind of pace we saw
Ravenous
from his
2
first
laps in
qualifier.
96.03.
This morning, IQ0 now over the top into that
BMS
final
Thomas 3
gate.
laps in
BMS Thomas now on lap number
38.51.
4, coming through that triple spiral into
IQ0
the
3
dive.
laps in
IQ0 just working around,
47.56.
calling time there on 7 laps. I think he's happy. I think he's
BMS
primed
Thomas
for
3 laps in
eliminations. Is IQ0
37.38.
happy to relinquish
60 seconds
TQ to
remaining.
BMS Thomas. And BMS Thomas again. 12 threes, 12 threes, 12
BMS
sixes.
Thomas 3 laps
This is
in
again a hot
37.24.
run, increasing his lead as our top qualifier.
Iceberg 3 laps in
He spoke before,
117.84.
after the last one, that there was more pace in it, and he is
BMS Thomas
finding
3
it.
laps in 37.2.
Is
30 seconds remaining.
you can only wonder
Ravenous
what could have
3
happened
laps
if the
in
pilots had more time on this track. Is
144.56.
an 11-second lap possible? But BMS Thomas solidifying his run.
Ravenous
He's
3 laps
positioned
in
as top qualifier
103.86.
with another personal best.
Iceberg 3 laps in 124.1.
It's amazingly fast racing. there.
Ravenous still in the air.
remaining.
She's on a... No, she's not on a PB run, it believes. 43 is a 48, and lap 4 will need to be removed. Iceberg back in the air as he then, well, hits the ground.
Finish your lap and then land.
Pilots will now bring it in from this lap. This is their last lap as we go live and large with Ravenous from the Army Cadet team. Coming through that corkscrew into the spiral section and crashing, rebooting the camera and flight controller, it seems.
Race over.
Race is over, track is clear. Pilots, go collect your drones and make it quick
Next
because
up,
those
round
dogs are
32 time
ready
trial
and
10.
hungry to come in. Make that transition quick because the dogs are keen. The crowd is keen.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to see the dogs. Where's Shaq?
Yeah, over to the dogs now. Thank you very much.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. How are we today? Give it a round of applause for the drone pilots. So I'm going to assume many of you are here today to see the dogs. Is that correct? That's great. So currently, right now, we have Corporal Ray and his military working dog, Cyclone. Today we're about to demonstrate some basic stuff, just basic obedience and general commands. Corporal Ray and MWD Cyclone are currently at 20 Squadron in Newcastle. Cyclone is one of our older dogs at the show at the moment at 7 years, but his age is not showing any signs of slowing soon. For any of you keen listeners in the crowd, some of you might recognize that Corporal Ray is giving German commands, as this dog understands some languages. As you can see, Corporal Ray has rewarded Cyclone with a tug. We generally try and reward these dogs for performing the correct actions. Each dog will have a reward that they deem high value. Each dog's going to be different. Cyclone here prefers the tug, Meanwhile, other dogs prefer balls, food, various other things. To these dogs, all these commands, and the work we do is just games them, and we try and keep them energized and driven through that. As you can see, Corporal Way has been working Cyclone from distance. This might be needed if we needed to move away from our dog, knowing our dog can assume and stay in that position that we tell it to. Right now, you can see some of Cyclone's party tricks. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, please, ladies and gentlemen. Corporal Ray and Cyclone. So that's just the basic stuff we use to help control our dog. Now, the RAF will employ their dog to detect, deter, and detain. So right now, we're going to go through some of our detaining methods that we employ the dog. So throughout the show, we're going to escalate in terms of what the dog can do. So right now, we have Corporal Blackman and her partner, MWD Onyx. Onyx is currently 5.5 years old, and her sister is here today as well, who is my partner, but she'll be coming out later this afternoon. Corporal Blackman and Onyx are currently posted in Catherine. Onyx is quite a bit energetic, and don't let her size fool you. She can and will knock people over. For any of you keen viewers have noticed on Corporal Blackman's hip is a muzzle. That is what it says. It will go over the dog's muzzle. It's leather with a little bit of a metal bar to help reinforce. So we'll be taking away the dog's ability to bite someone, which is their main asset. This also is another tool that we can use, and the training we do provides reassurance to the dog that they can still take someone down even without the use of their biggest asset. Whilst the practice is going on, we use a general second handler for safety measures. So this includes checking over dog equipment, make sure that the muzzle is fitted correctly for safety of the decoy. Now we've got quite a big crowd today, so I think we're going to have a pretty good choice. Does anyone want to come in, jump in the arena, and give a go of the dog? Anyone at all? All right, we got someone pretty loud. You're pretty mouthy, mate. You want to come give it a go? Hey, Onyx is sizing you up already. All right, come on in. We'll sort you out. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think he really knows what he's up for. So as you can see, Corporal Onyx has taken down the decoy. You right, run fast, mate. Yeah, that's ours now. Thanks, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Do you think he deserves another round? So whilst we're setting up for the next serial, do we have any questions from the crowd? Any sort of general queries that want answered from Corporal Blackman or myself? What do we feed them? Sorry? Training times of the day. Okay. So for training times, we'll work them all day. So as soon as we get in, basically straight onto the tools, we'll run the dogs, give them a bit of a physical training, a bit of health and fitness. From there, we'll work on what we need to. So say if we've identified as the dog's biting, not their strongest suit, we'll work on that. So we'll start them pretty low, and then we'll start adding layers of complexity to help build confidence. And that go for anything, whether that is environmental, so the dog's not stable around big crowds, or they don't like certain noises or smells, something like that. So we'll try and introduce complexities to them, starting very basically, and then helping them build their confidence up until eventually it's not a problem. In terms of what we feed them, generally feed them a bit of dry food. We also do mix in minced bones, being beef, lamb, pork, chicken, a bit of this, depending on what the dog can actually have, because every dog's a little bit individual. I've also seen eggs being used. So we'll use a bit of just about anything. We'll just try and mix it up for the dog, keep it fun for him. What breed of dog? Sorry? Preference on breed. So the RAF will employ Belgian Malinois or Malinois, depending how people say it, Belgian Mals for short. We don't use German Shepherds anymore, which is a big misconception. I think they've been phased out just to back and hip issues. But the Malinois has shown pretty good temperament for work, and they're quite a reliable working dog. Any other questions? How do they get allocated? So on the military working dog handler course, you start off as you are, and after a couple of weeks, the staff on the course will sort of assess who you are, because they know what the dogs, their personalities are like. They're just like people. So after a while, they've spent a bit of time with you and with the dog. They'll start assessing who you'd be suitable for the dogs, and they'll start pairing you based on that. Any other questions? Yep. Male or female? We use both. So Onyx was a female, just as you saw before. Cyclone back here is a male, so we try and use both. Can he attack on command? Yeah, generally, which we're about to see right now. So Corporal Ray and Cyclone are back on, and we'll be showing another sort of piece of the detaining. The muzzle's gone, so no one will be jumping in the arena this time. As you can see, we've got our decoy. For the dogs, this is their most favorite thing to do. After seeing what Cyclone is doing right now, anyone else want to jump in? So now this is another very important piece. The decoy acts as a second trainer. So not only does the handler train the dog for general stuff, but when it comes to the bite and the muzzle, the decoy becomes much more important. How they repay the dog through screams and yells, show the dog that the dog is doing the right thing and behaviors that we. Some of you may be asking if those screams are real. Sometimes we don't know. It is a big padded suit for anyone who hasn't felt it on our display table out the front, but you will still bruise through it. These dogs are quite a bit of bite force. So these dogs roughly bite around with 195 psi of force. So not very fun. And these dogs can run up to 45 kilometers an hour, weighing roughly to 30-40 kilos. If you try and catch one, you will be spun like a top, and you'll end up on the ground 9 times out of 10. So right there was one of our bites that we use and try and train the dog for. Currently that was on the arm of the tricep on the decoy's arm. So right now we're going through a forearm bite. Again, what the name sounds will be on the forearm of the decoy. We try and train different target pictures for the dog, depending on what the target is presenting. Whether it's the old classic run out with a knife over the head will provide certain things, or if they're trying to get away, or turn around, they'll sort of disable arms or whatever they can. For anyone with a good view might have noticed Cyclone's tail still wagging. Believe me, this is the dog's most favorite thing to do. I think anyone that we get out, they'd all be doing the same. So right there is our inside bite. So the decoy has raised their arm up. The dog is engaged onto the bicep of the decoy. From there, the decoy will wrap it up and resume the training. This is probably one of the most trusting bites that we do. And back on that training piece question that was asked earlier today, as you can see, the decoy is currently adding various amounts of pressure. So we want the dog to be able to engage the decoy and win the fight. So whether that is the decoy lifting the dog up, taking away one of its senses being sight, we want the dog to do its job effectively and keep doing its job until it wins the fight. So as you can see, we've taken him off the ground. Cyclone's still staying on, trying to beat the decoy. Not much will phase this dog, which is great for us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Cyclone. And another round of applause for the decoy. So that concludes our military working dog demo for this morning. Up next, we currently have the Border Force with their dogs. So definitely stay around and watch that. And then after that, we'll resume with drone racing. For anyone that has any questions, the military working dog team will be located over near the drone racing tent with their stand. Feel free to come up, ask questions, anything you need.
Morning, everyone. My name's Matt from the Australian Border Force Detector Dog Program. Today I've got with me Sarah Kate, who's gone to get a couple of our dogs who are ready for a demonstration. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the program as a whole and an overview of the dogs and what their training's like, and then we'll end up with a demo, 2 demonstrations. One's going to be a straight line of volunteers, and then one will be a scattered search with the same volunteers. And then after that, we'll do a meet and greet, and we can outside the tent, and we'll field some questions as well afterwards. So the Detector Dog program is a national program with 7 operational units nationwide. We've got 5 in the big ports, Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, WA, and 2 units in a couple of the smaller ports. We breed and develop Labradors specifically due to their great temperament, their high drive, and their versatility and their adaptability to work in numerous environments that we ask them to. We consider our dogs to be a mass screening tool, screening people in their luggage at airports, cargo and vessels at seaports, mail centres, and also assisting partner agencies as well. So the development of a dog begins at about 3 days of age, and pups undergo periodic assessments up until about 12 months of age. During those assessments, trainers will identify certain qualities such as intent, confidence, inquisitiveness, all while assessing the potential for training, further training for the dog. From about 9 weeks of age, puppies are placed with foster carers. Development officers at the dog program work closely with foster carers to ensure performance and development milestones are met throughout their time with foster carers. And this is where foster carers play a huge role in the development of our dogs and contribute hugely to their success. At about 12 months of age, dogs are selected to be on a training course with handlers. This course roughly lasts about 11 weeks, and training focuses on developing the dog's independent search and detection. And this is where dogs will learn new odours as well. So we start them off with Vegemite because it's quite a strong odour. That's what we call maintenance odour. And throughout course, they'll learn new odours. So we have 2 narcotic dogs with us today. And both handler and dog will learn various training techniques throughout the 11 weeks as well. We have what we call a variable reward program. So we've got the dummy, which is in our pockets here. That's their ultimate reward, food and praise as well. After the 11 weeks, dogs will graduate with a handler as a team and become fully operational detector dogs. So that's about it. That's a quick overview of our dogs in the program. These 2 dogs we have with us today, the red dog is Ace. He's quite a special boy. He's from an outside line. We didn't breed him. And my boy Dudley is the black Labrador. So we'll conduct the quick demonstration now. So if we can get our lovely volunteer to come up into the middle here, and we'll grab 10 to 15 other people. Any volunteer? Yep, come up. Come up, guys. Yep. That's not yours, mate. Hey? So this is what we typically see at an airport. So we'll line up passengers pretty much like this. And Sarah Kate is going to run Ace along the front of the passengers. And hopefully Ace gets the stim. And that's pretty much, that's a perfect run from Ace, and that's his ultimate reward, the dummy. So he's done what we wanted him to do. So I'll do what we call a scattered search with my boy Dudley. I'll do it off lead, so he'll have free reign to do what he wants.
So a scattered search is what we would do predominantly at the airport, around the carousel, searching passengers and their baggage coming from overseas. Dudley wants to give her a little kiss. And that's how it's done. Give it up for Dudley. Thanks, guys. We're going to do a meet and greet for photos, and if you want to come and say hello, ask any questions, we'll just be outside the tent if you want to come and see us. Thank you.
So don't go anywhere. We have the last qualifying heat of our racing tournament, and then we are into the money end of the competition, the double elimination finals, where we will crown our champion. Pilots now making their way out. We have our last qualifying heat, the last chance to make the top 32 here in the competition for these pilots. In this one we have HDZero all the way from Canberra. Ironoid currently sitting in position number 4. His last chance to make a tilt for the top 3. Just in time, the godfather, the poster boy of Air Force drone racing. Dim Sim FPV all the way from FPV Rebels in Brisbane, hitting stuff the local pilot, and Joycey from the Navy drone racing team.
Through our past couple qualifying matches, we've seen Joycey's drone, an absolute magnet to the race director tent.
Certainly, he loves it over here. I think crashing into netting, crashing into the pilots, that goes the button, that indicates we are a minute to get away, get underway here in drone racing.
You know the rules, and so do I.
Oh yeah, Bear, you're sitting on one of the pilot chairs, by the way. You're sat on one of the pilot chairs currently. Yeah, I will hand this over. HDZero is a standing pilot, so for this race, we don't need an extra chair. HDZero, one of our rare standing pilots. Everyone else gets dizzy while they're flying, but HDZero has it in the bag.
Yep, so 3, 4 video. Dim Sim is out, he's pulled out. He's not feeling well. He's going to save himself for final. So we have Ironoid as well in this one. Video on for all pilots. The tent is closed, the track is clear. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Ironoid, our fastest
Whole
pilot
shot
in this heat,
Ironoid,
taking off immediately. He
1.68.
is currently in 4th place, 0.14 seconds away from our 3rd placing pilot, who is, I believe, Davey FPV. He comes through our slalom, around our upward spiral and around into KJR corner, finishing his first lap at a
Ironoid 1 lap in
13.59 seconds. This is a
13.59.
hot race for Ironoid. Can he move up in the rankings? Changing around our eliminations a bit, just a little bit, but he is still in that top 32, 100%.
Ironoid smooth in through the dive gate, out into the final gate now. KJR corner, that's a 13.5. 4 consistency of picture. Perfect. 2, 1 and 2 into the dive gate, nice and smooth. Into the corkscrew goes Ironoid in position number 4 now, hoping to make the top 3. Change up the positioning of our top 32. Ironoid 0.14 seconds over 3 away. Can he do it? This will be the lap. This is the one, his last chance to do it. Last qualifying round. Ironoid through the spiral over the top. There's plenty of pace on the track through the KJR corner. Ironoid. Oh no, 12.86. Can this be it? Sub 13 second laps for Ironoid now. Does he have the battery? No, just pulling up there.
Meanwhile, we have Hit and Stuff, who just hit some stuff a little bit, hit the dive gate there, but he's still up and running. He's coming around through our slalom.
Never gets old, that one, never gets old.
He hits a couple more things. Someone is on the floor, I believe that is HDZero.
Ironoid getting faster and faster over his laps. 1, 2, 3, and 4, consistently taking off 0.25 of a second each lap.
Just in time should be taking the name Hit and Stuff here, because he has hit a little bit too much stuff in this race. Every second I hear him go bang, bang, bang into something new. Nonetheless, he is coming through the dive gate. Nice
stuff, 3 laps in 79.12.
Stuff now. He's coming around at our
Joycey hitting the ground there, coming in and sputting in. In and out of the corkscrew goes Hit and Stuff now into that slalom section. Into the spiral, a slight tweak of the flag there, making all the difference in track speed for our pilots. Just in time on lap number 4. HDZero back and alive on lap number 3. He's in 47th position, just in time in 42nd. 42 seconds left on the clock to make your final tilt to the top 32 for these 3 pilots in the air. Hit and Stuff is safe. He is in finals.
30 seconds remaining.
He's most certainly there, sitting in position number 4.
Just in time, 3 laps in
turning his mind now to
115.46.
heads up racing. 18 seconds left on the clock. 3 pilots in the air. That of Just in Time from the Air Force, Joycey from the Navy, and making the trip down from
10
Canberra
seconds
HDZero. Over the top of the guide wire he goes, as Just in Time comes into our spiral section just behind him, 2 to 3 gates away.
HDZero 3
Joycey, every time my eyes flick to his screen, I'm just looking at the grass and dirt. Just in
Joycey
time,
finished 3
calling
laps
time,
in
the goggles are up.
182.74.
The poster boy of
Please
Air
land.
Force Drone Racing, happy with that run. HDZero now, the only pilot in the air. The buzzer goes, he will finish this lap coming through that slalom section into the spiral. And over the top, the guide wire. Last gate on qualifying into KJR corner for the last time in
HDZero
qualifying.
finished 3 laps in 112.18.
No position changes
Please land.
in this heat, meaning our top 32 is locked in. Track is clear, pilots
Race
go
over.
and collect your drones. So we now turn to race director Tim as he finalises the top 32 pilots to feature in our double elimination competition now to crown our champion in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, I've been pretty busy in the background trying to preemptively get time ready. So before that last race, I basically had calculated what everything would be, and then I was like, I only need to change it if a miracle happens. And in that last lap, I could see it. No miracles today in that very last race, Bear. So we already have the final top 32 results. So I'm going to play those. The path's already getting ready for that first race. So this may be our fastest turnaround getting into a final 32 bracket I've ever done.
I think ever, yeah, certainly. So BMS Thomas there, the big change. Round 11 taking out the top
Next up,
qualified
round
position.
1, race 1.
ImmersionRC's in second with Davey in third. Ionoi just up before in fourth place and Dim Sim in fifth. Disky takes sixth, Squid in seventh. Now some changes with pilots pulling out overnight. The withdrawal of Bones shakes things up. Withdrawal of Huey. The withdrawal of Heapsy. Newey Wep as well. Local Melbourne pilots not competing, which means that 9 DTR scrapes in, as does Nug Nug, as does Wee Wee Choi and Red Dog. Unfortunately, Nacho, not enough for them. They are in 33rd with Ida, Hopper, Crush Bias, and the rest now eliminated from the competition. So in our first heat up, we will have our TQ BMS Thomas against Iceberg, Tilted, and 9 DTR. So pilots now getting ready. Top 32, double elimination. Now the process for double elimination. For those in the crowd that are watching, pilots will race off 4 in a race. Pilots in positions 1 and 2 progress and stay within our winners bracket. Those in 3 and 4 in their first race will move down into the redemption bracket where they have one more chance to remain in the competition. The equation's pretty simple, really. You need to stay in positions 1 and 2 in your races if you wish to move all the way through the competition to our Chase the Ace final. Positions 1 and 2 continue, 3 and 4 at risk. So up now, Iceberg and 9 DTR. 9 DTR and Iceberg up now in our first race of our 32 double elimination. Currently, as it stands, Tilted for Melbourne Multi-Rotor and Thomas Bittenmada also from Melbourne. Tell you what, Tim, they sure do breed them fast down here in Melbourne in the drone racing scene. Our top 2 pilots in qualifying, BMS Thomas and ImmersionRC, both coming and racing from Melbourne Multi-Rotor Racing Club and Eastside FPV. R8 for 9 DTR.
I said this a while ago, all in the chat, man. Go now. Race 8.
Waiting on an iceberg.
Racing. This is finals or eliminations out here.
So BMS pilots, all pilots now on the blocks, ready to get up and racing. Our top qualifier, BMS Thomas, Tilted from Melbourne Multi-Rotor Racing Club, who qualified in position 26. Iceberg, who qualified in position number 17, and 9, DTR, who scraped in to position number 32. Pilots, please, when you're ready, plug in so we can get underway and racing. So our pilots here have been grinding and working hard through 10 rounds of qualifying here under the big top at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon. No longer are we racing for time, we are racing for positions. This is your only chance to continue to be crowned a champion of our drone racing tournament here at the air show. Pilots now conducting their pre-flight checks, ensuring that they have video, ensuring that their drones are ready to race. How does each pilot approach racing in this one is the question. The pace that we saw in qualifying, is it what they will maintain? Do they risk crashing and losing positions? Do they try and maintain the pace in qualifying, pushing and tussling, bustling through, trying to move on onto the leaderboard? 4 laps, pilots, 4 laps in this race. No video for Iceberg, we have OSD. No video for 9DTR, no video for Tilted, but Tilted looks to be on a switch. I'm not too concerned. Video for BMS Thomas, but Iceberg and 9DTR, we have nothing for you. Grace is afforded, obviously, from the button here in finals, but that grace has to have a limit.
Not good picture, Iceberg.
Yeah, we have looks like we have a HDZero pilot on R2 at the moment, potentially.
Someone's got analog power on. That's someone plugged in.
Can you turn off?
You're on the right. How about? I'll swap you. You have no camera. You got no camera, mate. The camera's dead.
Okay, 3 pilots up. Rodeo pilots, video on, 9DTR, a late withdrawal, unable to have his drone in functioning order on the start blocks. Pilots, goggles down, thumbs up. This is live racing. Positions 1 and 2 continue. Position 3 will move to our redemption bracket.
Starting on the tone in less than 5.
We are off and racing. BMS Thomas there taking the whole shot now, coming through that Q5 pilot spirals. Over the top he goes into the dive gate. Iceberg in third, Tilted in second. Tilted now making his way into the dive as Iceberg is just ahead of him now, making his way into the corkscrew. In second place is Iceberg, in third is Tilted. BMS Thomas now onto lap number 2, 12.92, lap number 1 for him. Tilted into the corkscrew as Iceberg now moves onto the lead lap with BMS Thomas. BMS Thomas now about to move onto lap number 3 here as he is well ahead by a good lap. Iceberg in second place coming through the dive gate. Tilted in third place, working his way now into the dive. BMS Thomas coming through the spirals. Last gate of lap number 3 for him through KJ corner. Now onto the final lap is BMS Thomas. 13.8. He's starting to slow down. He has the breathing room. Iceberg now coming through the spiral up over the top. Now Q-Pipe pile spot into the dive gate he goes as BMS Thomas takes the win as easy as he can do. The fastest lap of the final so far for BMS Thomas was lap number 4 with Iceberg in second, Tilted in third, both pilots on lap number 3. Coming through into the final gate on lap number 3 is Iceberg out in front. Iceberg now onto the final lap as Tilted coming through the spiral. Last gate of lap number 3 for Tilted. He's 2 to 3 gates away behind. He could potentially, Iceberg will need to hold on. Iceberg now through the corkscrews, Tilted into the dive gate. Iceberg now through the spiral coming up and over the guide wires. Tilted now coming into the spiral himself, but Iceberg will take second place and progress. Tilted now through KJR, 4 seconds behind Iceberg. BMS Thomas and Iceberg will progress to in our winners bracket. We will see Tilted in our redemption race.
Well done, track's clear. Pilots, go collect your drones.
So we have just been advised of a review.
Race over.
Top 2 go through. That is correct, but there's been a request for a review. Our race director Tim will have
Next
a look.
up, round 1 race.
All the quads transmit on a certain frequency, and here in mission control we've got a receiver, and we can.
Sorry, I'll just do a little bit.
Roger.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most exciting part of the drone racing because up to now we've been doing like Formula 1 qualifying. So previous to this, what they've had to do to qualify is they've had to go around 3 laps. I call it surviving. So they survive 3 laps, they get a time for that, and then they improve their time to go up the leaderboard. So the top 32 pilots now are in elimination stages. So you don't see any casual starts now. It's all just like Formula 1. They qualify. Once they've qualified, they race. Once they race, they all go into pole positions and they're all ready to go. So it's fast and furious and it's very exciting as they all go. They're all competing with each other around that course. And that first corner is just like Formula 1 where the excitement occurs.
So all our pilots are coming onto the starting block and plugging in their drones, but we're doing some review. Maybe don't plug in yet, we're still doing some review. So don't plug in just yet. We're not ready, we're still doing some review. Don't plug your drones in yet because they'll overheat. So we don't leave our drones plugged in because they're air cooled. So if the air's not going over the drone, the video transmitter gets quite hot. And if it overheats, it'll start power cycling and we won't get good video. Once the quad's in the air, it'll cool off and be fine. We're just doing a video review, so all our quads are transmitting. We can fly 8 quads at any one time. Here we receive all the pilots' video feed, and it's all recorded.
Results are official. BMS Thomas in first and Iceberg in second. Pilots plug in, ready to go. So we have Aeroplane Jelly from the Army Cadet Team, Fizz from Outer Heaven, Third Eye from Melbourne, and Prop FPV from the west coast of Australia. Prop FPV qualifying in 8th. Fizz in 9th. Aeroplane Jelly coming through in 26th. It looks like on my leaderboard. Some changes have certainly happened with pilots withdrawing. The tent is being secured. Pilots, goggles down, thumbs up when you are ready. Radio pilots, let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off,
Whole
heads
shot
up racing
cost
here.
1.55.
The whole shot going to Prop FPV. The pilot sitting in position number 8 on our leaderboard. I've had some changes here looking through. Here we go, Fizz now coming through. He's in second place based on the whole shot. Prop FPV first through the gate, Starfish gate. Fizz not far behind. He's in second. 1 and 2 progress. Airplane Jelly in 4th place. Third Eye in 3rd. All positions matter. All positions matter here. But first and second is Prop and Fizz respectively, followed by Third Eye, followed by Airplane Jelly. Prop now onto lap number 3. Fizz onto lap number 3. 1.8 seconds away, and Fizz collides with the exit of the front straight, coming back through. Oh no, starting to get a little topsy-turvy coming through that Q-pile and spiral as Third Eye now has gained on him. Coming into the dive gate is Third Eye. Into the out of the corkscrew goes Fizz. An opportunity now for Third Eye. If Fizz can hold on, he's through the spirals now, as is Third Eye. Fizz now onto the final lap. Prop through the corkscrews. Third Eye onto his final lap as well.
Yeah, definitely
Not much between Third Eye and Fizz. The battle for second and third is on as Prop takes the win and progresses. Third Eye just ahead. Half a gate, 2 gates now. Fizz takes second. Here comes Third Eye, 2 seconds behind Fizz. What could have been an Airplane Jelly will take 4th. Oh, a bit of a heart stopper there for Third Eye and Fizz. The error by Fizz on the exit of our front straight. Kept it cool and calm, but the opportunity there for Third Eye. He was hunting. Race is over. Track is clear.
Next up, round 1, race 3.
Yeah, definitely doing some fast times there. I think every pilot got a PB of one of their laps.
Yeah, that is in finals though, so separate recording and data for that one. But oh, every corner, every gate, every millimeter on the track mattering here in the Thunderdome. You cannot afford a single error in heads-up racing, and Fizz almost learnt that the hard way. So up now we have sub 20 from the Army Cadet team, Dixie from Eastside FPV, Houdini down from Canberra, and from the Army team, White Boss. Pilots now conducting their pre-flight checks. Getting ready to race. Video for Dixie, video for sub 20. White Foss on a switch. He's giving me the thumbs up already. He's ready to rock and roll. Houdini just restarting his drone, getting it ready, getting it race ready. R7 for Houdini, R7 for Houdini. Waiting on video for Houdini. We've got it now. This is Heads Up Racing, top 32 double elimination, thumbs up. When you're ready, pilots. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Dixie
shot
almost
sub 21.6.
falling off the blocks there as we come through this. First through the whole shot is sub 20 from the cadets. In second place, White Foss. Third is Dixie. Fourth place is Houdini as he swirls around the dive gate, having a second look at it. Coming through now, KJR corner. First is sub 20 from our cadets. In second place is Dixie. Third is White Foss, not far behind. Houdini now coming through the corkscrew, still on his first lap. Sub 20 now into the corkscrews. Now Dixie into the corkscrews. Sub 20 trying to hold on. Coming through the spirals now, the final gate of lap number 2. Into KJR corner. White Foss, 20 in the lead. Onto lap number 3. Lights out for Houdini. Dixie in second. White Foss in third. Dixie onto lap number 3 as White Foss now comes onto his third lap. Sub 20 out in front. Coming through the spiral now over the top. Dixie and Sub 20 out in front. 1 and 2 with White Foss now through the dive gate. Sub 20 onto the final lap, as is Dixie through the Q-pipe pole and spirals. They are to flat neck and neck as they are racing through here together. Sub 20 now into the spirals. Dixie into the spirals. Mirror images here in the video feed as they come through the start-finish gate. Oh, Sub 20 takes the win. Dixie in second. White Foss in third with Houdini crashing out early. Neck and neck. Sub 20 got out in the lead at the start and Dixie followed him the entire way through. Sub 20 and
Race
Dixie
over.
come that final lap. They were neck and neck. A mirror image in our video feed here.
Next up,
We have a
round
dive
1,
gate
race
repair.
4.
We need to get that up and ready for our next race. When you're racing like this, 1 and 2 progress in the competition. 3 and 4 get pushed down into a bracket where they need to win to stay in the competition. When the two pilots there, Dixie and Sub 20, were so far out in front, yet racing each other for first, the risk is that they collide, taking each other out, leaving the door open for another pilot to steal the win. There's a lot of tactics in play when it comes to elimination finals. The top-seeded pilots often need to think about how they want to progress in the competition. So, stand by. Yeah. So, up now we have Red Dog, Mac Daddy, Hit and Stuff, and Ironoid. They are all out there and ready.
We're no strangers to love.
But
You know the
first
rules,
time
and so
in
do
eliminations, indicating we are less than a minute to get started, adding additional stress and additional pressure to our pilots here in elimination racing. Positions 1 and 2. Ironoid, the highest seeded pilot in this one. Mac Daddy is our next highest, with Red Dog just scraping through into our top 32. There's the buzzer, the tent is secured. Thumbs up across the board, pilots. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
There's the tone,
Whole
there's the
shot
buzzer.
Ironoid 1.79.
First through the whole shot is Ironoid, the highest seed pilot, coming through the Q-pipe pylon, triple into the dive gate. He goes over the top into the corkscrew. Mac Daddy currently in third place, hitting stuff out in front, coming through the corkscrew, but Mac Daddy there makes the pass down into the spiral section of the track. Red Dog is down and in the dirt. Here comes Mac Daddy. Ironoid already onto lap number 2, 14.55 for him. We don't care about times, we care about positions here. Coming through the spiral now on lap number 2, it goes Ironoid through into KJR corner, in through into Pacific start finish gate. Is like out go for Red Dog. Video back on for Red Dog. Mac Daddy in second place, hitting stuff in third. It is currently sitting as they seed in this race. Ironoid out in front now on lap number 3, moving on to the final lap of the race. Mac Daddy now coming through the dive gate on lap number 3, hitting stuff, working away on lap number 2. There is plenty of breathing room for pilots here in this one in their current position. Oh no, Ironoid collides with that gate that pilots have been crashing with all week in qualifying. He's back up now, coming through the spiral. He has plenty of time, plenty of space, but oh my goodness, the bips and bobbles of drone racing. Thankfully, able to get up. It seems a collision there with MacDaddy and Ionoid is what resulted in that. Pilots in 1 and 2. I spoke about it in the last race. Pilots in 1 and 2 with lots of breathing room need to think tactically to ensure they progress in the competition. You don't want an error like that to mean you have to fight your way through the redemption bracket. But Chiz is done. Chiz finishing in 3rd. Red Dog out on lap number 1. Race is over. Track is clear. The drama team is unfolding.
Next up, round 1, race 5.
We have a pilot on in the cadet pits. I saw that. So up now we have Davey FPV, our 3rd place TQ in the competition. Wee Wee Choi from the cadet team, along with McQueen and Louis from the Army drone racing team. So, as we spoke, McQueen, Davey FPV, Louis, McQueen and Davey, our highest seeded pilots, our top pilots in this race off here in elimination finals. Davey FPV qualifying in 3rd. He designed the track all the way from Canberra. He's travelled to compete here at the highest level. McQueen, one of the more fancied cadet pilots. That's the button.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
The ever contentious red button come finals time, that is for sure. Waiting for Wee Wee Choi, goggles down, thumbs up across the board, waiting. Wee Wee Choi gives me a thumbs up. We are ready to go racing. Video on McQueen and Louis.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are
Whole
off
shot,
and
McQueen,
racing
1.74.
here. McQueen with the whole shot. 2nd is Davey. 3rd is Louis. Wee Wee Choi all coming through now into the dive gates they go. McQueen out of the corkscrew. Davey already out into the spirals. He's out in front. Coming through KJ out corner now. Davey in the lead on lap number 2 now. McQueen in 2nd place as he makes his way onto lap number 2. Louis in 3rd over the top of the spirals. Wee Wee Choi working through the corkscrew section. So as it stands, as they are seated, Davey FPV in 1st, McQueen in 2nd, Louis in 3rd, Wee Wee Choi in 4th. Davey FPV now coming through into the Q pilot pilots, triple spirals into the dive gate on lap number 3. McQueen now onto the lead lap with Davey on lap number 3 here. Here comes Davey now through the spiral section over the top. Last gate of lap number 3. Here comes Davey now. Final lap for Davey. Q pilot spirals as McQueen coming through. About to make his way onto the final lap as well. Davey FPV through the corkscrews. Here he goes, spiraling down, well out in front with plenty of air to breathe. Here comes Davey taking the win. Davey finishing up as the winner with McQueen now currently in 2nd in the corkscrews down. Coming through the spiral section now. Over the top of the guide wires he goes. Final gate, final corners. 2nd place is McQueen. Davey and McQueen will progress. Wee Wee Choi on the dirt. Lee from the Army team now on the final lap coming through the spirals. And over the top of the guide wires, I'm joined by Aeroplane Jelly here in commentary. Race results. We still have Wee Choi in the air trying to get back up. Regardless, he will take fourth in this race. So Wee Choi calling time there. Bring it into land, and Wee Choi locking in fourth place. Race is over. Track is clear.
Next up, round 1, race 6.
Can I have a Red Dog to the headquarters, please? Red Dog with the controller to the headquarters, please.
So up next in this race, we have Dim Sim, Shutter Speed, Bear, and Aviation Craft. Now, can we get a repair team on our down dive gate, please? Some of our red shirts to the down dive gate to help with a quick repair. Or any leftover unqualified pilots to help, or anyone that is currently available to come and help fix our dive gate. The gate has fallen off of the pole. So we need around 3 or 4 people. We have 1 volunteer currently. Paging a Red Dog, Mickey McMullen to the stands, please. Paging a Red Dog, paging Red Dog with Bear's controller, please. So in this race, we have 2 of our cadet pilots, Aviation Craft and Shutter Speed. Now, we didn't get to see Aviation Craft's full potential in the military races. He unfortunately had to take the L early because his drone was not working. So he has reverted back to an analog drone for this race. However, he's plugged in a dead battery. He has plugged in a battery that is currently on 3.68 volts unless he has high volt charged it. Has he high volt charged it? Never mind. He is getting some interference from somebody else that is plugged in on R8. Never mind. No, he isn't. That's fine. Shutter Speed, you are now on race band 2. Bear, we can see your video as well. However, you are on Dim Sim's channel. You are to move to R7. Yeah, that's because someone's on your channel right now. Melwaney is on your channel. Shutter Speed is running my drone, so I'm really hoping he doesn't break it. So Shutter Speed is running an analog drone. Whoever is plugged in on R8, can we unplug so Shutter Speed can change channels, please? Shutter Speed, you're able to do that through OSD menu. ELRS is cooked on that one. Right channel. Shutter Speed just quickly changing his channel. You're on race band 2. Yes, correct. Okay, perfect. We have got a Shutter Speed on race band 2. We have got an Aviation Craft on race band 8. We have a Bear. Is Dimson on the right channel? He's sat here nice and calm. I reckon he is. Little chuckle from him. Okay, if we can have our pilots walking into the pits shortly. Has anyone pressed the button? No, Dimsim is being very nice and not pressing the button. We will wait until we get a thumbs up from all 4 of our pilots before we begin this race. Don't you worry, Bear. So our top placing pilot currently in this round is Dim Sim FPV, who qualified in 5th, was it? Dim Sim FPV, who qualified in 5th place for yesterday and today. After that, we have Shutter Speed, our 3rd placing military pilot from the Army Cadet Drone Racing team, who qualified in 11th place. We are waiting on Shutter Speed's goggles to quickly review. Dim Sim is sick and tired of waiting.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules.
Okay, thumbs up from Shutter Speed, thumbs up from Bear, thumbs up from Aviation Craft, thumbs up from Dim Sim. We can start.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Close
Whole
false start
shot
from
bear
Dim Sim, however, he managed to
1.94.
maintain it. He comes through currently in 1st place from the whole shot. This is something we have not seen from Dim Sim before. Taking it nice and slow, coming in through our dive, overtaking every single pilot on this race, coming through our corkscrew, coming through our slalom. I didn't even see any other pilots in this race. Bear takes a tumble, lights out for Bear. This gives Shutter Speed and Aviation Craft a chance. However, Aviation Craft a bit topsy-turvy on that pillar right by that little awkward spiral up. This basically gives Dim Sim and Shutter Speed easy leeway to come into our top bracket. Dim Sim coming through on his 2nd lap with a massive 17.14 seconds. Meanwhile, Shutter Speed coming around with a 19.83 seconds. Nice and consistent from Shutter Speed. Dim Sim coming around our corkscrew, coming around through our slalom, coming through our upward spiral. He's taking it nice and slow. He knows he has plenty of space to win this race. Meanwhile, Shutter Speed also taking it nice and slow, coming around our upward spiral to finish his 3rd lap with a 20.18 second. We also see Dim Sim with a 17.05 seconds. That is faster than his 2nd lap, despite him looking slower on the track. He takes home 1st place. Shutter Speed coming around our slalom and through our upward spiral. Dim Sim getting some extra lap time in. Shutter Speed finishing in 2nd place. And Aviation Craft taking home 3rd. Feel free to get some extra stick time in, Aviation Craft. Finish that 4th lap. Dim Sim getting a little bit of practice in. However, we will ask him to land shortly after Aviation Craft finishes up. Coming around KJR corner. Dim Sim has landed. Aviation Craft has landed. Pilots, please go and collect your quads. That was a bad lights out from Bear there at the very start. Not even getting a whole shot in. We hope we can see his drone back up and running. Oh, we did get a whole shot in. Never mind, guys. We hope you can see his quad back up and running because there are 2 pilots flying this drone in this event. So next up in this race, we have Mish, Delegator, Squid, and Mad Dog. So in this race, we have 3 out of our 4 pilots from the military finals. Squid taking home 1st place for the military, Mish taking home 2nd, and Mad Dog taking home 4th. This is going to be a heated race as we see 3 out of 4 of our final military pilots coming up to race each other once again in the very first heat of the day. We see video for Squid. We have video for the Delegator. However, that is actually not the Delegator's video, that is Mish's. Where is the Delegator? Delegator is waiting. We now have video for Mish on race band 1. Loud noise incoming, everybody. Okay, all of our pilots coming in. We are waiting on Mish. So our highest placing pilot in this heat is Squid. Okay. So our pilots are ready. We are just waiting on the gate to be closed up by Bear here. Bin Chicken coming around to spot his fellow Air Force team pilot, Delegator. Can we get a thumbs up from pilots/spotters if they are ready? Bin Chicken, Delegator, are we ready? Squid is giving us a nod. Okay. Timmy?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Some terrible noises on our
Whole
start
shot
blocks as
Mish
someone takes a tumble.
1.48.
That is Mad Dog. Mad Dog with a loose or bent or incorrect prop gives Mish and Squid the win for this race. Squid has taken a tumble on our corkscrew. Mish coming out in first for the first lap. Meanwhile, Squid trying to take it home. The Delegator's taking it nice and smooth. He knows he's got third in the bag for this race at least. Squid comes around on our upward spiral, gaining on Mish. However, Mish is taking the lead by at least half a track. Mish coming out through our first gate, around KJR corner and through the start-finish gate. He comes around the split S now, up on his third spiral on his third lap. This is a 4-lap race, pilot, so please keep enough battery for that. Mish coming through on our corkscrew. Squid slowly catching up. Mish takes a tumble, getting topsy-turvy on our auger spiral, giving Squid the chance to overtake him. Squid has now taken the lead despite his crash on his first race, giving us a 14.96 on his second lap. Meanwhile, Mish slowly gaining on him. Mish is now up in front. This is a heated race, ladies and gentlemen. Mish takes a tumble. Squid coming through on his final lap to take home the win. Mish on the floor. Can he get back up? Delegator still has a lap to go. All Mish needs to do is finish, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up around KJR corner to take home second place. The Delegator finishing his final lap to give us third place in this heat due to some incorrect prop rotation for pilot Mad Dog.
Race over. Next up, round 1, race 8.
So for our next race from Melbourne, we have ImmersionRC and There Yet. We also have Bin Chicken from the Air Force team and Nug Nug from the veteran team. Now, the current pilot to watch in this race is pilot ImmersionRC. He held top qualifying time yesterday for basically the entire day before today. BMS Thomas with a steamy run takes home TQ for the event. Winners bracket will continue after this race. So the rounds are on the screen. Round 1, we have BMS Thomas, Iceberg, Prop FPV, and Fizz on round 2, race 1. Our next race, we have Sub 20, Dig Ski, Ironoid, and Mac Daddy. After that, for round 2 winners bracket, race 3, we do not know our pilots yet. However, if I have called your name, please get ready for your next race.
So up now, There Yet.
So I will come and shut the gate. Oh no, Nacho will.
There Yet, ImmersionRC, both from Melbourne. Nug Nug from the veteran team and Ben Chicken from the Air Force in this one. ImmersionRC second on our leaderboard, our highest seated pilot, followed by There Yet, Ben Chicken, then Nug Nug. Thumbs up across the board, pilots. Thumbs up from ImmersionRC. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Racing for positions
Whole
here
shot
now with our
ImmersionRC
second
1.57.
highest qualifier, ImmersionRC out in first. Second place, Nug Nug through the whole shot, followed by third, There Yet, followed by Bin Chicken. Nug Nug taking a tumble, ImmersionRC now through the spirals into that last gate of the lap. Lap number 2, onto lap number 2 goes ImmersionRC, and still no pilot yet joining him on that lead lap. There yet now into second place, onto the second lap. Into the spirals goes ImmersionRC, onto lap number 3. There yet in second place, coming out of the corkscrew now into the spiral section. ImmersionRC now about to make his way onto the final lap. Plenty of breathing room from him as there yet in second place comes through the dive gate. Nug in third. He's on lap number 2 and Bin Chicken has binned it on lap number 1. ImmersionRC now coming around the last gate. KJR corner in Situ Pacific, and it's as easy as that for our second place ImmersionRC. There yet out in second now. He's on his final lap now into the Q-pipe pile and triple spiral into the dive gate. Nug in third place, a lap behind. The results pending any disaster should be locked in as there yet crosses the line for second, confirming Nug to take third.
Devastation from Bin Chicken there, crashing out on his very first lap. He will move on to our losers bracket. It is not over for Bin Chicken. And it is not over for Nug either. He has finished his fourth lap and is coming into land.
So Nug finishing in third place. When he comes into land, the race is over. Track is clear.
Sick, race over.
Okay. Now I believe we are moving on to our winners bracket round 1.
Next up, round 2,
so
race
that is
1.
Iceberg, BMS Thomas, Fizz, and Prop FPV.
Yeah.
Iceberg, a brand new pilot to drone racing, coming all the way from Turkey, managing to finish second in his race despite being in a race with the BMS Thomas and staying in our winners bracket. We'll have to see if he can stay in that top bracket for the next race.
Yeah, this is where our winners start to get separated out. Pilots 1 and 2 continue on in our winners brackets. Pilots 3 and 4 will then drop into our redemption brackets. As our race director, Timitron, populates the race results.
So for this race, we have no channel changes. Everybody is on the right channel.
Yeah.
Iceberg needs to run.
Iceberg running out of the block to go get something.
Iceberg needs to change something. I couldn't quite understand what he said because he was a little bit panicked. He's getting a different quad. Something is wrong with his quad.
Oh.
Okay, Iceberg, this is the elimination bracket, so we understand that you need time, and we will let you have that time.
BMS Thomas, our TQ. Fizz in the top 8. The tent is getting locked. Goggles are down. Thumbs up across the board, pilots. Waiting on Iceberg to be ready. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
BMS Thomas out with the whole shot. Iceberg getting topsy-turvy coming through the first start gate. Fizz in third, Prop in second. Somewhat as they are seated now. BMS Thomas now into lap number 2. 13.3 for him. Prop FPV on lap number 2, trying to get out close. He is a few spirals away from BMS Thomas. Prop FPV in second. BMS Thomas out in front. Fizz in third. Iceberg in fourth place. BMS Thomas down to lap number 3. Prop FPV onto lap number 3 now. Fizz working his way onto lap number 3 as well. Fizz pushing hard now. Can he catch Prop? Bemis Thomas now coming through. He'll be onto his final lap now. As Bemis Thomas now comes through our Q-Pipe pylon spirals. Prop FPV onto the final lap. Fizz onto the final lap. 2.1 seconds away. Fizz from Prop. The pressure now is mounting as Bemis Thomas takes the win. Prop FPV coming through the final spiral. Spiral gate, KJ corner. Prop takes second. Fizz a gate and a half behind takes third, and Iceberg down. Goggles
Race
up
over.
after 1 lap.
The computer is quick to point out any breakdown.
Yeah,
Next
video was
up,
dodgy
round
on
two,
race
race
band
two.
2 as well.
So race
Next
over.
up, we need a sub 20, a dig ski, a Mac Daddy, and other one.
So just a quick video review here from our race director, Tim. Just reviewing the video there, some patchy, scratchy video on race band 1.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think you're on A.
And a bit of scratchy stuff on race band 2 that we are picking up. There are the jets overhead. There are a lot of weird atmospherics. The horizontal lines indicate a digital sort of interference. Always difficult here at an active airfield. Just reviewing the results as our next group of pilots, Dixie, Mac Daddy, Ironoid, and Sub 20 grid up on our start blocks.
Ironoid, yes, all right. I was right.
Yeah, so Sub 20 on R1, Dixie
We are
R2. The tent being locked up there by Mac Daddy.
No pilots pressing the button. They are nice and kind to all their friends.
So thumbs up there for Mac Daddy, thumbs up across the board, thumbs up on Ironoid. We are ready to go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And off go our pilots.
Whole
Ironoid
shot
taking the whole
Ironoid
shot, but taking his tumble on our
1.57.
Q pilot hurdle, meaning that he has let pilots Dixie, Mac Daddy, and Sub 20 all overtake him. He is coming up on that upward spiral now, trying to overtake. He is steaming through this first lap. He has overtaken a couple pilots coming
Dixie
through.
down, Dixie goes down. Sub 20 in the air, Ironoid in the air, Mac Daddy as well. First place going to Sub 20 at the moment on lap number 1. Through the dive gate, he goes into the corkscrew. Ironoid is second, following him. The young cadet, and Ironoid, the more experienced civilian pilot here, chasing down. Takes the lead now. Ironoid moves into first place onto lap number 3 now. Sub 20 on lap number 3 in second place. Mac Daddy in third. Dixie in fourth after that collision. Ironoid working through lap number 3 now, about to be onto the final lap. Here comes Ironoid now. He's in first place onto the final lap. Sub 20 coming onto the final lap as well. He's in second. Mac Daddy 3 to 4 gates behind. Dixie starting to press on Mac Daddy. Dixie now pushes into third. Mac Daddy into fourth as Ironoid takes the win. Sub 20 coming through that spiral section, getting a little topsy-turvy, watching out for the roof. Here comes Sub 20 through the gate, taking second. Dixie making the pass through the spirals on lap number 3. Oh! Mac Daddy coming through now for fourth, but did Dixie cross the start-finish line?
Race over.
Hitting the dirt on KJR corner was Dixie.
Next up, round 2,
There will
race
be a
3.
review to confirm third and fourth placings, but the race is over, the track is clear.
So next up in our winners bracket, we have... Never mind.
So just
I'm not
looking
sure.
at that last lap, the very last lap of Dixie as he crosses the start-finish line. Video looking horrible, but it's analog. Over the top he goes. Hitting the ground. Yet to go through. I think yet going through there. So, yeah, we can see the timer now. Yep, cool, confirmed. Confirmed that he almost gave everything. He did everything he could to not go through that start-finish, Kate, I think, in that one. Shades of Nationals 22 in that one.
Next up for our winners bracket, we have Davey FPV, McQueen.
So Davey FPV, McQueen, Dim Sim.
And
sorry, race director Tim
Shutter
just
speed.
confirming. Yeah, there's the time as he goes through it.
I'm not sure.
Can we just confirm the next race up, Timmy?
So for this race, we have
Shutter
McQueen
speed.
on R1, Dim Sim R2, Davey R7, Shutter Speed R8.
Yeah, lots of channel changes here for our pilots.
So McQueen and Shutter Speed are first and second placing Army cadet pilots from the military facing off against each other for their second elimination round.
Yes, certainly. So this is the winners bracket. Both pilots finishing in first and second. Their last elimination race. Pilots now needing to finish first and second to continue. Pilots here in third and fourth will move down to the redemption bracket. Davey FPV the highest.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
Yeah, you're on race band 8, Shutter Speed. I said that. Yeah, we figured it out.
So video on if you wish to identify an issue with video. We cannot see it to be able to confirm it.
All right, Shutter Speed has got to go out and change his channel. Please, Dim Sim, do not turn on your video as Shutter Speed's controller does not have ELRS.
Yeah, so what the Aeroplane Jelly is talking about is ELRS. That is a radio controlling protocol. That is the protocol in which commands are sent from the radio controller through to the drone that the pilots are commanding. That's how they control it. Now that also has some additional features. They can send additional commands, such as the command to change video channels, meaning they do not need to be next to the drone to be able to do it. Just need a radio control link to be able to do that.
Okay. Shutter Speed is just changing the channel of his goggles. And we have pilot's video on and thumbs up when everybody is ready.
Thumbs up there for McQueen.
Thumbs up from Dim Sim.
And Shutter Speed.
Davey
Davey
is ready.
gives us thumbs.
And we
Let's
can
go
start
racing.
our race.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off in race 3 of our
Shot
winners
Davey
bracket.
FPV
As we come through
1.57.
now. Oh, Dim Sim colliding, crashing down with the ground there. McQueen over the top into the dive gates. Dim Sim in the dirt. Davey FPV out in front with the whole shot coming through the spirals. Now goes Davey FPV. Shutter Speed sitting in fourth, but Dim Sim now in the dirt. He will be in fourth position as Davey FPV now moves on to lap number 2. McQueen coming through. Shutter Speed's in second place. McQueen in third. Dim Sim unable to get back up off the ground. Likely he will finish in third and fourth for her.
Shutter Speed takes a tumble.
Shutter Speed
McQueen
goes
is able
down.
to overtake him on the corkscrew. Him coming through on the slalom. Shutter Speed is just behind him. Who will we see take home that second place? McQueen getting topsy-turvy at KJR corner, giving Shutter Speed the chance to overtake. Once again, McQueen coming through on that upward spiral. Shutter Speed finishing that upward spiral. Shutter Speed coming back onto the place that he crashed during his last
Davey
race.
FPV now onto the lead final lap as he goes through. Shutter Speed in second place on lap number 3. McQueen goes down as well. Shutter Speed, McQueen and Dim Sim, all three pilots having bobbles, having accidents here on this track. Because Davey has been flawless coming through now, taking the win. Easy as done. Davey taking the win. Shutter Speed currently in second place. He's on his final lap into that final gate, into the final corner. Shutter Speed takes second place. In third place is McQueen over the top of the dive gate, into the corkscrew. Dim Sim on his final lap getting lost. Video off. Hands off controllers. McQueen will finish ahead. Oh, if he will he finish. McQueen in our winners bracket taking third. But Davey FPV
Race over.
flawless in victory. Shutter Speed almost threw it away, as did Dim Sim and McQueen.
Next up, round 2, race 4.
Now we are on to our next winners bracket. We have IQ0 Squid, There Yet, and Mish. Just a review being done again by race director Tim. Every lap,
What
every
channel
gate
is Squid?
need to be. Just confirming channels there for Squid if we can, Tim. So we have
Squid on R7.
R7 for Squid, R1 for Mish.
Only channel changes for There Yet on race band 8.
Correct. So if you're just joining us here, this is drone racing here, ADF drone racing under the big top. We are in our elimination finals, the home stretch of this epic battle of our top 72 pilots in Australia.
Yeah, it's called dim sim, being what do you call it?
I'm saying on the stream that we're getting drowned out by the music sometimes.
Our pilots are putting their goggles on and we are shutting the gate.
Yeah.
Can we get a thumbs up from all pilots
Just
once
waiting
they are
at
ready?
the moment, just waiting as our race director Tim completes a review. Just stand by, stand by. Review is final, results are locked in. We have Mish, IQ0, Squid, FPV, and There Yet. Thumbs up across the board, goggles down, all pilots please. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are
Whole
off.
shot, IQ
The whole
0,
shot going to our
1.45.
second place qualifier, IQ0, but these pilots are neck and neck. First, IQ0, second, Squid, third, Mish, fourth, There Yet. Here we go. IQ0 now, lap 1 down at 12.61. Squid in second place, Mish in third. IQ0 now coming through into the corkscrew. Out of the dive gate goes Squid. IQ0 now coming through that spiral section, the final gate of lap number 2 for him, through KJR corner, onto lap number 3, and Squid now coming through, having to contend with a bit of a battle now between him and Mish in second place. Mish now taking second, Squid now into third. The battle is on for second and third. IQ0 out in front. He's now onto the final lap, IQ0. Squid working away now through the spirals. He seems to be just ahead. He's made the pass. Squid now in second place behind IQ0. Mish now on third. The distance between them is 2.37 seconds. IQ0 takes the win. Squid in second place. Oh no, lights out for Squid. Lights out for Squid. He was in second place. And Mish is out too. There Yet, coming through the dive gate, into the corkscrew. Mish into the final spirals. Can he do it? Can There Yet take a Bradbury over second place? Oh, Mish! Did he go through? There. That's all under
Mish
review.
make it is the question.
That is all under review. Mish colliding after Squid went lights out. Land now, There Yet, land now.
There Yet with a personal best lap time there of 18.92.
There Yet was not in contention at all in that race. It was all IQ0 taking the win. The battle.
Next up, round
the battle
3,
was
race
between Mish and Squid, with Squid making an error, crashing out. Mish then, not long after, making an error, giving the room for There Yet. But the question is, did Mish get through the start-finish gate on lap number 4? Because there was a lot of crashes, a lot of bobbles. This one will be under review.
Meanwhile, we will be moving on to our losers bracket. So these pilots lost their first race and now have another chance to redeem themselves before they get eliminated. So we will see the top pilots from this race moving through to another second chance race.
Here comes
and the
Mish.
losers of this race.
He's drifting to the right-hand side. He triggers early, hits the outside edge. Oh, gosh. I do not know. We're going to slow that right down again, Timmy. So he triggers it early before going through the start-finish gate. Sorry?
I think I have a track camera recording as well.
Yeah, we may be going to a secondary track camera to confirm the
R1,
result of this
Red Dog
one.
R2, you're R7.
This will
and the
determine
other
whether or not the
R8.
pilots can progress.
R2.
Mish or there yet.
So we have a Third Eye, a Jenko, and a Red Dog. Can we get our final competitor for this race? Not sure who it is.
Checking every available camera angle as Dean from Dean's Video Reviews makes his way to the race headquarters tent.
Meanwhile, we have our Throwbot out on the track. Everybody look through our front straight. You can see a lovely little robot that you can just chuck onto the ground. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. In comes a 9 DTR at the last minute, ready for his race. I will leave the commentating up to Bear for this one because I'm literally up next. Anyone have an electric quick crop tool we can borrow for 9 DTR's drone, please? He has yet to put propellers on and it is his race now.
So it's okay, so we got time, we have time. We are still reviewing the results of that last one. So time for 9 DTR to get his propellers on and ready. Stand by, the race system is occupied whilst we review the results of that race. This is endemic of the close racing that we are featuring here in the tent at Avalon. Every race matters, every gate matters. The drama, ensuring the results are correct. Stand by. So results there confirmed. There yet in second place. Mish will take third. Squid in fourth. Okay, pilots. Red Dog are scrapping there with it. So White Foss on R1, Red Dog, a late scrapping drone, not functioning. Third Eye, 9 DTR on 7. 9 DTR on 8. This is the winners bracket, pilots. You're on 8, channel 8. Get those propellers on, get a battery on, get racing.
Coming on though, coming on.
No video.
Yeah,
No camera.
No camera.
This one, oh no, oh, Red Dog may have a drone to go because this would have been a default. So White Foss and Third Eye now having to work for it as Red Dog seems to have made it to the start blocks. Don't plug in here. Please don't plug in here. Plug in out there, but not out here. No, not next to me when we're about to start a race, please. Thank you. So we will, noting that there was Red Dog had advised us that she was going to withdraw, and now a last-ditch effort to stay in. There will be a time limit until we get this started, though. We do not have all the time. White Foss ready, Third Eye ready. Making your way into the tent. Securing it, thank you. So Red Dog R2. Rodeo Pilots, thumbs up across the board, goggles down, White Foss. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off and
Whole
racing.
shot
Whole shot going to
1.99.
Third Eye. Second through the whole shot, White Foss. Red Dog in third. Into the dive goes Third Eye. Into the dive goes White Foss. Into the dive goes, oh, missing it there, Red Dog. Third Eye now coming through that spiral section over the top. White Foss just behind. Tactics could be in play. Pilots 1 and 2 will progress. Do they push? It will be Red Dog, the lower seated pilot, who will be pushing to challenge into second. All pilots down to lap number 2. Red Dog putting in some PB laps. Through the spirals into the dive gate goes Red Dog. Third Eye now onto lap number 3. White Foss out of the corkscrew into the slalom and spiral section. Pilots flying perhaps a little slower than they have, but this is all about racing for positions. White Foss now onto the lead lap number 3. Red Dog also onto the lead lap now. As White Foss having to think, a minute 32 with Red Dog hot on her tail, his tail that is. Third Eye now on his last lap into the dive gate. Here goes White Foss. White Foss makes an error and collides. An opportunity for Red Dog to continue. Red Dog goes into the last lap in the lead. White Foss is down. Third Eye there takes the win. Red Dog onto the last lap in second place. White Foss now coming through the spirals. He's still on lap number 3. Red Dog is a lap ahead. Using Mad Dog's drone, Red Dog takes second place. White Foss will take home third. He had it in the bag, an error from White Foss, resulting in him now moving into the redemption bracket. Oh,
60 seconds
that was an
remaining.
angry send, I could tell.
Race over.
Frustration from White Foss. He had the time and Red Dog started
Next
coming.
up, round 3, race 2.
Up now we have Delegator, Wee Wee Choi, Bin Chicken, and Aviation Craft. So we now move into our redemption bracket.
So in this race, we have Aviation Craft and Wee Wee Choi, 2 cadet pilots. Wee Wee Choi only just skimming the top 32.
Yeah, it looks like a drone plugged in on R2 there with Wee Wee Choi, just working through channels. Third Eye there, taking the win in the last race, progressing in the competition.
The Delegator is ready to race.
Almost. Our pilots here, this is elimination finals. Positions 1 and 2 continue in our competition. We are inching closer and closer to the end of our competition, the championship, the winner to be revealed soon as we work through elimination finals. I have a drone that's plugged in front of me. I believe that is that of Delegator plugged in on R2, it looks like. It is sitting right in front of us.
Delegator, silly.
Yeah, it looks like
Billy.
Delegator there on Wee Wee Choice channel with him needing to change.
And he's done it. Wonderful.
Yeah, so frequency management, another thing that pilots need to contend with here when racing. As we get into eliminations.
Aviation craft pressing the button.
Yeah, look, as we get into eliminations, channels change as the pilot groupings change as they progress through the competition. Obviously, qualifying, pilots are in the same bracket, and they stay in the same channel throughout. Makes it nice and easy. But come in elimination finals, pilots are moving up, pilots are moving down, pilots are continuing, pilots are being eliminated for the finals. Channel changes are always going to be there. So, tent is locked. Goggles are down, thumbs up across the board, pilots.
Everyone.
Dello.
Dello.
Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off and racing here. Race 2 of our redemption bracket. A wee Choi down in the start-finish gate. Bin Chicken out in front on the whole shot. Aviation Craft in third. Bin Chicken in second. Wee Choi in front. No, correction. There's been an error. Tim, can I get you there on the screen? So confirming Bin Chicken out in front. Delegator in second place. Wee Choi in fourth, calling time on that run. Delegator now in second place coming into the dive gate. Bin Chicken in through the corkscrews. He's on lap number 2 now, as is Delegator into the corkscrews. Bin Chicken and Delegator, both parts from the Air Force, out in front in positions 1 and 2 as Delegator now moves on to lap number 3. Aviation Craft working through lap number 2. Delegator over the top coming now into our Q-Pilot pylon. Triple spiral on lap number 3. Bin Chicken through the corkscrew into the slalom. Spiraling up over the top of the guide wires. This will be lap number 3. He now moves onto the final lap. Bin Chicken. Delegated not far. 2 to gates away. In second place as Aviation Craft takes a tumble. On lap number 3, our pilots in 1 and 2. Delegator getting a little topsy-turvy on the dive gate. Should have it in the bag. Bin Chicken taking the win. Delegator coming through now to take second place with Aviation Craft and Wee Choi, the 2 cadet pilots, crashing out. Bin Chicken, you've won. Bring it down, bring it down. Okay, race is over. Track is clear. Go and collect those drones as we bring up our next race featuring...
Next up, round 3, race 3.
Aeroplane Jelly, Hit and Stuff, Tilted, and Houdini.
Change of the guard, a change of the commentator, while primary commentator Bear and secondary Ruby now have their, what are we calling it, the redemption bracket races. So if they don't get first and second, then they're out of the competition. So we want to allow them to focus and maintain racing as an ability. So I'm going to stand in for the next round and do all the things here. For those of you watching the stream at home, check out this laptop.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
Very dusty. I've got video for Aeroplane Jelly on 1. I've got Tilted on 7. We have Houdini on 8. He's looking comfortable. And Hit and Stuff is also ready. Video on, please, now, because we're not going to go on too much longer. Okay. All right, I was waiting on Dean to get onto his channel. We'll be underway in just a moment. Yeah. Jelly 1, Stuff 2, Tilted 7, Houdini on 8. Stand by though. We'll give Houdini his chance to get on his channel. Does he need to go back in? 2, yes.
Yep, got you. Dean's just rebooting. No, all good.
Stand by, everyone. This race will be underway very shortly. I think the momentum of this song may have served its past. We might actually just change this next one. We'll let Houdini have his one chance to power cycle, but if he's not on the channel after this, I think we might have to. Nah, video's coming on, Dean. You got power on 8 now. Yep. Oh. We can skip that song in the playlist. Let's go to something a bit more groovy for this final. This is the redemption bracket there. Video on, please. Tilted. And hitting stuff, and we're good to go. Thumbs up if you're ready. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
False start, false start, false start, false start, false start, false
Race
start.
over.
Back in the blocks hitting stuff. This is your 1. Everybody gets 1. Bit of an anticlimactic start, but this just means that the tensions, like our live stream viewer count today, are just peaking and peaking and peaking. I think we've hit 40. It's the most we've had. So I'm excited. I hope you are too, and I hope you're all enjoying watching it at home from the comfort of your room. Thumbs up when you're all ready again. Let's try this one more time. Here we go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Pole shot tilted 1.94.
Okay, all pull parts are off and they're all through the start-finish gate, which means this race result will be a real race. No restart. We are taking this straight to the official database. Waiting on that first lap from any of these pilots, but Dean smacks into a gate and now he's rolling around at the back there. He may have broken a prop and this may already be it for him. We've got 1 lap down from Hitting Stuff, 1 from Aeroplane Jelly, so that's first and second. Tilted's also getting a bit stuck after doing 1 lap, so he's a little bit behind now on the pace there. Tilted's going to need to push this one if he wants to keep going. He needs to get past Aeroplane Jelly, and that opportunity is arising now as Aeroplane Jelly has bounced off the ground, but it's lights out from Tilted. Video off of Rainbow. He's touching his goggles. I think he's lost power. We may have a situation where the places have already been determined and the pressure is now off for Hitting Stuff and Aeroplane Jelly to continue their hero's journey through this bracket. It's goggles up from Tilted and Houdini, so that is true. Hitting Stuff is going to default the win if he keeps it up, and Aeroplane Jelly will do the same for second place. Providing, the only way we can change this now is that they might be first and second or second and first. But the outcome will be the same in their next races. They're on their final laps. It's going to be Hitting Stuff coming around KJR corner. Also sponsors of the live stream's internet connection from Friday onwards. Thank you, KJR. Hitting Stuff is done. You can land now, Hitting Stuff. You're done, you're done, you're done. Don't risk any more damage. All right, this one's done.
Race over.
With 78 seconds to spare. That was a race that is done in 100 seconds exactly. Pretty good. Now
Next
our commentator
up,
Bear is
round
up for
three,
his
race 4.
redemption bracket. So if he's if he continues on, you'll see more of me talking. If he gets eliminated, then I'm gonna go be silent and look at computers for the rest of the competition. Make my job sound very exciting. Let's go take a quick look at the results. I spent hours making this little thing, so I may as well show it as much as possible because I only use it once a year. Haha. Going through the phrases here, this is round 1, the first bracket. We did a winners bracket with the winners of those first 8 races, and now the 3rd and 4th. We're now into this stage here. We're up to round 3, race 4. Nug Nug, Mad Dog, Bear, Louie. Check your channels on this computer here to the right if you're not sure. Don't ask me directly. Use your eyes and read the screen. Thank you very much. So down on this one there, so look, the people who are now out of the competition is 9 DTR. He is out. White Foss is out. No more flying for you. Wee Wee Choi, It's nice, but it's been fun, but you're done too, mate. Same with Aviation Craft. In that last race too, Tilted's now out, and Houdini, you're done too, but I require your video assist services. You will be needed by me at a personal level in the next races, I'm sure. We now move down to round 3, race 4 with, once again, Bear, Louie, Nug Nug, Mad Dog. Is everyone ready? No video for Bear yet, sorry. 7. Let's just go through that animation thing. All right, I got Bear's video now. This music's a little bit overpowering, despite how groovy it is. Missing someone's video. It's Louis on 8. Yep, there we go. Here we go, everyone. Good luck, because this means everything.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Just dusting my microphone.
Whole shot Mad Dog 1.96.
Whole shots from all 4 pilots. No mid-airs on that first few meters before the start-finish gate. We have Mad Dog bumping into an obstacle and taking a bit of a rest on the ground. I can see a bent prop on the front right, so it's not going to be flying to optimal circumstances. We await the first lap, which is with Louis with an 18.66. Bear is 2.5 seconds behind him, and Nug Nug right on his heels, 1.3 behind him. Mad Dog 2.4 seconds behind Nug Nug in that 4th position, though. So this race is still very much at risk for everyone. Louis, our leader Louis has now had a bit of an accident there on KJR corner. He's desperately trying to get up now. He is back up, but this will allow Mad Dog, who took the first incident, to now regain and take the lead. He's now in first with a 16.70 on that first lap. You can sound his drone is not sounding too healthy, and he takes another accident as well. Nug Nug lights out, Rainbow Road goggles up. He is absolutely done. We still have Bear sitting in 2nd, Louis now in 3rd, Bear now in 1st, Mad Dog fallen now to 3rd. So it's Bear, Louis, then Mad Dog in that. We're now all on the final lap. Bear and Louis both neck and neck through the dive, but Louis gets a little bit lost at the back section. Bear's now looking to be the leader. It's Mad Dog out Rainbow Road, so Bear and Louis now just have to finish to continue on the journey. This was a wild one. The position changes were very crazy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wow. Okay, so Louis not finishing and neither Mad Dog, but however, the positions have been set already. No, it's over, and the positions are sealed. Bear takes 1st.
Race over.
Louis 2nd. Mad Dog 3rd. And in 4th, it was Nug Nug. So Mad Dog and Nug Nug, you are done in this competition. Bear and Louis, you go to an even sweatier race later on. Let's go have a quick look at where that might be. I'm going to need to start doing some scoring computer stuff, and that means I'm going to have to do more commentating as well and multitasking like my life depends on it. Because tell you what, it secretly does. Thank you, Simon, for the donuts. That's the sort of fuel I'm running on today on Sunday.
Donuts and coffee.
Oh yeah, take over for a bit, Simon.
I'll relieve the audio.
So that last race there, Bear, we're going to see you in round 4, race 1. Oh, mate, you're back-to-back, Bear. You're in that back-to-back situation. And Louis, you're in round 4, race 3. You got a couple. Yeah, Bear is back-to-back. And Louis, you've got 2 races before you're up. Hey, Simon, tell us a joke while I just make some more heats, please.
A joke?
I don't know, something.
It's got to be family friendly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing drone racing here today, FPV. We're at our finals. Top 32 knockout. I didn't make the top 32. But there's 73 pilots registered that have been racing. especially over the weekend. During the week, the cadets, Army, Navy, Air Force. And then on the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they've invited some civilians to do some drone racing. This is our hobby. Normally most clubs will meet once a month. We'll have a little trailer. We tow out to a field, an oval somewhere. We'll set up some tents like this. We'll put a bit of netting just around us and the pilots, just to make sure that if any drone is clip something or it's uncontrolled, you'll see that if you clip a flag or a gate, the drone pretty much spins out pretty quickly, so it's easy to lose control.
Bears now on channel 2 for this one. MacDuddy's moved to channel 8. In round 4, race 2, Squid. You've moved to channel 8. Squid, channel 8. In the race after that, 4-3. Hitting Stuff moves to 1. Hitting Stuff to 1. Iceberg to 7. Okay, and in that round 4, race 4, Delegated, Dim Sim, Third Eye there yet. No channel changes.
Next up, round 4, race 1.
Yeah, we all have to share a broadcasting spectrum. So we operate in the...
Squid can't find his radio.
Squid's radio. Does anyone seen Squid's radio?
What is the worst problem for that?
Oh, where he left it. Did you forget where you left it? So all the pilots here are putting their drones on the starting blocks, and then they'll plug in. We only plug in on the track. They'll check their goggles. Each drone broadcasts on that channel I was talking about earlier, so you get race band channel 1 to 8. So we can have 8 pilots in the air at any one time, but we're normally racing about 4 to 6. So depending on your race assigned channel, you'll set your drone to broadcast on, say, channel 3. You'll then set your goggle to receive on channel 3. So any goggle can receive any channel that it's set to. So you're kind of like tuning in. It's kind of like an old analog TV. Now that we all use digital TV, that spectrum's not used anymore, and it's made available to people like us to use, and we broadcast on that 5.8. It's like an old TV station. So we've got 4 videos.
Yeah, is everyone ready?
And we're looking for 4 thumbs up. The gate's closed. Just putting our last goggle on. I think we've got 4 thumbs up.
Yeah, I've got an Aeroplane Jelly on 1, Bear on 2, Fizz on 7, and a Mac Daddy on channel 8. This is still a redemption bracket, so if you get 3rd or 4th, you're done. Pack up your stuff and then stand around and cheer on your favorite pilot who remains in the competition. If you're on the live stream chat, remember it's F for respects with great carnage. And also, we will read out your live stream comments if you want to give shout-outs. Lots of Send It Daddy from the Mac Daddy fams across many clubs Australia and the family. Here we go, everyone.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
So we've got
Whole
4
shot
pilots
is
that have taken off,
1.8.
and I'll go through the start-finish gate, which is this black one with the LEDs. That'll start the lap timer. I'm looking for 3 laps. We're at the finals now, so these guys are going to be sending it. We're going as fast as they possibly can, which means lots of destruction, probably some little mistakes, clipping things. But these are the fastest of the fast. Bear and Mac Daddy, both from the...
We have Fizz in the leader. He's on lap number 3. Mac Daddy on second lap in 2nd. Aeroplane Jelly in 3rd. And Bear's trailing in 4th right now on lap number 2 as well. Mac Daddy now on his 3rd lap. Aeroplane Jelly now on 3rd lap. And Bear now just 1.5 seconds behind Jelly. He may do the overtake. He's got to find the strategic moment to do that without causing a mid-air. We see Fizz now on the final lap, still our leader. A completely smooth run from him, unimpacted completely. He's got a few more gates to go. Mac Daddy now on final lap. Aeroplane Jelly 4.5 seconds behind, but Bear is 0.12 behind Jelly. This will be Bear's time to get 3rd, but it may be a stretch to reach 2nd unless Mac Daddy has a crash. Fizz is done. Put it down, mate. You've done 4. You take 1st. Mac Daddy takes 2nd. Put it down. You are finished. Oh, Jelly coming in clutch with the 3rd. It was almost like Bear was going to snatch it from you, but the honey pot remains to be yours for 3rd place. So that's Aeroplane Jelly done. Bear done in this competition. We have our commentator back, and I can put these results in. Was it?
Whole shot?
I'm being told there's a whole shot rule in this one, so it looks like we go to the review, everyone.
Timmy might have to do a review here.
Race over.
Thanks. track's clear, go collect your quads. So all the drones that are broadcasting those frequencies I talked about before, race
Next
control
up,
here.
round 4, race 2.
Timitron. Well, we can receive all the channels down here, so we can see the pilots, making sure they're going through each gate, following the track. They're not cutting any corners. Also, if under review, which is right now, if there's a dispute about anything really, someone plugging in, not missing a gate, making sure you go through the gate. It's pretty close, a couple of races ago, right on the last gate, whether he went through or not. We have to go back and it's all recorded, so Tim will go back on his computer, have a look, and slow it down frame by frame. These drones are moving so quick. We measure in sub-seconds. Normally it's within fractions of a second, 0.01. Most of our pilots are within a second of each other, and it's about as fast as you can go. So these guys are going to be going as fast as they possibly can. They've been flying here for a few days, some of them all week long, but we've changed the track on Friday just to make sure that our civilian pilots and all our military and veterans and cadets, each track can be reorganized each time we meet. We usually meet once a month. We have a little trailer with all these gates you see. They'll all collapse and fold down. Most of them made out of 3mm tube steel with rebar banged into the ground. So you don't want to collect that with your drone at full speed. You hear a big ping as the sound of metal or carbon fiber frame collects, and at speeds. These drones have got a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour, 180. Great time, but we're probably not getting up to
We're no strangers to love.
Rolling up.
You know the rules, and so do I.
We're still under review, pilots, so just relax. Still reviewing. Yeah, unplug. We're just going to get our pilots to unplug their drones because we're still doing a video review. We're just making sure that it's coming down to the finals. So we want to make sure that we've got all the gates, all the times. If there's any disputes, it's all recorded. We're going back. Timitron will have to go through the footage. So the reason why we have to unplug is the drones get a little bit hot. They're air cooled, obviously, and when they're in there flying around, they don't overheat, but sitting there on the ground, transmitting, they don't want to sit there for too long. So the pilots will normally wait until we're ready, and then we'll plug the drone in, make sure it spins, that they can receive the video. Some pilots have a switch, they can turn the video off and on, so they'll turn it off sometimes, and that might save it from overheating. Best is to unplug it. Having it sit there for a couple of minutes, you might actually do some damage. Hopefully, when circuitry overheats, it just power cycles. But I've had some drones overheat and not work again. So when the pilots are ready, which we're not ready yet, we're still under review, they'll each receive on their goggle. So if you want to see the goggles, have a chat to someone, you can have a look through the goggle. This is FPV racing, so first person visual, which means you've got a goggle or a screen in front of you, and that's all you can see. Each drone has a little camera. It's transmitting, and each pilot will see their camera in their goggle. And they pilot the drone remotely with their radio controller. They have 2 sticks and some switches. Throttle control's probably the hardest thing with these drones. These aren't... Okay, pilots plug in. So the pilots will now plug in as they get ready, and they'll check their videos, check their prop spin, then they'll come and sit down. When they're ready, they'll give us a thumbs up. We say thumbs up because most pilots just use their thumbs. Some are pinchers. I'm a pincher, which means your index and your thumb. Most pilots will sit down. I'm a stander. I think I'm the only one that stands.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
So each pilot will give us a thumbs up, which means they're ready to put their thumbs back down on their controller. And once we've got all 4 pilots, I believe, ready.
Here we go.
Press go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot bin chicken 1.76.
So each pilot will take off from the starting block. They'll go through the first gate. That's the start-finish gate. That starts the time of the lap. They'll then do the circuit, go back through that same gate, and that triggers that pilot's timing. We have a little timing system down near that gate, and as each pilot goes through there, like I talked about before, if you're on channel 3, you fly your throw drone through there, the sensor detects it, sends it down to the computer, and we see the timer. Because we're measuring in fractions of a second, pilots are worried about, fractions of seconds. It's a computer-controlled timing system. We also get some false reads sometimes. We also have to correct that as well. So there's a fair bit going on down here. We see all the pilots. I see 4 pilots in the air at the moment. As they go around the track, they have to follow a specific track line, which means going through certain gates certain ways. If you go the wrong way through the gate, you've got to turn around, come back, and go back through the gate. So you'll see a pilot might miss their line and shoot a gate.
Squid FPV finished in first. You're done.
Yeah, pilots are only doing 4 laps.
McQueen finished in second. You're done.
Squid FPV with some great time. Second, McQueen. Closely followed by Bin Chicken, still on third. He's just gone through the drop gate in the middle, and then through the corkscrew at the back, which means he goes through the gate, over around the top, and then back through the other gate the same direction. Go around that Air Force flag, up over that, through that gate, around the flags, and through the finish gate. And that marks his time. Bin Chicken, you've done 4 laps.
Bin Chicken has finished in third.
So just trusting Red Dog, she's on her 3rd lap, coming on her 4th through the drop gate in the middle of the
final lap from Red Dog.
Going through the corkscrew.
There's a prop that's not quite healthy there. It seems to be chipping away at something.
60 seconds
Sounds like
remaining.
when you put the baseball card in the spoke of your bicycle.
Yeah, definitely there's a prop there banging away on the...
Red Dog finished in 4th.
Red Dog from the dog squad.
Race over.
Thank you, pilots. The track is clear. So only when we say track's clear, pilots will go out and collect the drones.
Yay, I'm back on the mic,
Next
guys.
up, round 4, race 3.
So during that race, despite getting out, Red Dog still got a personal best lap time of 20.8 seconds. Can we give a big cheer to Red Dog from the crowd? Woo! And another cheer for our veteran pilot, Squid. Woo! So we will see the other 2 pilots again. We will see Bin Chicken and McQueen again in another race. But for our 2 pilots that we just cheered, that was their last race. They will be packing up and going home. Yeah, you just came second in your race, you silly goose. Wait, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Can we get a big cheer for Bin Chicken?
Woo.
We will not be seeing Bin Chicken again. We will be seeing Squid again. That is an error on my behalf. So next up, we have Hidden Stuff, Digski, Iceberg, and Louis. We are missing an Iceberg. Can we get an Iceberg to the stands? Can I get an Iceberg to the stands, please?
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
Okay, we are missing an Iceberg. I believe we will most likely be starting without him unless we see him standing up and coming to the tent, in which only 3 pilots will come through. Okay, no Iceberg. 1 pilot from this race will be eliminated. The rest will move on to another race.
So Hidden Stuff from Melbourne, Digski also from Melbourne, Louis from the Army team, and Iceberg representing out of heaven drone racing in Sydney, but hailing all the way back to Turkey as his homeland.
we be waiting for Iceberg? Yes, no, maybe.
That's over to race director Tim.
Yeah, the kiosk was down a bit. Iceberg is making his way. He's running faster. Iceberg, you're on R7. R7, a channel change for you, race band 7. Digski, you will get a little bit of interference. It will be okay. Iceberg will be plugging in on your channel. Iceberg has 1 minute. Louis pressed the button twice now. He's ready to race. His smiling face indicates that we will see him again.
So Iceberg now plugging in, quick pre-flight checks, video good, motors are good. He's running in to take his seat, going to plug in his goggles, getting everything set up. I think quality issues there for Dix in his video feed. Thumbs up, Iceberg, when you're ready.
He's waiting for us. Thumbs up from Iceberg.
Let's go racing.
Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off and racing
Whole
in
shot,
our
Dixie,
third race in our
1.85.
redemption bracket here. Dixie out in front of the whole shot. Second place hit stuff. Third, Louis. Fourth, Iceberg, who was late. Second dip at the dive gate there for Iceberg. Dixie now coming through the spirals into the final gate on lap number 1. He's out in front. Was Louis goes tossing and into the dirt. Out in front is Dixie. Lap number 2 down. Iceberg now moving into second place behind Dixie onto lap number 2. Dixie now spiraling up into the last gate. He'll move onto lap number 3 out in front. Iceberg colliding as well. Louis looks to be out. Hitting stuff a chance. He's currently in third place, working away on lap number 2. Iceberg now. Oh, Iceberg Diddy goes back through as Hitting Stuff now overtakes him through the start-finish gate. Louis trying to get back up and running. Into the dive gate, mirror picture, Hitting Stuff and Iceberg into the corkscrew. Iceberg is first out of the corkscrew section in second place. Dixie on the final lap now coming through that spiral section. Over the top, he has a lap lead over everyone else and safely moves on to continue in the competition. In first place is Dixie. In second now, onto the final lap is Hitting Stuff, overtaking Iceberg. Iceberg collides a little bit, getting topsy-turvy. Into the spiral goes Hitting Stuff. Into the slalom, into the spiral goes Iceberg. Final gate, KJ Cotter, Hitting Stuff continues. He finishes in second place as Iceberg, a changing of second and third constantly in that race, but Hitting Stuff survives again in the competition. Disarm Iceberg, disarm Iceberg. Race is over, track
Race
is
over.
clear, go and collect your drones. Oh, massive race there, Dixie.
Next up, round 4, race 4.
Finishing in our top 8 in qualifying, finding himself down into the redemption bracket. Easily took the win, but the battle was on there for second place, with Louis having crashed out, taking fourth. Hitting Stuff and Iceberg trading places constantly, lap after lap. Almost what could have been for Iceberg.
So our next race, another losers bracket race, we have Delegator, Dim Sim, Third Eye, and Mish. Mish and Dim Sim, some of our highest seeding pilots taking tumbles, getting very, very unlucky on their first races, resulting in them moving down to the elimination brackets. Someone in this race will have a back-to-back. Will that be our...
The winners of this race, 1 and 2, will be back-to-back. That's the button press. We're less than a minute away from getting racing underway here in our elimination final. Slowly but surely, each race we are eliminating pilots from the competition. Winners are progressing as we move towards our final.
Now, I actually have a wager for this event.
Yes.
I have bet Dim Sim a hot chocolate that he will win this race.
Oh, that's a big one. That's a big bet. We have Delegator, Dim Sim, Third Eye, and Mish. Waiting for video from Mish. Tent is secured. Pilots thumbs up across the board. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And off takes all our pilots.
Whole shot
First through the whole shot was Mish.
1.58.
Dim Sim getting topsy-turvy straight through the whole shot. Can he get back up? Yes, he can. Mish coming through the dive gate, taking a tumble. Third Eye overtaking Mish. Into the corkscrew he goes. Mish following closely behind around through the slalom, and Third Eye takes a tumble. Mish is back out in front, followed by the Delegator. No, I'm incorrect. Dim Sim is coming through for
Yeah, so Mish now onto lap number 2, out in front. In second place is Third Eye. First onto lap number 2 is Third Eye. Third place is Dim Sim. Fourth place is Delegator. Mish out in front, about to make his way onto lap number 3. Third Eye coming through the spiral section. Dim Sim just about to make a pass. Does so. Dim Sim now moves into second place onto lap number 3 behind Mish. Third Eye in third, Delegator in fourth. Mish coming through the spiral now, over the top, through this gate, around KJR corner. He's now onto the final lap out in front. And Dim Sim crashing out. Dim Sim crashing out on lap number 3. Third Eye now through the spiral. In he comes, around KJR corner. Third Eye's now onto the final lap in second place. Mish out in front. He will take the win as easy as can be, but Third Eye now through the dive gate. Mish coming through, Dim Sim coming through the corkscrew. Third Eye, Dim Sim has taken the lead. He's now in second place coming through. Dim Sim takes second. Dim Sim takes second with a 15.22. This result is under review.
Delegator coming in nice and calmly to finish his
As it
very last lap.
stands on the timing system, Mish taking the lead, no dispute on that result. In second place, Dim Sim coming back from some massive crashes on lap 2 and 3.
Race over.
A huge battle between Third Eye and Dim Sim, but the results of position second and third are under review.
So for this race, we need to confirm that Dim Sim went through every single gate on his
So there's been some contention. Dim Sim obviously colliding and clashing there on lap number 2. We need to verify that he then got back up and re-entered the correct obstacle that he was due to cross before he crashed. In through the dive gate he goes. Dim Sim now over the top. Into the corkscrew. This is lap number 3 for Dim Sim. Full view going on the screen now. For those that can see a TV screen, you can see us conducting this review live right now. So step back, hitting the top of the spiral. So Dim Sim back up. No. Just continue to play it through, please. Yep. Okay, step it back to the crash, please. So just step it before the crash. So just to confirm the obstacle that he was up to. Hitting the top of that, yeah, he did not complete the track. Confirming with our race director. So confirmed, Third Eye takes second in that race. Dim Sim eliminated, placing in third position. Correction, stand by. So results are final there. First place going to Mish, second place Third Eye, Dim Sim in third and Delegator in fourth. We're now getting to the moment where pilots are now back to back, so that will be Mish. Stand by.
A fellow Brisbane pilot in the chat, Morella FPV.
So Third
saying,
Eye.
No, Mason.
Correction.
Cheering for his fellow Brisbane pilot.
So
That's it. Pull up the channel changes. Third Eye.
Third Eye, you have a channel change to race band 2.
So up now we have Hit and Stuff, Third Eye, Fizz, and Squid up.
So just announcing this next bracket we're going to work through. You can, it's in the screen, but it's irrelevant. We're going to have the first, it's the Redemption bracket still, and there's been a back-to-back for Third Eye, so he's now going to change to channel 2. We need him, Hit and Stuff, Fizz, and Squid FPV, of which there's no channel changes for them. And the erase immediately after that will be Mish, Digsy, or Dig Sky as I first pronounced it, and then was swiftly corrected. A McQueen, yeah, I know.
R1
and
for
a
Hit
Mac
Stuff.
Daddy.
R2 for Third Eye. R7 for Fizz. R8 for
Next
Squid
up, round
FPV.
5, race 1.
Now, despite his immediate changeover, Third Eye is the first one out to the blocks, followed closely behind by Squid. Third Eye, you are on race band 2.
So Squid and Fizz both sitting inside our top 8 in qualifying. The 2 highest seeded pilots in this one. Hit and Stuff has earned and worked his way up through the Redemption bracket to feature as high as he has, as has Third Eye. Some luck going their way, but a lot of hard work paying off. So, Aeroplane Jelly, who gets the chocolates on the wager you had in that last race?
No one. Dim Sim didn't bet me anything back, so I get nothing, and Dim Sim doesn't get a hot chocolate either. So I'm sad because I don't get a hot chocolate. I'm sure Dim Sim is sad as well because he doesn't get one either.
Well, that's perhaps why betting is not authorised on drone racing. You can always go wrong. You can never predict the outcome here, especially in a course and a track as grueling as this inside the Thunderdome here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon. If you've just joined us, welcome. This is ADF Drone Racing. We are now in our finals, working through eliminating pilots till we get our 4 top pilots who will race off in over just around an hour's time. Okay, pilots, goggles down, thumbs up. Waiting for video for Hit and Stuff on R1. We got you. It is all on your end at this point.
Yeah, go for it.
R1 Hit and Stuff.
What a banger.
Your video is on. Your video is on. Okay.
We have video for Hit and Stuff, but does Hit and Stuff have video for Hit and Stuff?
Okay, put thumbs up there from Hit and Stuff. Thumbs up from there from Hit and Stuff. Pilots, goggles down, thumbs up across the board. Let's go racing. Video for Fizz, excellent.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off
Whole shots
in
with
our redemption bracket.
1.61.
Pilots here need to finish first and second to continue in the competition. Squid into the dive gate first, followed by Fizz, followed by Third Eye, followed by Hit and Stuff into the corkscrews. They go out of the corkscrew, goes Third Eye crashing out there. Squid now out in front, coming down into KJR corner. He crosses first into lap number 2. Fizz is second. Third Eye crashing out. Hit and Stuff now moves into third place. Squid into the dive gate, over the top into the corkscrew. Fizz into the dive gate, over the top, into the corkscrew. In through the spiral goes Squid. Over the top, into KJR corner he goes. He is first into lap number 3. Fizz coming around slowly, inching backwards behind Squid, but still maintaining second place. Hit and Stuff coming around. Third Eye calls time. Goggles are up. He is out of his seat. Hit and Stuff in third. Fizz in second. Squid in first. On lap number 3 is Squid now onto the final lap. Fizz coming around, pushing a little bit more, 2.5 seconds behind Squid in second place. Hit and Stuff still working away on lap number 3.
Video out for Fizz. Squid FPV having a clean lead in first place. Hit and Stuff, if he can finish this next lap, it is a second place by default. Fizz is desperately trying to get his video back on.
Hit and Stuff now into the dive gate, making his way into corkscrew. Squid has the win. A little spiral, a little celebratory spin before crossing the start-finish gate as Hit and Stuff comes through the final gate. Now around KJR corner, and he takes second. The Cinderella story continues with Hit and Stuff continuing in the competition. Fizz crashing out on lap number 4.
Hit and Stuff, our Bradbury of this event, coming through.
Race over.
Next up in the next race, we have McQueen from the Army Cadets,
Next
Mac
up,
Daddy
round 5,
from
race
the
2.
Army, Dixski from Eastside FPV, and Mish from the Army Drone Racing Team. Now, Mish made it to the finals of our military competition taking place on Friday. He came in second to Squid, who is also in the elimination bracket. We also have McQueen, who came in the top 6 pilots of this event. So we will have to see where these guys end up at the end of the day for our open racing.
So we will next see Squid in round 7, race 1. Mac Daddy, stand by, just a quick review is being conducted. Okay, so bringing up the next race to confirm video channels for our next pilots. Competition is now heading out R8 for Mac Daddy, R7 for McQueen, R2 for Dixki, Mish on R1. So if you're just joining us now, we are getting to the business end of the competition as things are heating up. R1 is Mish. That is one to be watching if you're in the crowds.
Also, Dixki qualifying above Mish in this competition. He is race band 2 and he's on analog video. So his video is a bit more iffy than the other pilots. Nonetheless, he is racing faster than many of our HDZero pilots here today. So he is another one to watch for this event. As he comes through, hitting the button. No, he does not hit the button. He is a nice and courteous human being that is not going to hinder his fellow competitors. Meanwhile, McQueen coming in for sure, slamming on that button. Nope. Of course he's going to hit the button.
Okay, we got video for Dixki, McQueen, Mac Daddy, waiting on Mish. A thumbs up there for McQueen. Not yet from Mish, waiting on Mac Daddy.
Mish, you're on race band 1. No plugging in the pits, please.
Wait, stand by. I just got a dead spine before.
No power, Mish. There's no power on the RF Explorer. RF Explorer has nothing.
Let's.
That's exactly what I'm saying too. Mac Daddy R8, something what's going on there.
Mish, are you on the correct channel?
Oh, you're probably both on 8.
He didn't change channels, he's figured it out.
Yeah, Mish is not on 1.
We will let Mish change his channel, question mark.
Okay, that's better now.
Right, yeah, video good now for Mish. Dixki, McQueen turning on. Mac Daddy, but you need to ensure your video is on before you launch and that we can receive it here. Should the event of a whole shot occur, we will need to review that, so ensure your video is on before the start time. The pilots are ready. Thumbs up across the board. Let's go racing, Tim.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And off takes our pilot,
Full shot
Dixie.
McQueen,
No,
1.67.
McQueen out of first. McQueen from the Army Cadets coming out in first. Mish coming out in second. They're all on the same element. They're all in that spiral up. In comes Mish through the corkscrew, just overtaking McQueen on that corkscrew. Coming through for his first lap, finishing in.
So Mish now onto lap number 2 in first place, McQueen in second, Dixie in third, but there is absolutely nothing between in less than half a second. Mish getting topsy-turvy there, coming over into the corkscrew obstacle, getting topsy-turvy again. Mish having to have another go through it. Dixie now coming into first place on lap number 3 now in the lead. McQueen into second, Mish is into fourth, Mac Day now into third place. Dixie coming through the corkscrew now, he's out in front through the spirals. McQueen coming into the corkscrew as well. Topsy-turvy there for Dixie, getting a little lost, hitting the roof. 3 have to recollect. McQueen now will take the lead into lap number 4 on the final lap. McQueen
0.05 seconds behind Dixie. It's McQueen coming up through the spiral. Dixie coming down through our corkscrew.
Dixie has
McQueen
the
not
lead.
far
Dixie
behind.
has the lead. McQueen in second place. Mac Daddy in third. Mish in fourth. Dixie takes the win. McQueen takes second, and Mac Daddy in third place currently with Mish in fourth.
Mish has overtaken Mac Daddy for
Mish
that third
has.
place battle. Nonetheless, these pilots will not
Mish
be
securing third place. Mac Daddy 1.8 seconds behind in
Race
fourth
over.
place. That race had it all. Position changes across the board. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All pilots with an opportunity to win it.
Next up, round
And it was
6, race
Dixie
1.
taking the win, followed by the young cadet McQueen.
So we move back onto our winners bracket now. So these pilots have yet to lose a race. They've had a lovely relaxing nap for the past hour waiting to come and race. In this race, we have BMS Thomas, our top qualifier for this event.
Yeah, the
Ironoid in
Sorry. Yeah, so BMS Thomas, Ironoid, sub 20 and prop FPV. Pilots in first and second move through to our semi-final, where if they place in the first or second there, they will move into our Chase the Ace final. So an important race coming up to make it into the semi-final here. BMS Thomas, our TQ, Ironoid dominant throughout eliminations as well as consistent and persistent throughout qualifying. Sub 20, the young cadet, an absolute outstanding result to make it this deep into the competition. He still has 2 lives left to stay here and make the final, and prop FPV all the way from Western Australia. The tall, young lad from the West Coast here in the Thunderdome.
Ironoid on R2, BMS Thomas on R1, sub 20 on R7, prop FPV on R8. We are still waiting for someone to change channels, so it is all okay. We have good video for you, prop. We are missing an Ironoid.
Ironoid R2, you good? Video on Ironoid so I can confirm.
We see Ironoid on R8. We see Ironoid's name displaying in the top.
Yeah, Ironoid, you're an R8.
Ironoid, we need you on race band 2. We now see Prop FPV's video.
Yeah, good for you, Prop. Yep, thank you. Waiting for Ironoid now onto R2. Sub 20 on R7 is right to go. Thomas Bittenmarter, BMS Thomas on R1. Stand by. All pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off the whole shot going to BMS Thomas, second through the whole shot. It's Ironoid, followed by Sub 20, followed by Prop FPV. BMS Thomas already into the corkscrew section, followed by Ironoid. Prop taking a tumble, so is Ironoid. It looks like a potential collision between those two pilots. BMS Thomas is now out in front onto lap number 2. BMS Thomas is down! BMS Thomas down! Sub 20 now takes the lead. Coming through The cute pilot triple spiral. He is out in front. The young cadet through the dive gate is first out in front, coming through the corkscrew. BMS Thomas now trying to chase him down. Inoid is out. Prop FPV trying to come back through. He'll move on to lap number 2 now.
Sub 20
But
taking
Sub 20
lap 2
now.
in first. BMS Thomas taking lap 2 in second. BMS Thomas lights out. Sub 20 Prop FPV are the only ones in the air. They are guaranteed to go through to our semi-final. Meanwhile, we will see BMS Thomas and Prop FPV.
Sub 20 now out in front. BMS Thomas and Inoid, our 2 highest seeds in this one, out of the race. They will move into our redemption bracket. Sub 20 to take first if he can hold it on, and Prop will continue with him to the semi-final. They just need to hold their positions as it is guaranteed. Sub 20, did he go through the start-finish gate? Does it, nails it. He takes the win. Prop FPV now just needs to finish, but he will take second place in this one and continue. The young Army cadet taking the win against
race over.
One of the fastest pilots in the world in BMS Thomas. That is something that he will have forever.
Next up, round 6, race 2.
And cannot be taken away. Up now, IQ0, there yet, Davey FPV and Shutter Speed. Again, this is for positions into the semi-final. Pilots here, 1 and 2, will face off against Sub 20 and Prop FPV for a place into our Chase the Ace final. Pilots in 2 and 3 and 4 will have a second opportunity to stay in the competition. They are not out, so we will still see BMS Thomas. He will be racing up against Squid and McQueen. And one of the pilots in 3 and 4 from this next up race.
So in our next race, we have our very own Bradbury in the 20s for ranking, coming into our quarterfinal, our winners bracket. There yet.
Yes, certainly, and another one of these highly talented cadet pilots, Shutter Speed. He will be wanting to put on a show, but we have pilots in positions 2 and 3 on our leaderboard in qualifying in IQ0 and Davey FPV.
Now, if we look in Shutter Speed's video, we can see aeroplane jelly up the top. I can guarantee you I am not flying.
Yeah, so it looks Shutter Speed using a loner quad.
He is using a loner quad. He broke every single drone in the qualifying in the military event and has now had to resort to using.
And that's where it gets interesting, not flying your own craft that you have built, that you have tuned, that you have honed and practiced on for weeks leading up to the competition. Definitely poses some interesting and unique challenges. And we wish Shutter Speed all the best luck. IQ0 looks primed and ready. So does Davey FPV there yet. Warming up his fingers. He is looking primed. Position in the semi-final on the line here. Video goggles are down for Davey. Goggles are down for there yet. Goggles are down for IQ0. Waiting for a thumbs up from Shutter Speed. Our front 3 are ready. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off and racing. Whole shot going to IQ0. Second to Shutter Speed. Third to Davey. Fourth to there yet. IQ0 already into the corkscrews. Davey following into the corkscrews. There goes Shutter Speed. And there goes there yet into the corkscrews. Onto lap number 2. In front is IQ0. Shutter Speed going down. Looks to be 3 pilots now in this one. Lights out for Shutter Speed. 3 pilots in the air. IQ0 out in front. Followed by Davey in second place. There yet in third. IQ0 now about to make his way onto lap number 3 out in front. Davey 2 to 3 gates behind as he now makes his way onto the lead lap. IQ0 through the dive gate now coming through into the corkscrew. Davey FPV into the dive gate as well, and there yet still working away on lap number 2. IQ0 now onto the final lap. Davey FPV coming through the spiral section over the top. Around KJ Arnold corner, Davey onto the final lap. He goes now 6 seconds behind IQ0. IQ0 has all the time in the world now. Around the final corner, that takes the win for IQ0. Davey FPV now coming through the slalom section, over through the spirals. There yet crashing out as well. Davey takes second place. There yet will take third. Shutter Speed with no laps down will take fourth. IQ0 and Davey FPV move on to our semi-final. there yet still in the air. He will finish in third. These pilots still have one more chance left in the competition. We will see them up next right now. Pilots now going back to back, so be prepared. Have the batteries ready to go. The competition is heating up. The race is over. The track is clear as we prepare for the next of our finals to determine our champion here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon.
No, I am really hoping that was a battery eject from shutter speed.
Yeah, look, disappointing, especially after the work that Sub 20 did to really sort of fly that
Next up, round
cadet
7,
flag.
race 1.
Disappointing to see that because he was the fastest pilot from the cadets during the finals. Stand by, give me a second. I just want to need to confirm. Up now we have round 7, race 1. That will be BMS Thomas, Squid FPV, McQueen, and Shutter Speed. Shutter Speed going back to back, as is McQueen and BMS Thomas. Squid now working his way through the redemption brackets. He will face off against BMS Thomas, McQueen, and Shutter Speed. Channels for those pilots are 1 for BMS Thomas, R2 for Shutter Speed, R7 for McQueen, and R8 for Squid.
We need a propeller change for Shutter Speed.
Yep, he will be afforded that. He will be afforded that, having... So channels for our next race after this, we will have Hit and Stuff on R1, Dixie on R2, Ironoid on R7, and Third Eye on R8. After that, correction, stand by. So this now is our redemption bracket. Pilots 1 and 2 continue. Pilots in 3 and 4, we say goodbye to them in the competition.
And we have some serious teamwork from the cadet team. 3
Yeah,
pilots changing the propellers of Shutter Speed all at once to see how long it can take them to change all 4 of these propellers at once, making sure they're putting them on in the right direction in the process.
Yeah, look, drone racing certainly can be a team sport. It is one pilot in the air, but sometimes it can take a whole crew to support a pilot. And that might just be in keeping drones in the air, helping maintain batteries and props in between races. The 2, 3 cadets all wrenching away on a propeller each, trying to get Shutter Speed ready for this back-to-back race to stay in the competition. So through our finals so far this morning and into this afternoon, personal best individual laps here, BMS Thomas with a 12:11. The next fastest is Squid with a 14:36. Shutter Speed with a 15:15, and McQueen with a 15:83. So based on that, based on these individual fastest laps, BMS Thomas looks to be the quickest on the track. Squid, our second. Third place would be looking at Shutter Speed, but anything happens in head-to-head racing.
BMS Thomas, race band 1. Shutter Speed, race band 2. McQueen, race band 7. Squid FPV, race band 8. We do not have any video for Shutter Speed. Shutter Speed, are you on the correct channel? Race band 2 for Shutter Speed, please. He's just changing his channel. He will not be a second. He is an analog pilot. So in this race, we see the bottom 2 pilots eliminated from the competition. This is to move on to our semi-final, the elimination
So
bracket.
Shutter Speed, you're on R8, you need to change channels to R2. Squid, just be aware that Shutter Speed is on your channel at the moment. Just while we go, confirmation Squid. Confirmation from McQueen. Are you good? You ready? Waiting on Shutter Speed. Shutter Speed going back to back as he goes into his drone's configuration menu to change the settings, to change his channel. So video there for Squid. Shutter Speed waiting for his video to turn. got his video there. Video on for Thomas, video on for McQueen. Waiting for McQueen's video. Cool. Radio pilots. Let's do racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off and racing.
shot
BMS
BMS
Thomas with the
Thomas
whole shot. Squid in
1.27.
third, McQueen in second. Shutter speed in fourth, based on entry and exit out of the start finish gate. Shutter speed going lights out now. BMS Thomas coming through the spiral. Squid now coming through the spiral. McQueen now through the spiral section. On to lap number 2. BMS Thomas in first place. In second place is Squid. McQueen still on lap number 1 as he works his way through those spiral sections. Out in front now is BMS Thomas. Squid in second place. On to lap number 3 goes BMS Thomas in first place. Coming around KJR corner now is Squid. He's now into second on lap number 3. McQueen getting topsy-turvy, still working his way through lap number 2. And Shutter Speed is out on lap number 1. BMS Thomas now onto his final lap, out in front. Squid now still coming through those spirals through KJR corner. BMS Thomas has a lead of 6.5 seconds. McQueen still on lap number 3, coming through the corkscrew. Into the dive gate goes Squid. Through into the corkscrew now goes McQueen, goes crashing down. BMS Thomas there taking the win comfortably. As Squid now comes through, crossing the start-finish line to take second place. They will progress in the competition, and we will say goodbye to McQueen and Shutter Speed, the 2 cadet pilots. McQueen still in the air, working away on lap number 3. Through that spiral section, up over the guide wire, around KJR corner, through the in-situ Pacific start-finish gate, and taking third in that race. Race is over, track is clear. BMS Thomas and Squid progressing in the competition.
Next up, round 7, race 2.
Now we will see there yet Digski, Hit and Stuff, and Ironoid. If you're just joining us in the crowd, this is the culmination of 6 days of drone racing here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon. The competition has been thick and fast, furious and furious. Yes, I know what I said.
In the crowds, can we get a cheer for our eliminated pilots, Shutter Speed and McQueen?
Yeah, we say goodbye to them in the competition now, but we are getting right into the business end here. Ironoid qualifying 4th on the leaderboard. Digski qualifying in 6th. There yet, working his way from 15th, and Hit and Stuff working all the way up from position number 21 in our top 32 leaderboard. This is the business end, racing for places here.
We are still waiting on a... There yet.
The pilots have been working extremely hard. Pilots working extremely hard throughout the event. Getting drones race ready, flying and crashing, repairing. Blood, sweat and tears all being left out there.
We are waiting on a third eye. He's coming.
He's making his way now into the arena.
Has anyone got a spare radio antenna for third eye? Teamwork for third eye. Can we get a radio antenna? Anyone got a... Third eye, do you need this? This is from Cadet Pilot Sub 20. I will give that back to Sub 20.
There yet, come back. You are in this race. Sorry, my mind is
There yet is actually in this race.
I have something wrong here. I have third eye instead of there yet.
Third, you are not in this race. There yet is in this race. That was a Timmy trackside incident.
No, it's there yet, not third.
There,
That's
you
where I
are
went
on
wrong.
race band 8. You are racing now. Timmy made a mistake.
Wait, you're not. It's Dixky hitting stuff Ironoid there. You're on this. Who's up now, mate? Stand by, stand by. We're just confirming. Yeah, I saw the name too.
Was it an error? Okay, because I thought I was out, and then it's okay if I'm out. I just want to make sure that I'm not in. I think it's third.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's it, not me.
I think so. I hope so. I'm just reading what I said on the screen.
Now for everyone in our audience, the 2 pilots that come 3rd and 4th in this race will be eliminated and we will not see them again.
Rightio, our race director
Next
Timmy
up,
Tron
round
getting
7, race
our
2.
local Melbourne pilots with no hair confused. Yeah.
Not just the bold people like
Yeah, so if you've got no hair and you're from Melbourne, our race director just cannot tell you apart. Okay, we have Hit and Stuff, Dixky, Ironoid, and there yet in the race. The track is clear. Our pilots are ready. Thumbs up across the board. I want to make sure we're good. There yet, video on, so we get any collisions and we can review should something go wrong. There yet, are you on channel 8? Wait. He is? Okay, we've got it now. Okay, let's start.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot
See
Ironoid
Ironoid coming through in first, Hidden
1.53.
Stuff and Dixie coming through the whole sort of bases, and never mind. Dixie making a wrong turn at that. Hidden Stuff is lights out. Meanwhile, Ironoid out through the dive gate. There yet is currently taking the lead. Never mind, Dixie has overtaken him through the upward spiral, down around
Ironoid's flying
KJR
slow.
corner.
Ironoid's flying slow now coming through. Something could be wrong here. Hit and Stuff is out. There might have been a collision between the 2 pilots, but Ironoid's flying suspiciously very slow now coming through in 3rd. In 1st place is Dixie out in front. There yet in 2nd, but something is wrong with Ironoid. We're not sure what it is. Maybe that collision between him and Hit and Stuff has really cost him here. He's coming through the dive gate. This is not the pace that Ironoid and not what we are used for. It looks like he's just going to continue and get as many what he can flying, but Dixky on lap number 3 out in front. He's about to make his way onto the final lap. He's out in front, followed by There Yet, working away on lap number 3.
Meanwhile, Ironoid coming through that upward spiral. If we can hear a growling noise in the audience, that is Ironoid's drone. There is something up with his drone, but he continues flying nonetheless. There Yet coming up through that upward spiral. Dixky
There Yet having a collision there. Ironoid could still very well be in this. There Yet still needs to finish. He is on the final lap, coming through that spiral. Over the top he goes, over the top of the guideway. Ironoid now on the final lap, but he is good, about half the track away. There Yet taking 2nd place. Dixky with the win. They progress. Ironoid there coming off, although Hit and Stuff came off far worse. It looks like Ironoid was worse off and did not want to risk it. Ironoid takes 3rd. We say goodbye to him and we say goodbye to Hit and Stuff. The 3,
Race
all
over.
pilots from Melbourne in this race. Unfortunate there for Ironoid, but Dixky and There Yet progress and continue in the competition. We will see them up now against Squid and BMS Thomas. So up now we
Next
have
up, round 8, race 1.
BMS Thomas, Dixky, Squid, and There Yet. It's a back-to-back for the redemption. You guys will be up next. Yeah. Dixie, you're up now. So pilots frantically are racing. We are going through quickly, changing through everything here. Quarterfinals now up with Squid, BMS Thomas, Dixky, and There Yet. Channels, BMS Thomas on channel 1, Dixky on R8, Squid on R7, There Yet on R8. Pilots need to finish first or second to remain in the competition. And they will move on to race 10, where they will face the pilots who come third and fourth in our semi-final. That race, the winners from this race, 1 and 2, positions 1 and 2, will then be in a race-off to make our Chase the Ace final, our top 4, and a chance to take home the championship crown here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon. We are 2 races away from the top 4 finals. Your channels are too. There yet, getting ready. Squid, video looking good. BMS Thomas primed. This is the quarterfinals of our championship here.
Now, while we are waiting for our pilots, we need to point out There Yet. He qualified. What position did There Yet qualify?
So he qualified in 15th. He's actually our lowest seed who has made it through so far into the finals. The next lowest would be sub 20, who's in our semi-final, a race off there to make into our top 4 final. And then after that, the rest of our pilots all sit within the top 10. So There Yet really is the one who's been able to move through this redemption bracket from outside our top 10. And our pilots now gritting up and getting ready. ImmersionRC, he's ready. He is up next after this.
So we have 2 pilots from our top 5 qualifiers.
There Yet
been
taking
eliminated.
his seat. ImmersionRC spotting for Squid. I guess it gets interesting should they both meet further on in the racing. So 2 more races now until we are at our top 4 final, where the best in Australia will be racing off to be crowned the Australian International Airshow at Avalon champion for 2025. BMS Thomas taking his seat, Squid taking his seat, Dixie is goggles down. Okay, pilots, goggles down. Thumbs up when you are ready. Dixie ready, There Yet ready. Squid is ready. Video for all 4 pilots. BMS Thomas is ready. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off. BMS Thomas with the whole shot. Second through the whole shot. Squid. Third is Dixie as he tumbles. He has binned it. He is up on top of a crowd. Oh, There Yet now coming through the dive gate is BMS Thomas in first. Squid in second place. There Yet now coming through the spirals. BMS Thomas already onto lap number 2 down through the spiral up into the dive gate. Through the spiral up goes Squid. He's just a couple of gate or 2 behind BMS Thomas. Dixie is out. There Yet working through the spiral as well. BMS Thomas now onto lap number 3. Squid onto lap number 2 at the moment. He moves on to lap number 3 in second place, 4.88 seconds away from BMS Thomas. There Yet in third. He's still on lap number 2. BMS Thomas now onto the final lap. Squid through the corkscrew. Coming through the slalom now. Through the spiral goes Squid. BMS Thomas now into the corkscrew. Slalom and spirals for BMS Thomas. Over the top he goes. KJR Connor. He takes the win and progresses. Squid through the dive gate. Over the top he goes into the corkscrew. BMS Thomas has taken the win and finished. Squid now working through the spiral. Over the top he goes. KJR Connor and Squid will move forward in second place. There Yet taking third, and Dixie crashing out on lap number 1. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our quarterfinalists here.
Can we get our drone retrieval tool for Dixie's drone, please?
There Yet, the track is still live, There Yet finishing up his lap. Through KJR corner, through our In Situ Pacific start finish gate. There Yet taking third, a mighty and valiant effort there against his other top 10 competitors. Race is over, track is clear. Go and collect your drones.
Next up, round 9, race 1.
Up now, our first semi-final. Our first semi-final, Davey FPV, ImmersionRC sub 20, and prop FPV.
Can people in the red shirts find our drone retrieval tool, please? It seems to have been misplaced.
So this is our first semi-final. Pilots in first and second will progress to our top 4 final, which will be conducted under the Chase the Ace format. You may be wondering what that is. The Chase the Ace format, pilots will race. Our winner will have a minimum, absolute minimum of 3 races. Our drone is down, the pin chicken there, taking the spoils with the victory over the drone and the broom. Oh, sorry, I should say drone retrieval tool. This is a patented drone retrieval tool. It may look like a broom, but I assure you it's not. Telescopic carbon fiber handle with soft bristles on the end to ensure that a drone is not damaged in its retrieval from the netting. Designed and developed here with the Australian Army. Latest in defence technology there on show at the air show. So this, our first semi-final. ImmersionRC, our second seed in the competition. Davey FPV in third. These pilots have progressed through the winners bracket. Sub 20 from the cadets and prop FPV from the West Coast. The tent is being secured. Our pilots are sitting down, goggles down. Video for all 4, please. Thumbs up across the board. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
In comes all 3 of our pilots coming through the whole shot successfully. This race is moving. ImmersionRC currently out in first, coming through our dive gate, followed by Davey FPV close behind, coming through the corkscrew. ImmersionRC coming through the slalom all the way around. Meanwhile, sub 20 coming up behind Davey FPV. ImmersionRC finishing his best up at the 12.51, his personal best of the day, coming through the corkscrew around.
ImmersionRC out in first place now. Davey FPV in second. Prop FPV in third, sub 20 in fourth. ImmersionRC now moves on to lap number 3 in first place. Davey FPV onto lap number 3 in second. Prop FPV also coming through the spiral now into the dive gate. It's going to be neck and neck between Davey and Prop. Prop colliding there with the dive gate. Davey now got some space between him, but he's going to have to keep up on because Prop is fast finishing too as well. ImmersionRC now onto lap number 4. He's out in front. Davey FPV through the dive gate. Prop collides again. Sub 20 working through. Davey FPV for the spirals. Coming through now over the top. This is the last lap. KJR corner. Davey FPV takes second place and moves into our top 4 final along with ImmersionRC. Prop calls time. Sub 20 is on lap number 4 in 4th place. We will see him up again against Squid and BMS Thomas in our second semi-final. Sub 20 there finishing in 3rd place, along with Prop FPV.
Race over.
ImmersionRC and Davey FPV progressing now to our top 4 final. Sub 20 and Prop FPV are now back to back. They are up in our second semi-final, up against our TQ, BMS Thomas, and Squid FPV, our champion.
Next up, round 10
from
race
the military competition this week.
All right, everyone, I'd like to introduce you to Andy Dimmick, one of the UAS events crew here. We're just going to give the pilots a couple of minutes just to prepare because there is a bit of a back-to-back and this is ungodly fast turnaround. So we're running a little ahead of schedule, so don't worry. This next race will be absolutely spicy, and over to Andy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've come at the most exciting time because we've now got the final 2 races. So this is going to be the second semi-final shortly, then there'll be another pause, and then we'll go to the final. So you're never going to see drone racing as fast as these next 2 races. Then after that, later on, we've got the dogs at 2:30. So you've got a fantastic 40 minutes here in this lovely dome tent. But first, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing here, what drone racing is, and what it probably is slightly different than what you thought. You thought you were coming here and seeing a DJI that somebody brought from JB Hi-Fi to fly around the track. It's not that. These drones are very different. So let me just give a few seconds to explain exactly what we're talking about. So the JB Hi-Fi drone you buy, whether it's a cheap one or an expensive one, is most likely designed for endurance and quality of picture. So it's got a good sized battery on it, it's nice and light, and it's designed to stay up in the air as long as you can. So we're talking about 1 or 2 hours in the air with a nice 4K digital picture that you can have a look at down on the ground. Most people tend to just have them, they look over the fence, see what the neighbors are up to, 6 months later, they're in a drawer and you never see it again. The difference with these are like rally cars. So if you wanted to rally car, your normal car, say a Subaru Forester, you get rid of the back seats. You get rid of the aircon, the GPS. And what you then change is the engine. You put better tires, better brakes on. So these are purpose-built drones. The drones are carbon fiber, 5-inch drones. They have a forward-facing camera, typically analog, but sometimes digital, and I'll come on to a second why it's analog, because most of you in here have probably, or some of the kids here, have probably never seen an analog signal, because everything's digital TV nowadays. So I'll explain that in a second, but the speed. Everyone wants to know the speed these go. So these go from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in about 0.8 of a second. The maximum speed of these is about 200. Inside here, because of the size, probably about 120 to 150 kilometers an hour speed. Going back now to this analog versus digital. As everything, it's always about the cost, but the reality of it is, if we had a normal, cheapish, affordable digital camera on here, it would take about 1 second to 2 seconds to see the image. Now, if you're watching the AFL, that's fine. But if this is going at 100 kilometers an hour in a second, you'll be in the nets before you realize you needed to turn. Are we ready now?
We're ready to rock and roll.
Okay, so this is the second of the semi-finals, and then we're going to go into the finals. So we're going to see some very fast racing. They do 4 laps. The first to do 4 laps.
Certainly, positions 1 and 2 are what matters. Thank you very much there, Andy. Thumbs up across the board for all our pilots. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off and racing. BMS Thomas out through the first whole shot in front. Squid not far behind in second. Prop FPV in third. Sub 20 in fourth place. As they make their way through into the KJR corner, BMS Thomas first onto lap number 2. Second is Squid. Third is Sub 20. Prop FPV through the 3 gates behind. BMS Thomas through the corkscrew now on lap number 2. Coming through the spiral over the top into KJR corner. Here he goes. He is first into lap number 3. Squid FPV coming now into KJR corner. 2 gates behind is Sub 20. Squid FPV now working through the spirals up. BMS Thomas already about to make his way around KJR corner. 1 more lap to go. He's on to the final lap. BMS Thomas in first place. 1 and 2 progressing into our final. Through KJR corner goes Squid. He's now onto the lead lap in second place. BMS Thomas now over the top. Prop FPV goes out. Prop FPV down. BMS Thomas takes the win and moves into the final. BMS Thomas takes the win. Squid over the top. KJR corner. He takes second and will move into our top 4 final. And we will say goodbye to the competition for sub 20 and prop FPV. A round of applause for all our pilots, ladies and gentlemen. Our second
Race over.
semi-final. BMS Thomas and Squid FPV will now re-grid back up for our top 4 Chase the Ace final. How does Chase the Ace work, you ask? Simple. A minimum of 3 races. Our pilots will race 4 positions. The pilot who wins gets an ace in the hand. To win the competition, a pilot needs 2 aces in their pocket to go and cash in the check to take home the trophy.
So I asked this question last time, and I'm going to ask it again for everyone in our audience. Does that mean that we could have 5 races for the finals there?
It could go down each
Next
pilot.
up, round
All
11,
4
race
pilots
1.
could take a win in 4 races, meaning we will go down to a sudden death 5th race. Winner takes all.
We have a channel change for Squid FPV moving to race band 8.
So our pilots here, Squid FPV, BMS Thomas, working their way through the redemption bracket now, up into our top 4. They are back to back. Davey FPV and ImmersionRC, they have had the chance of a rest between races to regrid, recoup, and get ready for the final, the top 4 pilots. Now the seeding here, BMS Thomas, our TQ, he was seeded number 1. In 2nd place, ImmersionRC. In 3rd was Davey, and Squid coming in, working his way through the redemption bracket now from seeding 7th now to being placed in our top 4 for this competition. Now Squid, interestingly, he was also featured in our competition during the week, our military competition. Representing the veteran drone racing team, he took the win in the military competition that's finished up on Friday here at the Avalon Airshow.
The rest of these pilots are brand new to the event as of Friday.
But they are not brand new to drone racing. In fact, a very high pedigree of pilot here in our top 4. 2-time world champion, 5-time Australian champion, 4-time New Zealand Open champion, BMS Thomas is in this race.
On top of that, BMS Thomas is a local Melbourne-born pilot.
ImmersionRC is well, Australian FIA World Cup team member, teammate of BMS Thomas over multiple World Cup events. He's a DCL pilot racing overseas. He recently competed over in events in Turkey and over in the UAE. He is also a world-class champion competing here. Davey FPV is certainly no slouch as well, taking 3rd at the Australian Drone Nationals last year up in Townsville. He's also a winner. He has experience racing under a big blue tent, having taken the win at a Wings Over Illawarra event back in 22.
We also have Squid FPV
Squid,
as
as
a
we
DCL
said,
pilot.
Squid is well, also a DCL pilot, an international world-class pilot, and our current military champion as well. These pilots have been racing for years, perfecting their craft, honing their skills, working night after night on the simulator, rebuilding drones.
In the 10 with me now, I have Mad Dog, who was unfortunately eliminated due to some drone issues. Mad Dog, what are you hoping to see from our pilots today?
I'm hoping to see a really good race here. I know all these pilots are really, really good. It's going to be a really tight race. It's going to be very, very interesting to watch all these very fast pilots. Some of them even Melbourners, fight it out here to see who wins. It's going to be very exciting.
Awesome, Mad Dog.
Crowd getting pumped up. We are moments away from getting underway for our first Chase the Ace top 4 final. Veteran pilot Squid psyching himself up, warming up out on the track. In the yellow jumper, we have ImmersionRC. In the brown jumper, we have BMS Thomas. With his hat backwards and the boots on, we have Squid and Davey FPV in the black shirt, getting ready to take glory here at the Australian International Airshow. 72 of Australia's fastest pilots have competed here at this event over the weekend. This event
in this finals, we actually have 2 spotters that are the fathers of the pilots. BMS Paul joining BMS Thomas, and Davey FPV's dad also joining him as a spotter.
Yeah, so our pilots are allowed to have a spotter, someone who can feed them additional data so they can understand the context of the race, where they are. Pilots can obviously only look forward with their cameras. They can't see left and right. And the spotter can give that valuable information that they need to make the right decision at the right moment on the track. Video on for ImmersionRC, video on for all pilots. Thumbs up across the board. This is the top 4 final coming up right now.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are off
Whole
and
shot
racing.
BMS
BMS Thomas out.
0-4.
BMS Thomas out. Getting a whole shot time. It may be reviewed, but we will continue under racing conditions. Squid getting topsy-turvy also into the dive gate. Davey also taking a collision. ImmersionRC getting topsy-turvy. This is all over the shop. How do we fare after lap number 1? ImmersionRC now out in front. Davey FPV in second. Squid now in third. BMS Thomas is lights out after the whole shop. But this will be under review. ImmersionRC now on lap number 2. Coming through the spiral now over the top KJR corner. Davey FPV right behind him. 0.78 seconds behind. Davey FPV in second. ImmersionRC in first. Squid in third. 3.5 seconds away from Davey FPV. Here comes ImmersionRC now onto KJR corner, onto the final lap. ImmersionRC in front, now gaining his lead over Davey FPV in second. 1.86 seconds. ImmersionRC out in front, 2 to 3 gates, that is his now. ImmersionRC now comes around KJR corner, takes the win. The first ace in our top 4. Chase the ace and Davey a second. Squid will take third. However, there will be a review and we'll hand over to Andy Dimmick to talk to the crowd whilst that review is conducted.
Race over.
The race is under review.
Next up, round 12, race 1.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, whilst they get ready and set up, I'll just explain a few other fun facts that we have. So, like all sport, especially motorsport, especially serious sport, you have a video referee, and we're now going to a video referee because, as you saw, straight away, just like Formula 1, when you go from that pole position straight out, there can be mayhem, and we just saw a bit of mayhem there. One of the top performing racers there was out on the first corner, so we were just reviewing that. So that is the first of the finals as we go through. I just want to explain a couple of things as we talked about. If you notice now, we've gone to a different level, a different league. Previously, the pilots were just pretty much on their own. What you see now is the co-pilot. And the reason why they have those co-pilots is because, as we mentioned, you can only see forward. So you think of a normal fighter pilot or a Formula 1 driver, they can turn their heads left and right and therefore improve their situational awareness. You can't do that on a drone that only looks forward. So what we often have is a coach or a spotter or just someone who's providing you that navigator support, like in rally cars. So if you imagine, if I was gate 1 and Connor here is gate 3, and I'm going so fast that there's a drone over here that I can't see, if Connor's my spotter, he says there's a slow drone there at gate 3, go low. So I'm coming around now, and I'm going around over here, and I'm now approaching gate 3, I will go low. I still can't see the drone. I've got into a low position, and now I can see the drone as I approach Connor, the gate 3, and then I go under. So it's undertaking is that. Because what we find now, when we compare it to like Formula 1, the key difference is, actually on the course, it's Formula 1, 2, 3, 4. So the slower races actually are the bigger hazards to you.
So our video reviews here today are done by Dean's Video Reviews. This is run by pilot Houdini, who got eliminated earlier. He is out there with our race director Timmy and my fellow commentator Bear, along with Nacho, reviewing the race as we speak. We will be taking down the table shortly. If any of you were watching that, we saw that drone split into about 3 parts. We had an arm on this side, a drone on this side, a battery somewhere in the middle. That was a brutal crash for our pilots. So, ImmersionRC has taken the win for the first race, which means he only needs one more win. He only needs one more win to take home the championship. However, the win is up for grabs for anyone at this point in the competition. In this next race, if we see any of our other 3 pilots take a win, that means we go into a 3rd race. If another pilot takes a win, that means we go into a 4th race. We can go into 5 races. Somebody has to win twice.
Thank you, Aeroplane Jelly. Thank you. Yes, the review has been complete. Now, for the context for our crowd, you may not have seen what occurred there. Pilots, when they take off from the launch block, are all converging through the one single obstacle, and the risk of collision between the start blocks and the start-finish gate is at its highest there is at any point in the track. That is the one time that pilots are guaranteed to be propeller to propeller on the racetrack. When a collision happens between 2 pilots, between the launch and the start-finish gate, if a collision occurs and a pilot is unable to continue, the race will be restarted as all pilots were not afforded the opportunity to start the race through the start-finish gate and then continue the race. Upon review, it was confirmed all pilots travelled past the start-finish gate, with BMS Thomas colliding with one of our cube pilot pylons, ending his race. So the result stands, ImmersionRC taking the first ace, the first win in our Chase the Ace top 4 racing. Davey FPV with 2nd and Squid FPV with a 3rd place. Our pilots are now gridding back up. We will have a minimum of 3 races, 2 more races to go at least. However, should any other pilot other than ImmersionRC take the win, we will continue on until one pilot emerges victorious with 2 wins in this format.
Now, in the pits with me, you may have seen him earlier outside, is Mad Dog. Mad Dog featured in a Chase the Ace final just earlier this week on Friday in the military show. Now, obviously, Mad Dog, this is the finals. All these pilots must be really stressed out. Can you tell us a bit about how it feels to be a pilot in a Chase the Ace battle?
It basically feels like your heart is racing, your mind is racing with all these thoughts, like how are you going to go? Like, are you going to be able to get that win? Are you going to be able to get first, second? What's going to happen to you? Are you going to hit? What's going to happen in the race? All these thoughts are running through your mind.
So pilots, thank you. Thank you for that, Mad Dog. The stress, the pressure, it builds and builds each race in Chase the Ace format, particularly when it starts getting down to sudden death Chase the Ace. The nerves need to be calmed, composed, and ready to perform at your best on the racetrack. Our pilots now are gridding up. Pilots are ready to change some props. They got some fresh batteries on. This will be our 2nd in our Chase the Ace format, with 1 ace in the hand of ImmersionRC. Can he take a 2nd to cash in and take home the trophy? Davey FPV travelling all the way from Canberra to compete in this event. The designer of the track that we have here that you can race as well when you go home on the simulator. If you're interested in getting into drone racing, go speak to our good friends over at Mantis FPV. Just to behind us here, great supporters of ADF drone racing. They are selling packages here, or introductory packages, a simulator and a controller, allowing you to get started in your journey in fast FPV drone racing. We hope you pick one up, and we hope to see you in 2 years' time when we are back at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon in 2027. One of you kids in the grandstands could very well be out here in 2 years' time. Video for Squid, video for BMS Thomas. ImmersionRC and BMS Thomas, both local to Melbourne here racing. Squid from Adelaide. representing the veteran drone racing team here. Pilots are gridded up, the net is closed, goggles down, thumbs up. Thumbs up across the board when ready. BMS Thomas, IQ0, waiting. Davey FPV, let's go. Yep. Yes.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
And we are all 4 pilots through the whole shot. First through the whole shot is IQ0, followed by BMS Thomas, followed by Davey, followed by Squid. Can BMS Thomas take the lead, take the win, and push this into a third race, or is IQ0 out in front too far ahead? First is BMS Thomas through into lap number 2. Second is Davey FPV, and third is IQ0. Through the corkscrew goes IQ0. Through the spiral goes BMS Thomas. Now into KJR corner goes BMS Thomas. He's first onto lap number 3. Davey in third, IQ0 in second, Squid in fourth. BMS Thomas through the dive gate now, coming into the corkscrew, into the slalom. This is lap number 3, the lead lap. Coming through the spiral now goes BMS Thomas. Over through KJR. He's now out in front on lap number 4, the final for this race. Coming through now, IQ0 in second place, Davey slipping down to third. BMS Thomas now coming through. Traffic ticket Tadwins. BMS Thomas now coming through. And the winner, IQ0! IQ0 with an 11.69 takes the win over BMS Thomas. IQ0 comes from third place all the way in on lap number 4 to take the win.
Race over.
He has 2 aces. It is locked and confirmed. Our winner here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon 2025.
Next up, round 13, race 1.
IQ0. Not much in it. Our race director here reviewing to ensure these 2 pilots are no strangers to this kind of controversy. Mirror image, they both, IQ0 there has the lead coming through the corner. BMS Thomas is wide. IQ0 takes it cleanly. So IQ0 there confirmed the winner as the Jets take off over the top of us. We have one more race for that, the places of second, third, and fourth. Third, second, fourth. Second, third, fourth, yeah. An 11.89 from IQ0 on lap number 4 allowed him to push millimeters. As you look at it, the distance from our start-finish gate to the first cone closest to our grandstand is all that was in it. Yeah, we just got some response. If you're in the crowd here, some glasses I have picked up. If you're missing your glasses, they're here with race headquarters. Please come and let us know. So one more race to confirm positions for pilots in places second, third, and fourth. So everything on the line now for Squid FPV, Davey FPV, and BMS Thomas. Final race here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon, the Thunderdome, the culmination of 6 days of drone racing here in a grueling tent. World-class performances here by IQ0. He held the TQ spot overnight, lost it this morning to BMS Thomas. He went through the entire elimination format without losing a race. Bemis Thomas having errors and issues. That's put him into the redemption bracket. He fought his way back up to the top 4. But ImmersionRC too strong in races 1 and 2 in our top 4 finals. An 11.69 by ImmersionRC on lap 4 to seal the win. Moving from 3rd all the way in to 1st. Taking the win on the last corner. Just waiting on Squid, FPV, Bemis Thomas and Davey. We have a Davey, we have a Bemis Thomas. Squid just quickly changing propellers. His mate, ImmersionRC, will spot him after taking the win in this one. Tim, can you tell us what is the mathematical equation here for places in this race?
Bear, you know I love my spreadsheets. So let's spend 30 seconds quickly neck beating the coulda, shoulda, wouldas for this final race. We're going to assume that ImmersionRC is, well, you know, he has decided not to run this one, so. So we put a 4 in there for ImmersionRC because he's won no matter what. And let's just simulate some things here. So if Squid gets the win and Davey gets a second, he will be second. Squid would be third. If Thomas wins this one and Davey gets... Oh, look, it's up for any of them. Look, it doesn't... It's...
So...
between Davey and Thomas, they would get second with the win there. I think Squid's best outcome is potentially getting third with the 3rd and 4th there if he paired it with a 1.
So okay, so it is on the winner between Davey and Bemis Thomas will lock in second.
Yeah.
Should Squid take the win, he will secure 3rd place. Okay, pilots. Video ready. Thumbs up from Davey. A nod from Squid. Last race. Let's go racing.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
I'll take all 3 of our pilots in through the start-finish gate. This race will continue. Davey FPV whole shot 0.07 seconds behind BMS Thomas. BMS Thomas coming through R slalom and around R spiral up. He's coming through the KJR corner now, finishing his first race at 12.44. Davey FPV only 0.6 seconds behind him, followed by Squid 2 seconds behind Davey FPV. BMS Thomas coming now through R corkscrew. Davey FPV following close behind. Thomas coming around KJR corner now, finishing his second lap. Davey FPV finishing his second lap, short behind.
Squid getting out on lap number 2. BMS Thomas out in front on lap number 3. Now coming through the corkscrew. Davey FPV now into the corkscrew in second place. BMS Thomas now coming through the slalom, coming through KJR corner, through the in-situ Pacific start finish gate. Lights out for Squid. He will take home 4th from that result. Correction. BMS Thomas through the corkscrew on lap number 4. Davey now into the corkscrew on lap number 4. BMS Thomas now coming through KJR, taking the win in this one. He will take home 2nd place. Davey will take home 3rd. With Squid locked in 4th place. That ends our racing in the competition. The man of the moment, though, ImmersionRC, the champion here at the Australian International Airshow at Avalon. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our pilots. Up now, we will have our presentation out on the track. We ask that pilots make their way out while we set up on the track. Hang around in the grandstands while we applaud and award our champions here at the Australian International Airshow. We will have racing continuing after here with pilots able to redeem themselves with some more time on the track. But for now, the championship, the competition here has been confirmed and declared with IQ0, our champion, Davey. Correction. BMS Thomas in second, Davey FPV in third, and Squid taking fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow, how exciting that. That was probably, and I'm not exaggerating here, this was the 4 fastest pilots drone racing in Australia. And one of them is a professional. I think he's going off to Japan to fly next week. So yeah, it was really great seeing that. We're just setting up now for the presentation. I'd say please stick around, not just to see the presentation, but afterwards is the dogs as well. So instead of just standing here and just waiting, I'll just explain a little bit about what we're doing and why this thing drone racing here and why people in military are doing it. So we've got a number of teams. At the moment, we've got an Army, Air Force, and Navy drone racing team. That's an official military sport. And we've also got cadets from the Air Force and the Army. Now, those cadets have actually only learned to fly for the last 6 to 8 months. And they're out here already racing against much older people that have been doing it for much longer. But, as you can see by this, it's a fast and furious sport. And when we give those cadets one of those radio controllers, those thumbs are in the natural position, that PlayStation position. So they do really well at this sport. Other teams we've got a veteran team, and we've also got numerous civilian clubs represented here. So we've got a total of 72 pilots. One of the reasons why we do this is it's a military sport. Now, as you can see, I'm a little bit older, so I'm very slow at this sport. But when I joined the Army, it was all about the Viking, the warrior, and that we got those people from the rugby field and the soccer pitch. Nowadays, we still need those people, but we also need those key skills that this sport gives. We often relate this to Formula One, but it's like Formula One, but you're the racing driver, but you're also the mechanic, the designer, the marketer, the repairer. These guys and girls all have those skills. Those are the sort of skills, those STEM, those science, technology, engineering and maths are the key skills that we need in the ADF. But personally, I think this is much more than the ADF. It's actually about Team Australia. It's not about just the ADF, it's about what we do as a country, our sovereignty, and making sure that we've got the right people with the right jobs, the right qualifications. And this is one of those pathways, and it's a big theme throughout the air show of STEM, is realizing that this is about us, it's about us as a nation and about our prosperity and where we can be in the world. So that's why we take this very serious, but it's also good fun. The other things with fun is that people often ask me, and they look at it and go, it's like the Red Bull Air Race. The big difference is compared to this and the Red Bull Air Race, one, we can afford to do it. Most people can't afford to do the Red Bull Air Race. And the second one is crashing. The Red Bull Air Race, if you crash, it's a very serious thing, as we've experienced this week at the air show. In the drone racing, it's fun. If it crashes, and especially for you as the spectators, it's really good to watch them crash. The final things I'll talk about is, I think, the speeds and the design, because people ask about how you get into this. The first and easiest way and the cheapest way is you get a basic controller and connect it to a cheap, if not free, simulator that you just put into any laptop, any type of computer. And you can actually download this track and have a go and look at it from there. That gives you an indication. That's the recommended way. What I sort of prefer, though, is having a little bit of hands-on and line of sight. So you can buy these 2.5-inch mini whoops, which have a protection around the blades. They're small, and you can fly them indoors. In fact, they're the best to fly indoors because the wind doesn't affect them. What does affect them, though, when you fly them indoors, are plants and cats. Cats love them, and plants hate them. So that's probably the way I recommend, and you fly them line of sight. What I mean by line of sight, you don't put that goggles on, so you don't get that awkwardness, that dizziness that some people get when you put the goggles on. So you learn to fly it nice and slow, nice and fun, especially if you're under about 15, really irritate mum and dad because you keep flying it really close to them, especially grandparents. That's the other one. Grandparents, especially grandfathers, hate them. So they start off with that and then get into your local clubs and then start flying indoor racing in the mini whoops, and then you build up to what this is a 5-inch one. Eventually, what we're starting to see in the sport as it matures, what we'll eventually see is people being seeded so that you against the same quality people. At the moment, it's an open class. And then we'll start seeing the new class, I think it's called Pro Spec, which is a little bit of a bigger drone, and they'll start putting, exactly like Formula One, restrictions on. So they'll start to introduce weights and have a maximum weight or a minimum weight, and control the speed of them. So that this means that it can be, as often they say, what we're going for is slow and smooth, and then if you're smooth, you become quick. And that's where we're looking for now. Are we ready now for the... So thank you very much for your time. We appreciate we're just filling a bit of time here, but thank you for hanging around. We'll do the presentations, and then you've got the biting show.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for sticking around. How exciting was that? Would you give a round of applause, please, for our champion racers? Hey, this might be your first introduction to drone racing, but we've been at this all week, and you have just seen the absolute grand final, the fastest in Australia, all coming together, and we've got some amazing awards just to recognise things. But don't go anywhere, sit where you are. You've got the best seats in the whole of the air show, because coming up soon is an opportunity for those with more of the sadistic tendencies to watch some of our Royal Australian Air Force people get eaten alive by some of the most vicious dogs coming right up. So stay right where you are. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our racers. I acknowledge the cadets who are just outside, the Army, the Air Force, the visitors, the veterans in particular. Everybody throughout this week has been training. Some of these pilots have been training for 4,000 or 5,000 hours in simulation in preparation for this championship. So a big thank you for your preparation, your racing, and well done to absolutely all of you. I'd like to thank, first and foremost, the service teams. Give a shout out for the Australian Army, ladies and gentlemen. The Royal Australian Navy, and the Royal Australian Air Force. We'd also like to recognise that this is such a unique sport. It's the only opportunity where the current services can compete actively against youths and cadets who are just outside, who unfortunately have a flight to catch, funnily enough. And we're also have the veterans here. It's absolutely critical for us to embrace this community, and we've had a wonderful week of racing. Earlier this week, we crowned our fastest military pilots. They will represent you over against the militaries around the world, against the United States of America, against the UK, and representing from across the services to get out there and show the best that we've got. I'd like to make a special mention of the civilian clubs who have come out to join us this week. Local pilots who have shown absolutely they are some of the best, and have, in some cases, shown us what they've got, and we've got some of those civilian pilots who have taken away some amazing prizes today. None of what we do can be done without our wonderful sponsors, and I'd like to acknowledge them, but I'd like to make a special mention of Mantis FPV. If anyone's enjoyed this or thinks they can get into this, Mantis are set up just outside there, and if you're interested in getting into this wonderful, exciting new sport, go and see Adriano or Felix, who have just done some amazing work, and we'd just like to recognise Adriano for his great work. Yeah, so come in. We'd also like to make a mention of our race directors and commentators, Timmy and Bear. Massive thank you, well done. For those of you who don't know, Timmy and Bear have given up a lot to be here. They've prepared throughout the week, and I know Bear will almost certainly be losing his voice. He's put in so much, and he just gets excited about every race. But imagine calling and commentating like that from Monday afternoon right through until now, over a week, nearly a week's work. Fantastic work. Thanks, Bear. Fantastic working with you. Hey, we'd also like to recognise a special person who has stepped in and helped the Timmy and Bear team throughout the week. Simon, also known as HDZero. I think everyone recognises, really stepped up, done some outstanding work. So we'd like to thank you and give you a short presentation. Come on out, Simon. Simon has stepped in admirably and done some fantastic work. Hey, well done, mate. That's for you. Well done. Thank you. One for the crowd. But now to the important things. As we come down to just 10 minutes before the Royal Australian Air Force dogs step on out, we'd like to recognise that over the last 3 days in particular, in an open class competition, the best of the Australian Defence Force have gone head to head with the local champions. And as a result of the races that had culminated just 10 minutes ago, I'm happy and pleased to announce that the AIA 25 Drone Racing Championship team is Eastside. Represented by IQ0, There Yet, and Digsky. Come on forward. Well done, Eastside. And in the individual championships, working backwards, in recognition for a whole week's great work, in 4th place in the open category, Squid. Takes home the cash in 4th. In 3rd place, Davey. In 2nd place, BMS Thomas, former world champion. And in 1st place, the upset win, Digsky. Correction, IQ0. Hey, thanks very much, everyone. Flying will continue until 6 p.m. tonight. Thanks very much. The next event will be at air shows down under next year, unless we can organise something a little bit sooner. But please join us with a photo behind the trailer for all races just after this. Ladies and gentlemen, just 5 minutes until the military working dogs will be here. They'll be right with you in just a moment. All pilots to the back of the trailer, please.
Nah, it's okay. Okay, so just to conclude the event's broadcast, I'm about to shut this down, start tidying up, packing up. It's going to take me a while. Great event, everybody. I'm really excited to see the throughput of these races never being faster than before. Excellent to see ImmersionRC taking the win. Very exciting finals. Lots of tension, lots of anxiety of not only the pilots competing, but definitely those watching at home on the live stream. So it's great to see. I'm done. Bear's done. He's going to stop talking. He needs to rest his voice. But that's how it all played out. That's all there is to say. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Thanks to the crowd for coming in and cheering when you do. You've been excellent as well. Thanks to the event organizers for setting up this display and making the track and building this structure. And again, also thanks to all the pilots for registering, competing, giving it their best, and racing fast and putting on a great show for everyone. I can keep the music on, but I'm going to say goodbye to this slot. I'll probably be back maybe Easter Saturday for CMRC round 4 for the season. So not quite as hectic as this event, but still very spicy racing with myself and the fellow Canberra guys. We'll be live on YouTube again on the Saturday, the 18th of April. Until then, goodbye, and I'd say good evening, but it's just good afternoon. See you next time.